What up? What up? Welcome back to the channel. I'm Modi J. We are locked in, of course. We're back day 6 of the Tupac trial. We'll be going back and forth between the Tupac trial and the Lil Durk trial. Don't know if it's going to be. Don't know if we're going to be jumping back and forth the whole time. We'll see how it is. I'm gonna be monitoring the Durk trial behind the scenes on my end, and we have the Keffe trial because you know we had the cameras for it. But hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as you come in. Let's see what we can do. See what we can come up with. It says it's not till 6:30, but it says it's not gonna start till 6:30, but we'll see. We'll get on here and I'll do some I'll go on Twitter and we'll actually look at some of the Dirk stuff is what they got leading into that trial today because today is day one. They did the selection on Friday. Keffe D, this would be the first week for them, day 6. So they're roughly 1 week behind each other. But hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as you come in. As far as Keffe D's trial goes, I believe he's guilty. I believe he's guilty, and that's not going to change. I hope that is more witness testimony this week instead of, what we were getting all last week was a lot of audio. They got a lot of audio. But I mean, the majority of the stuff is his own word. So, you know what I mean? Bite him, bite him in the tail. Let's see. Go over to x.com. We'll just while we're waiting because I think it says on law and crime it said 9:30. So we'll go over to Twitter and see what the hell they talking about as far as Lil Durk's trial. Again, the Keffe D, because they are live streaming, it's easier for us. I still haven't found anybody that has a website of someone that's actually in the courthouse, kind of like the Diddy trial. Let me see. Lil Durk's wife, India, is arriving for trial. Let me see what India. All right. Not too bad. The only problem is he about to get a life sentence probably. We'll see how long she stick around. Tune in, bruh, for Yellow Beezy court updates. Damn, his starting today too. All right, let me see something. I'm gonna play this again once we get on the break. All right, so this is cousin Tino over on Twitter. He's actually going in there, so he'll be giving us our updates. Day 3, Lil Durk trial, opening statement.
What's up, world? It's Cousin Tito here, day 3 of the Lil Durk trial. Today is the opening statement day, so we are about to finally start seeing this case start to unravel. So after the opening statements, I believe the prosecution is going to be able to start calling witnesses and also giving their case out. And we're going to finally get to see the jury today. So we get to finally see who they chose. And I'm going to keep all updated. I'll be back later with the updates. Cousin Tito, day 3, Lil Durk trial. Let's go. What's up, world?
You better not wear them glasses in there. They're going to get on your ass. Lil Durk's jury had multiple jurors with language barriers. One said she only understood about 40% of what was being said. There are reportedly multiple jurors who have acknowledged difficulty understanding everything being said in court. Juror 44 says she understood only 40% of what was being discussed, yet she was still selected for jury. If she's an American citizen, hey, it is what it is. The bigger concern, the trial hasn't even gotten into all the hip hop terminology, slang, lyrics, and cultural context that could come up during the evidence. The defense raised the issue. Christy O'Connor reportedly questioned whether jurors with language barriers would be able to fully understand the terminology and context surrounding Lil Durk and his music. I listen to rap music. I don't know what half the stuff these niggas be talking about is. Hey, don't do crimes, you won't have these problems. But if they are American citizens, then they'll be on jury duty. You committed a crime out here where there's a huge Hispanic population, meaning they're going to more than likely get picked for the jurors. It's the game, you know what I mean? You can't say that they playing unfair and playing dirty because your lawyers get to pick also. Your lawyers should have went to strike them out, you know? It's unfortunate, but this sounds fair to me. You commit crime somewhere else and you don't know the demographics, this is what you get. The judge pushed back. The judge acknowledged that even he doesn't understand all of the slang, essentially saying everyone will have to work through some of it together. That's what I'm saying. Most of us don't know what the hell they be talking about in Chicago. Hell, I don't even know what they be talking about in St. Louis, and I'm from Kansas City. They talk so differently than us. The big takeaway, if a jury is already saying they understand only around 40% of the courtroom discussion, it raises questions about how the process complicated testimony and the evidence once the trial gets deeper. And remember, several jurors also expressed strong opinions about rap music. Now we get to see how they handle the actual evidence. But that's no different than an elderly person getting on there. If my mom was if my mom was selected for jury duty in Lil Durk's case, she wouldn't know none of the crap they talking about. She wouldn't know nothing. But this is that's the problem. When they say your peers, they mean the people that pay taxes around you. They ain't talking about the people in drills with. That's not what they talking about. But we'll see how it turns out for him. Again, his lawyers, they had an opportunity, but they keep telling us that Brian Steele and Drew I forgot his last name, Drew Finley. They keep telling us that they are the dream team, the $1 million team, the $1 billion team. So you would think you in good hands, right? That's what they keep saying. It's August 20. Courtroom 1. I think just Jen Law is over there. No, he's just covering other other trial. The jurors plus 4 alternates will decide whether prosecutors can prove Durk ordered and financed the alleged hit on Quando Rondo. Opening statements are next. Now we hear exactly how the government intends to connect Dirk to the shooting. Again, we're gonna have to read these updates. I don't know. Gen Just Law, I think they did a pretty good job on covering it, but as of right now, that's what we have. The Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be tough. It's an uphill battle. It's not like you're going in here for armed robbery or something. You're going in here for murder for hire, facing potential life sentence. So, I mean, ain't nothing I can say about it. But that's the update so far. Let me see what else, if there's anything else going on that we can. Megan Cunoff, she said, "I'm fortunate the Tupac trial is going on, so I don't have to think of another reason not to go to Dirk's murder trial. Murder for hire. The courthouse would be a total nightmare as streamers battle it out in the hallways and involve court staff and their restraining order reinforcements. Yeah, it's gonna probably be ridiculous in there." Is she saying anything? He looks scared. He looks scared ever since he got locked up. Again, the Keffe D trial doesn't start till 3:30, so we got about 7 minutes there. There you go, right there. Hey, why they put two bit up there next to him? Hell no, Dirk ain't no two bit. Two bit wouldn't talk to the police. Two bit wouldn't tell the police that he's a convicted felon and he shot a gun. Don't compare him to the real. All right, like, we not gonna do that. That's what we not gonna do. So they cut his hair off. He went bald and he started growing it back. All right. Little Dirk's been this trial ball forever. Hey, Rollo, cut it out. Who else did we have? Lil Durk and co-defendants lawyers arriving on day 3. Man, I ain't gonna lie to you. Being a lawyer, it's just like being a weatherman. You only gotta be right 50% of the time. You know what I mean? You only gotta be right 50% of the time. You win some cases, you lose some cases. But at least you tried. You ain't gotta win them all. Which most of these lawyers don't win them all. They do win like the low level stuff. But I'm telling you, if I'm paying millions of dollars, I don't want no jail time. Simple as that. If it looks like I'm getting jail time, I gotta cut you loose. Give me the public defender, man. Give me the public defender. They're gonna be like, "Oh, well, you ain't never had no." Man, I don't give a damn. Who else were we looking at? Hold on real quick. I was following one more channel. Let me see. Mel, I think I missed one. Yeah. Let's see what she has before we go back over there. 1 hour ago, you've got mail. Shout out to her at the courthouse earlier than usual to account for all the people expected to attend day one of Dirk's federal trial. Last week, the judge said in the courtroom, said this courtroom is larger than the one the hearings have been in, so I expect many of us to get in. So there's a lot of people out there. Damn, I ain't never seen this footage. When did this come out? Damn, this video of Vaughn in the hospital. But they said Vaughn died before he even made it to the hospital. So for the people that don't know, King Vaughn is Lil Durk's boy, a member of his crew, OTF. He got shot and deleted. And this is him on the gurney coming in. Damn. Well, they say the ledge. But on the body cam when they arrested little Tim, they do say that he was deceased on the way in. And let me just check one more thing. Dirk's imaginary lawyer. So this gentleman over here, Dirk's imaginary manager, Dirk All Day, they do have the Google Drive docs, so we'll go into those and we'll look up some stuff also, anything we need to make a reference to. But yeah, that's about it, and it's right on time for us to go into the Keffe D trial. But hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We'll be jumping back and forth. So on the break, we'll probably have two witnesses, and then on that break, we'll jump back and we'll see any updates that we have from the little Dirk trial. I want to know if CNN is gonna. I want to. They did the Diddy trial. Well, Dirk ain't nowhere as big as Diddy. This really doesn't. You know what I mean? Dirk isn't on a scale where it's everybody. You know what I mean? Let me see. Nah, it don't look like they're gonna have updates. All right, Keffe D trial. Now I'll say this: if this trial is supposed to be maybe 3 weeks, so we get all this week. If we go 4 witnesses a day, 20 witnesses, and like closing arguments next Thursday, the Dirk trial will be right after that because I think the Dirk trial is 2 to 3 weeks also. They got 35 witnesses over there, but I think they're trying to cut it down to just 20. Afraid Tupac. Yeah, man. Today, I hope it ain't just straight audio recordings. Last week we had a couple of the film at one, no, two directors from two different documentaries. One did the documentary for BET, the Death Row Chronicles. Another one did the was it the Biggie and Tupac one? I'm not sure what it was, but it was two different documentaries that were on here, and they were going off of the footage plus the audio that they got from the proffer agreement that he was going through. But it looks like as soon as they get in here, they're gonna sit straight down, call up the first witness, and get the show on the road. Let me see something. Calculator. Someone need to contact the judge and tell the judge, hey, let's get this thing on the road. Plus, we're not gonna be up all night covering this damn thing. Oh man, there's another trial going on right now. I don't know the lady's name, but I think she unalived her three children, and they making a it's a big fuss about that. Now, I know they trying to get her like insanity or something along the lines of that. I don't see how you can get that. There shouldn't. I don't know, man. I just don't. I don't. I think that's a cop out. I mean, if you can prove it, good for you. But I don't. I don't know, man. For me personally, I don't think people should be able to get insanity. You can get insanity if you did something to yourself, but I think if you do it to other people, you shouldn't be able to get insanity unless you just actually have like a documented history of it being happened. Because sometimes I just don't believe, man. And as much as I don't want to see anybody to jail, I'll put them behind bars if need be. You can count on that. Oh boy, where we at? Is there any delay? Has anybody seen if there's any delays or anything? I'm trying to find out just to make sure. It is 9:30. I guess let me try. All right, so they got live updates here. Let me read this. What up, Justin? What's going on? Live updates, day 6 of the Tupac trial. Today is day 6, the beginning of the second week of the trial for Duane Keffe D. Davis, accused of orchestrating the murder of Tupac in Vegas in '96. The trial was expected to continue at 9 a.m. Monday. It's unclear who exactly testified today. On Friday, Davis told the judge he had concerns while on trial, adding he had believed police and prosecutors were putting his family in danger by releasing his address. Hey, guess what, buddy? Your address is already on the internet, man. Your address is already on the internet. But Friday, he expressed concerns on the trial. He believed police and prosecutors were putting his family in danger by releasing the details of his home address and other family members' address. He also told the judge his home was vandalized and broken into, as well as his wife's car. Davis's son was seen in court last week. He told 8 News Now Vanessa Murphy that the family moved and didn't give him the address, not wanting it on record in court for their safety. Leonard Jefferson, the man who took the final photos of Tupac and Suge just minutes before the fatal shooting, was one of the 3 people that testified on Friday. Other witnesses include Michael Dorsey, a documentary filmmaker, television producer, and editor, as well as Mario Diaz, an executive producer of the documentary Death Row Chronicles. Let me finish this up. I got you. Before the trial, 8 News investigator Vanessa Murphy had multiple jailhouse interviews with Davis since his arrest, including which Davis said he wasn't even in Las Vegas the night of the shooting. The statement contradicts previous comments from Davis, in which he said he was sitting in the front passenger seat, which pulled up side by side by Tupac before the shooting in '96, hitting Suge in the head, and blah blah blah. Live updates from court. Let me see. I guess there are no entries on this page. So I guess it'll just keep updating. Let me see. As far as Fightland goes, I mess with Fightland. It's kind of predictable, but I do mess with it. It's actually picking up right now. And the crazy thing is, we talking about the boxing. That's what happened that night. They were at the Mike Tyson fight. Let's see. Again, for me, all of this is entertainment. Uh, so don't come over here talking about, oh man, blah, blah. I'm not trying to hear none of that because I don't care if any of these guys are innocent or guilty. I'm gonna be giving my opinion. I'm gonna be cracking jokes. This is pure entertainment for me. And I know people are like, man, this is people playing fighting for their lives. Okay. When I wake up every morning, I'm fighting for my life. Y'all clown me, I'm fighting for my life, y'all. Every single day. Fighting for my life. But as far as
Good morning, everyone. You can all be seated.
thank you, ma'am.
We're on record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Welcome back, everybody. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Your Honor, I do have some concern with regards to the state's current presentation of evidence in this case.
I like this lawyer though.
Okay. And specifically what that act is at?
Is that Mr. Davis is talking specifically about criminal history, and he made mention something along the lines that he was involved in a shooting, and that it was also because of drugs. We've always known about drugs that is criminal history, but with regards to his reference to a shooting, I think it's highly prejudicial in this case. And I don't know where it's at in there. I was trying to figure out with my people over the weekend where it was exactly, but we don't have this exact recording.
Okay, so in my motion regarding the bad acts and regarding essentially all of the evidence that was going to be admitted in this case, there was a caveat that there would be certain things that would be excluded, that could be redacted out. Was this something you were familiar with in your previous listenings, or it just kind of took you by surprise when you heard it this time?
Well, we don't have the proposed redacted version of this.
There is no redaction done to this whatsoever. There was no request made to redact it, but our motion specifically.
And you got the Mo3, well, the Yellow Beezy, Lil Durk, Keffe D. Yeah, we got a lot going on right now. Obviously with the Lil Durk, whenever we have breaks, I'll jump over to those and I'll just do a full breakdown and with like the hour, whatever time we got. Keffe D, we're really just waiting on the witnesses. Right now they're talking about how the evidence is presented. So it's not really too much that's really of concern to us. It's just the judge is already saying, hey, I already told y'all how to do it. Again, I like this lawyer. He's doing this pro bono. So for me, I look at it like it's a high profile case. Whether he wins or loses, a majority of people, if not 95% of people, believe Keffe D did this. 3% think it was a conspiracy by the police and SWAT teams. And then 2%, they don't even know what the hell happened. But this man is on TV for 3 weeks straight. He's fighting. He's at least attempting. So this is the type of lawyer you want to pay for. You want a lawyer that's going to try. That's all you can ask for in a lawyer.
That is first.
The other part of the problem is that, we've had reference to the Biggie Smalls murder. The state in their own motion practice had indicated that they weren't going to, that the Biggie Smalls murder had nothing to do with the Tupac investigation. And to me,
I think with Mr. Duane Davis had no involvement in the Biggie Smalls, and we've admonished the jury that there is no indication that he has anything to do with that at this point. But ultimately, the nexus of this investigation was such that they were investigated together, for better or for worse.
Right, and I mean, we could sit here and talk words all day with that jury waiting outside. But I think what we're proposing the court to do, what I would propose the court to do, is just have some type of limiting instruction to the jury, in indicating to them you may be hearing other things that are not the focus of this particular investigation of Tupac's murder, something along those lines. Just a limiting instruction.
Sure. Mr. Duane, do you have an objection to the limiting instruction?
No, I actually think before every witness, maybe you just read that Tavares instruction to them.
Okay.
Each time.
So just to remedy what we're talking about now, I'll have Mr. Samp propose a limiting instruction, and then I'll, from here on out, given the party's dual request, I'll read the Tavares instruction, unless it's a witness that has nothing to do with, if it were, for example, the gentleman who'd taken the photo, he wouldn't have anything to do with the bad acts that we wouldn't have to read. But if it were anybody else, probably law enforcement at this point, I can read it.
Yes, Judge, and just so that there's complete candor to the court, we did a motion on his prior shooting. It sounds like to me it's not real clear. We didn't do a motion on his 2015 conviction. I didn't realize until it was rolling and you hear it's actually being spoken that he does reference some police contact in 2015. And I do realize he was convicted of that. I didn't know or recognize that was in there. If the court wants to, since we're past that portion where he talks about it, we can have somebody redact the audio so that
goes
back to the jury removes the reference to the 2015 conviction. Because he talks about the last time I was in the feds or the last time I was in prison, and then he mentions 2015.
Okay.
And that has to do with an event that's completely unrelated to our investigation. I just didn't realize, I didn't tie those two together until I heard the audio being played with the transcript.
Okay. So we'll have that redacted when it does go back in case they spend more time with it. Mr. Samp, what is the proposed instruction you would like at this time for me to read to the jury when they walk in?
You're asking me to put words together?
Yeah. That's your job.
That's
what you're good at.
It is my job. Here's my biggest people.
Okay.
Your Honor,
I'll let him make a proposal.
Yeah, Your Honor, I would think it'd be something along the line.
I'm going to let him propose it.
Yeah, let me propose it.
All right, then we can have some discussions about what it actually is.
Okay, let him propose it and then you can object, but I think it's cleaner for the record if he proposes it.
I don't know that it matters for Tavares, but okay.
Huh?
I don't think it matters for the purposes of Tavares, but okay.
This isn't a Tavares instruction. The Tavares instruction's already been determined because this isn't something that's being let in for the purposes that I let in bad acts. This is something that they're asking just to disregard.
And that's only the 2015.
Yeah.
The
Correct.
shooting should still come in because the court ruled upon that.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were talking about.
So what is the shooting is there for credibility of the statements of defendant, motive, and identity?
Yes.
In his book, he starts off with, my first criminal conviction is shooting into an occupied house, and describes the event. That comes in. What shouldn't come in, and if he wants a limiting instruction on, is the 2015. I don't know if they would want a limiting instruction, since we're going to redact the audio before the jury gets it. We'll also redact the transcript before the jury gets it. So I don't know if he wants to draw attention because they may not have caught.
I'm going to let them talk, and then I'll let you guys weigh in.
I do have one other further matter, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're done with this stipulation. The other issue is this: with regards to Mr. Dorsey's testimony, we have a record from Detective Mock, who interviewed.
I say the easiest thing to do is just put Keffe D on the stand. Let's see what Keffe got to say.
His testimony, though, on the stand really made things a little bit more easier to understand in terms of how his relation is with this case. In essence, what happens is that BET is asked by the district attorney's office to produce documents. Maybe it was through Mock. Maybe Mock is the one who does it. But in either event, BET says, okay, here's what we're going to produce. And they produce the actual finished product as their production.
Right.
They don't introduce B-rolls. They don't do anything other than that. And they basically said, that's all we've got. I think Mr. Diaz or Rios or whatever his name was prior to this had said something along the same lines that, hey, this is just how they do. The problem with what we're doing now is this. Mr. Dorsey gets up there and testifies, and he says, look, my job, from what I understand, was to listen in to the interview that's being conducted between Mr. Davis and the interviewer, which, whoever that person is. And he's supposed to be there to really sort of make sure that Mr. Davis is not lying or saying something that's off from what he understands the 2008 proper session to be, the recording. Here's the problem with it. At the end of what he does, and what he's proposed now, what the state is now using, is surreptitious recordings in between the official recordings by BET. Now, what does that mean? That means that while Mr. Davis is sitting in that room, he's sitting in that room with the interviewer, and at some point he's going to be asking for breaks. He's going to be asking for time to talk to somebody else.
Okay.
Which we understand it to be Wayne Higgins, his attorney. Those conversations are not hot mic conversations. They are conversations between attorney and client, and there is a reasonable expectation of privacy there because of the fact that it's done off camera, because BET does not record it. And on top of it too, that as that's happening, they're talking in a tone, they're not yelling and screaming it out loud, but they're talking in a tone to say, hey, what do we do here, whatever the issues are. I think those parts of this recording that Mr. Dorsey had done, I think those are parts that need to be included from the jury's understanding, because here's the thing. I understand he's not a state actor.
Dog, they need to do this like in the chambers prior to the court starting. You know what I mean? We don't need to hear none of this.
Definitely not a detective at this particular point. However, it is still a crime in California to record someone's conversations that they believe is private. Regardless of if we're in a room and having a conversation, if I'm having a conversation with this individual sitting right next to me and I believe that is private, under California law, that is still illegally obtained material.
California is a two-party consent. So if you call somebody on the phone in California, you can't record that phone call without letting them know. I think Texas is a one-party consent. But so what he's doing right now is like the Keaton phone call that we heard. He's basically trying to tell the court, well, he didn't know that he was being recorded, and that was in California. So technically that's illegal, and we shouldn't even be able to use that. That's why you see the prosecutor scratching his head like, yeah. So that's what I said. This lawyer is decent. I ain't gonna say he's decent. He's good for what we done seen. This is an uphill battle, especially trying to convince the jurors that your client is lying. You know what I mean? if you saying that your client was lying that whole time, then those recordings shouldn't mean anything. You should just let him play and just say, nah, that ain't it. But he's at least trying to get him thrown out. What up, Tracy? Thank you. Swags, I live out there. I was gonna go to the court. Hey, I don't blame you. Waiting outside to try to get in the courtroom.
But ultimately, the remedy for a private actor acting in a no nefarious, illegal, whatever you want to call it way is not exclusion against the state because the state's not the actor doing that. So that was sort of my comment when it was brought up that way. I think the attorney-client privilege argument is definitely more interesting and is new. Or any final word on that before I turn to Mr. DiGiacomo?
Well, I mean, because here's the issue that we have right now. What we have is an individual who basically takes his iPhone out, plugs it down on a speaker next to where he's at. He's hiding in a room to avoid detection by Mr. Davis, and he's recording the entire time. You hear other people communicating or having some type of discussion on top of his recording, which means that it's done openly in front of this mic or whatever he's at. He doesn't see a screen or monitor. He doesn't know what is being recorded or not. He just records the whole thing. The concern that I have with it is right now, as we're watching and listening to what's being played by the state, we don't see where exactly it is that they're going to bring in the parts that are not in the transcripts that we have from the recording. That's the official BET offering versus the stuff that they have that would have the additional thing on top of it, the surreptitious recording by Mr. Dorsey.
Okay. State.
Two things. Mr. Dorsey had a transcript of his recordings that has been provided to the defense.
Okay.
And there's a transcript of the official BET recordings, which, if you notice while listening to it, even the BET transcript does not pick up background conversations or transcribe background conversations between other people when Mr. Diaz is asking questions.
Okay.
Mr. Dorsey will testify because I specifically had asked him about the attorney-client thing. He will testify at no point in time when Mr. Davis is talking to Mr. Higgins, is there not a third party present from E1 Entertainment. So there is no privileged communication that occurs between Mr. Davis and his attorney. Even at one point, you're going to hear Mr. Davis say, hey, hold on, this is a hot mic.
Let's bring him in and do a short evidentiary hearing then on that issue of attorney-client privilege.
Sure.
Okay.
I assume he's back there.
We'll have Mr. Dorsey come in real quick. We'll have him resworn, and then we'll just proceed on this limited issue outside the presence, and then ultimately I'll make a determination. I understand it's your proffer that that's what he's going to say, but I'd rather have it fleshed out. Bring in Mr. Dorsey, just Mr. Dorsey. Okay, Mr. Dorsey, we're going to have you sworn real quick. Raise your hand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
State your name.
May I have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, it's Michael Dorsey, Michael Dorsey.
All right, thanks for coming back, Mr. Dorsey. I hope you had a good weekend. We just needed to do a quick outside the presence sort of hearing so I can determine the legality of some things that are coming in, okay?
Sure.
Or not, potentially not coming in. So I'll let Mr. DiGiacomo ask some questions about the issue brought up.
Mr. Dorsey, I know there's times on this recording where you capture conversations that involve the defendant, Duane Higgins.
Yes.
During those conversations, were they ever alone in a room having a conversation? Was there always a third party present?
I believe they were always in the studio, and there are, I think most of the time you actually hear Mario talking with them. It's like a three-way conversation. So I understand like how privilege works to some extent. And it sounded to me like always he was still in the studio, didn't go outside into a hallway. And again, you can hear Wayne Higgins talking with him.
And not just Mario Diaz. Isn't there a number of people
Yes.
to do this production that have to be in that room?
Correct. There would have been another producer. There's the sound recordist. There's at least one videographer. There's probably at least a lighting person in there. There's at least a good half dozen people in that room with them.
So there's multiple
And at
people.
one point, does Mr. Davis make some comment about, hey, careful, this is a hot mic?
He does, yes. He's kind of whispering, this is a hot mic.
So at no point where you're capturing or recording there's not other people within, and describe the size of the studio.
Sure, it's a very small studio. It's probably a quarter the size of this courtroom.
So it's a very small room with
Yes.
4 or 5 people in it
Grand
where he's
design.
having this conversation.
That's correct, yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Dorsey, where are you when these conversations are taking place?
I was in an
Basically, he's saying Keffe D had the mic on and he was recording, so everybody knew it was recording.
office, and I saw him walk by. I know he's disagreeing with me right now. I watched him go by,
Sure, and that's fine.
and he looked at me.
Okay, are you done with the answer?
Yeah, I sure am.
Okay. Now, in terms of your work, I want to make sure I'm clear. Are you working as an employee of BET?
No.
Okay, what are you at that point?
I am a contract employee, work for hire, as a technical consultant for specifically this production. I'm not hired by BET. I'm hired by the production company.
By the production company?
Yes, sir.
And that's Entertainment One?
Entertainment One and Creature Films, like a subsidiary of Entertainment One.
All right. And then in terms of your work with Entertainment One, that was bound with a confidential agreement, right?
Yes,
Do you have proof right now that you're no longer bound to that agreement?
I do. I have a letter from an attorney at Paramount Pictures, which owns BET, approving me sharing my information. And then I also have an email from Mark Ford, the head of Creature Films, also saying he had no objection.
Okay. So in your work with Entertainment One, what you basically do is you have your phone or whatever recording device down
Yes.
next to the monitor in which you're listening to a conversation.
Correct.
You cannot tell us who's where in your recording, correct?
Correct.
You just hear noises, right?
That's right.
Now, in terms of the actual recording itself, as the individuals sitting there, are they sitting with mics on their lapels as they're sitting there being interviewed by that person?
What you mean, the person conducting the interview, is he wearing a mic?
Is he wearing a mic, and is the person that is interviewing wearing a mic?
I don't know if the Mario Diaz, for example, is conducting the interview. I don't know if he was wearing a lapel mic, but there would be 2 mics in the room minimum. There would be a lapel mic on Keffe, and then there would be a shotgun mic over him that is kind of capturing everything else in the room.
Right. And so in terms of what you're recording, you don't know, for instance, if the cameras are on and off because you're actually just listening to sound.
That's correct.
And in terms of the interview, you understand that Wayne Higgins was in the room as well as
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes, he was there for the entire first interview, and then he was like 10 minutes late to the second interview.
All right. Now, before we were listening to this, are there any moments at all where Mr. Davis is talking loudly during what you would think would be a private conversation?
Loudly. He's just using a normal indoor voice is what I would say.
Okay. And then when you say that there was this statement that this is a hot mic,
Yes,
fair to say that that was a reminder to whoever he's talking to that, hey, this should be kept private.
correct.
All right.
Yeah.
So there were times where there was an understanding, or at least an idea that what they were going to have a conversation about.
There was one time, that was the only time.
Now, after you had recorded what you did in
Yes.
this case, which is the entire thing,
Correct.
you never had his permission to record all of it, right?
I didn't need his permission
Why?
because he's there to be recorded. He's got mics on him. He has lights and a camera pointed at him. He's in a production studio. I'm officially hired on as a crew member. I'm allowed to do whatever I want.
No.
And-
Let's back up here to make sure I'm clear.
Sure.
You're a crew member, but you don't own the rights to the production itself, right?
Correct.
And you don't own the rights in terms of what the camera angles are or anything along those lines.
That's correct. I could
Now-
not put this on YouTube and profit from it.
Okay, well, back up here again. I want to make sure I'm clear. Did you take that audio recording that you made and give it to either Entertainment One or any of the subsidiaries in this case?
No.
Okay, so you basically took something that you didn't have permission to take.
That's not true.
Okay, well, back up here. Tell me who you got permission from.
I didn't need permission. Do you understand? There's no permission needed for that. I'm there to do it. I made the recording because he showed up for the first interview, not ready for his interview to be conducted. So I knew it was going to be broken up into 2 days. So I said, I'm going to make a recording of this so that I can make sure we ask the correct follow-up questions when we come back. That's the only reason I made this recording.
But you're not the contract person. You don't have a contract.
I apologize, we're way afield of the issue that the court needs to rule upon, and this sounds like cross-examination for a jury.
Oh, I'll get back into it, Gary. I'm just saying as of right now, Judge, we have a problem with this. Thank you. And just to make sure I'm clear,
He worked,
you
ain't he?
take that recording and that's the recording that you're now publishing here for this jury, right?
Publishing, no. Playing for the jury, yes. Publishing and it suggests publicly. I'm not putting this out to the public.
That was a legal terminology,
Okay.
but you're playing that for the jury now.
Yes,
right?
sir.
I have no further questions.
Anything further, State? All right. In general, the attorney-client privilege under 49.095 is broken when you speak in front of a third party who's unrelated to the legal team. Here, it appears as though Mario Dorsey and there others were potentially present for the conversations. Additionally, the setting of the interview itself does not lend itself to a belief that the conversations would be privileged and or private. It's a recording studio. The purpose is there to be recorded. A release is signed so that the person can be recorded. The entire room is microphoned up. Additionally, there are microphones on the people participating in the interview. In general, this isn't a situation that would lend itself to private conversations. I think based on the testimony, they are not privileged conversations. Circling back to the issue regarding the instruction to the jury, Mr. Sept, is there anything, did you want me to reread the Tavares instruction, which I can add something related to the unrelated shooting to? That proposal for that would be this. You have heard testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, a federal conviction, gang affiliation, and an unrelated shooting.
Judge, that's not an unrelated shooting. In 2015, he lets the cops come into his house and they find a gun and I think some drugs, and that's what he goes to prison on in 2015. The shooting he's talking about is his teenage shooting that's written about in his book. So Mr. Shams was conflating the two.
Okay.
The 2015, I
How about
believe,
this,
is
instead of federal conviction, prior criminal convictions?
a conviction in 2015. Because that's the only one that wasn't.
My
part of the
point is
motion.
saying that it was unrelated, is saying that it's unrelated to this incident.
Correct, unrelated 2015 incident.
So what's your proposal, Mr. Sept? I saw you had a piece of paper.
Yes, Your Honor. Myself and the defense team worked on a Tavares instruction that says you are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered for propensity purposes, but instead for the purposes of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements.
It's not only not to be considered for propensity, it's not to be considered for any outside thing other than those narrow exceptions that we've delineated.
Okay, that's the propensity purposes was the.
So if you're okay with that defense, we want to add or any other purpose somewhere. Okay.
Yeah, we can add it or any other purpose.
Okay, let them add that and then bring it up to me and I'll use that as my master. And we'll ultimately end up giving this instruction to the jury in their packet.
Thank you.
So that's your suggestion, and that is granted, Mr. Sept. As soon as Ms. Panduk finishes looking at it. Almost there, Mr. Dorsey. Give us a minute.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Testimony and or evidence introduced about too many? About introduced. Take the two out. Yeah. Any unrelated shootings and murder considered by you for propensity of the purpose, except for the purposes of motive meant to establish the credibility of defendant's statements.
Man, we're gonna bring the jurors in, get this thing going, man.
Let's see if you can read it.
What up, Teen Hunter?
Some Banu, some Colleen's handwriting.
God, guys. You should both be doctors here.
I know. I'll rewrite it.
No, it's okay.
You sure?
I think I got it.
Okay. Have a little.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to read. Tell me if there's an objection. You are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity or any other purpose. It is admitted only for the purposes of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. Any objection?
No.
Perfect. All right, I can read it. So as soon as we bring the jury in, I'll apologize for being a little bit late, my fault, and then I will read them the limiting instruction and we'll get going.
All right.
Mr. Dorsey on the stand?
Yeah, I think so. So as soon as that jury's ready to go, we'll go.
Oh, boy.
So the party stipulated to the focus of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good weekend. I apologize for the delay. We had a legal issue that I did need to decide before we brought you in, so I do appreciate your patience in that matter. There's a limiting instruction that I need to read to you, and then we're going to resume with Mr. Dorsey's testimony.
All right, we ready,
You are
man.
instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity or any other purposes. It is admitted only for the purpose of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. All right, Mr. DiGiacomo, Mr. Dorsey has already been sworn, and so you may proceed.
Mr. Dorsey, in that first portion, the first 35-17, we're about to get back. Let me ask you this. After 2019, did you become Davis published a book?
Yes,
Did you read the book?
I did.
Were there stories by you in 2017 that were included within that book?
Yes, there were a biographical factor of his childhood. They were in both.
Do you recall what those various biographical
I do.
background, if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen?
Sure. One of the stories was how his first time hanging out with the Crips when he was 9 years old, and he was shooting dice, and his dad drove by and saw him and ended up, punishing him for that. He talked about playing Pop Warner football with Suge Knight, and not just that, but also he talked about going to Suge's house after they would win for parties in their backyard, like pool parties. He talked about a baseball coach at the Compton College who was dealing drugs. I think Keffe was like in middle schooler, and he started running as kind of a courier for that guy. It was his first introduction to the drug game. He talked about being in the Upward Bound program at UCLA, and there may have been one other detail in there, but all details that I've only ever heard in that interview and read in his book. So I conclude that the author could have only gotten those from him.
All right, Judge, I'm going to do a little bit to fast forward this to 35-17, I think we were at.
And we put on record. We put on record when you paused it. Did you write that down?
It was 35-17 was where we paused
Okay.
it. And so I'm trying to get there. This program doesn't make it real easy to just jump that far.
Sounds good.
We about to get some more audio that he was recording. But remember, we can't include any previous shootings or gang related.
Man, my boy Sept was rolling up, he committed a club tonight. Rolled up weed in the neighborhood. I guess they was.
Sorry, Judge, the transcript won't come up if I don't start it.
Start it over?
I'm not starting it over. I just have to roll from here to wherever we're going. So I'm just going to have to guess and hopefully we're close.
No, we had ran into him at the House of Blues.
Sorry. One more time here. We may just have to listen to a little bit more than we.
Just that night, seemed like dude stuck his head up my ass on me. You know what I'm saying? He's a special agent in charge of the major crime. It was just that night that dude made my life. And I did a 5.5. And came up here at least 10 times.
I'm going to stop this.
Before his interview in 2017, had you ever heard of Special Agent Holliday?
I don't think so. I don't remember hearing much about the federal investigations into him. That was new information to me.
Told the warden, we got out here. He's a serial killer. I'm like, oh, fuck. You know what I'm saying? Killing rappers.
How did it evolve? You guys were cool, and then you hung out a lot together.
When he used to come to California, we used to meet up and have fun. I was involved with
Go through this damn audio again.
In fact, I was doing better than him back then. Shit. Fun, man.
Did he ever talk about sugar? Did he ever talk about getting scared?
You fucked up. Is that?
I said, did he ever talk about sugar? Did he ever talk about being scared and all the bullshit, go back and forth, the East Coast, West Coast shit?
You talked about that later on in our relationship.
That's right. That's what I mean. When did we get to that spot, that place where you guys were talking about that?
I remember my boy Sept was rolling up, he was going to the club one night, rolling up green leaf in the neighborhood. His phone on. He was like, I guess they must have fucking played it. Something, I don't know. He's like, man, let me speak to Keffe. Got on the phone. What's up, dog? He said, man, I'm giving a concert out there. You want to tour on the West Coast? That's where he was, think it's cool to come out there? I said, why it wouldn't be cool? He's like, the big CEO guy. CEO guy? He's like, yeah, the big guy. I knew what he was talking about. He was like, cold or shit. So I guess I was kind of scared of the guy.
They got to enhance this audio, man.
To the Irvine Mellors. It was something.
Oh, let's get certified.
He had the hottest song out in the world. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that song was One More Chance. Pulled me in on the stage. Suge was right there. I came off the stage, he asked me, man, how you know that? Same way I know you. Until it was that. So then, after that, we went to the San Diego concert. Matter of fact, the Dallas Cowboys stayed in the same hotel we stayed in.
Good, he's down all
That was
the
cool,
details.
yeah.
He did 10 years ago.
Hey, man, the balls would go all around that motherfucker for the Dallas Cowboys. Especially for Troy Aikman. Saying, I don't know if we can get you in trouble or not, but the balls were all around the Then we went to the Anaheim. I I was on Halloween night.
Perfect.
Halloween night. Was cool there too.
Did he just give you passes for everyone? Like everyone would go concerts.
I just go get a ticket with the little homies. I was riding in the van. I was on the stage with him every time.
You get to hang out with Biggie, obviously. Right?
Yeah, Biggie was cool. Cool dude and everything like that.
So when did Puffy start talking about, you know, Suge on a real serious level?
You was back there? Oh, we already established that.
Yeah.
Now, what'd you say?
I said, when did he start talking about Suge, like on a real serious level? Puffy.
Oh, being scared of Suge?
Well, or doing something more than that.
I ain't really comfortable talking about that right now. When you see me in that suit, you got me. Right?
Okay.
I'll be able to talk that out.
So let's take a break. You can go smoke. Can you be back here in 10 minutes?
Yeah.
I want to get more before the 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got to give me to my wife. She did take me back. You know, I might have not been here.
What do you mean? You want me to?
I said I might have not been here.
Of course, yeah. But she's not down. She's not down there with you. Right? She's in the hotel.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like.
Well, I got to take care of her.
Yeah, of course. After lunch, we'll do a little more, and then you're done. Okay.
All right. I'm gonna smoke.
Is that cool?
This man be eager to tell. I know this is for a documentary, but still.
Mr. Dorsey, is that an example where maybe the tape was running before you now restart the record?
Correct, yeah.
That is 3532.
Get rid of this problem. Yeah.
Can you tell me what he told you? Like his exact words? Do you remember?
We're gonna do that on the next one. I had a pretty suit on. All right.
All right. Hold on. So, say it in your own words then, not his words. What did he ask you to do? To say it in your own words then, not his words. What did he want?
I guess he wanted to get rid of them dudes, his problems. To get rid of his problems. Yeah.
And who were his problems?
CEO, the big guy. Yeah.
And when did? Yeah, because you said hit him up was a big deal for him, right? Like that was
that was
too.
Man, that was totally disrespect. You don't think so?
Yeah, I told you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think he even said something about us. To me, he didn't say our name, but he said whoever down with him, fuck them too. I'm like, yeah.
And you guys were cool with that, with helping him.
No, we had ran into him at the House of Blues. This is Pop. Ran into him at the House of Blues. Him and the guy Big Sight, the Outlaws. And he had just made that record. On Beach and Rose fan. So one of the homies went up here and put him in a little team right here, saying, man, you know what the fuck that mean? On Beach and Rose fan. He's like, no, I'm just rapping. And Sight like, yeah, he's just rapping, man. He don't know nothing about that. Stand for blood, motherfucker. Stop, brother. So he was kind of scared that night. You know what I'm saying? We go out in the parking lot and whoop about 5 motherfuckers' asses. You know?
It's just hard to believe Keffe D when he says stuff like this. But again, at one point, Keffe D was moving 200 to 300 bricks. And we got confirmation that at least 60 of them had got picked up by the police and never turned into the FBI. So at one point, Keffe D was a crackhead. He was a kingpin. He was like that.
You know what I'm saying? got into it with some dudes out there in the parking lot. And he's in that shit. He's like, yo, them dudes ain't no joke.
So how much did Puffy offer you?
Hmm?
How much did Puff offer you? Wayne's gonna give the green light, right?
I'll have a good answer for you when I have one that suit on. I'm gonna take it through for you. Exactly, you know what I'm saying? The rate.
But he offered you. Can you just say he offered us money or something like that? Money, at least.
Yeah, it was money. Yeah, offered us money. Yeah. Yeah, he was kind of scared of that. He was really scared of the dudes. You know what I'm saying? Puff wasn't no game. He was out of college and all that, performing arts school and all that shit. He knew what that street life. But the really beef Jug should have had was it should have been with Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang them the one was doing the damn foot after the pool at the Source concert. They was calling you out. You two was picking some fucking kids, junior mafia. These kids, these grown ass men. You know what I'm saying? The beef should have been with the Wu-Tang. He want to take it out on the bad boys, the kids, you know, start up, you know, push his way around.
Well, that's because Tupac was having that shit.
Lit Biggie, yeah, he was lit.
Suge hooked up with Tupac and said, "All right, we're going against this."
This before he got out of jail, though. Remember the Source Awards? He's like, every once in a while, like, you ain't got no love for two, you ain't got no love for the West Coast. Remember saying that? Yeah. Really, I feel it was a jealousy thing. He should have just been happy. Should have been happy. You make
I'll be right back.
and this dude's making money. Be proud of each other. You know what I'm saying? You want to bring each other down.
So why'd you want to get involved in that?
I didn't want to get involved in that shit. They brought it to us. Bring something to the gangsters. I told you that earlier. It's a cap pill.
Yeah, I hear you. Is it true that Biggie and those guys from Bad Boy used to hang out?
They never been a whole lot.
Never.
Really, it's they had some bad cops around shit.
I read something about them hanging out in your girl's house in California Street.
They never
No pictures of
never hung out there. Promise. So
So let's cut to let's talk about Orlando. We have 10 minutes before we cut out for lunch. So I want to know like who your nephew is. Like, you know, not a lot of stuff I know about. You know, who is he? How old is he? What kind of family? Tell me a little bit about him.
yeah.
Who are we talking about?
He's well respected, intelligent.
Who, Orlando?
Orlando. My nephew Orlando. Well respected.
Orlando, huh?
Student in school. Everybody loved him. You know what I'm saying? He's just like a guy. Everybody loved him. And he liked the Tupac too. You know?
So what got him involved in you know, gang life?
What got him involved in the gang life?
Yeah, was he involved in gang life at all?
He wasn't no gang.
No, that's cool.
Told you the difference between gangster and gang.
You want to talk to me about what happened at Lakewood Mall with Trevor Lane? Think about the chain.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, I know. Like, you can tell me the story because you know, there's only so many people who know it.
The guy, one of my little homies, wanted to play college football for his own scholarship. He was he wanted to help him get some stuff, like tennis shoes and sweats and clothes and stuff so he can send him to college. So,
That's what I'm saying. Man, they could have enhanced this, but we could barely hear this nigga.
The homies come up there. Trayvon, the three death row guys were there. I guess they was mad dog you talking shit to him and shit like that. Shit. But some homies came to the door, he seen them. Nice. First thing he did was sock the dude and snatch his chain. I could never snatch that guy's chain. Never. Marcus snatched his chain. Chains wasn't worth it for $300. Yeah, bullshit that chain. Just smash a little, it was no like this. That fucking chain, talking about this pounding in the punk ass chain.
Just bounty on him.
Yeah, that little punk ass chain, all we come on.
So he didn't do it.
Orlando did not snatch that man chain.
Why is it that Tupac then saw him and said, "That's the guy who snatched my chain"?
All this stuff was building up. It just went from the mall. One day we was on Sunset. Suge pulled up in this Rolls Royce. Him, Snoop Dogg was in the black one. Tupac was in the white one. I think we was at the Roxy. I was very with you. They pulled up in their Rolls Royces. This ball, 30, 40 clips out there. And listen, he got that DVD. Oh shit. Jumped out his car talking to me. Sure, you like, is it cracking up here? Like, no, dog. He said, oh, well, Paradise is cracking. It's a club that's on Hyatt. It's on one of them. Going down there. Shit, when we hit that street there on South Monica, some dudes just started shooting. Shot up Suge's Rolls Royce. So,
All right, I'm gonna while he's talking about this, I'm gonna go look and see if we can find any articles about Suge's Rolls Royce getting shot up.
Red Godfather was laying in the street. I guess he figured that we was behind that too, you know what I'm saying? We was with you, pulled over to you, you know? So a little different angles on that shit. It just went from
So talk to me about, because I'm really interested in knowing about that a little more. Like, how does the gang stuff feature in the story? Like, how was it built? I guess what my question is. Like, the mall thing that you just told me about Suge. What else? What else was building up?
We seen them brawls at Luna's Park. Luna Park. Little club on Santa Monica in Rockland. And them brawls just talking shit. And we just kind of push them around. We didn't beat their ass, man. Let them know. And get it fucked up. And this town has always been our town. The Crips. They know they out, man. You know what I'm saying? I just left the state prison. And I was a MAC rep up there. There's 51 Crips. 4 Bloods. You know what I'm saying? So they know they outnumbered and they can't win out here. Crips are more dominant than they are. And they know that.
What made it kind of tense? Because, you know, before death row, there's always tension, right?
Between Crips and Bloods?
Yeah.
Yeah, our neighborhood's always been into it. Because we're on the same side of town. You know what I'm saying? Like the Ludus Park, Mob, and Ham. They go against the boys on the longer. You know what I'm saying? But we always been dominant over here, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's why I don't understand Chris Brown, Justin Bieber, and what's the other dude name? What's the tall, skinny guy that came in Compton the other week? What's that tall dude name? Came to Fruit Town.
Lamar?
No. What's his name? He on that Love and Hollywood show. Soldier Boy.
Keffe D mad that Chris Brown ain't come over there to be a Crip. He went to go be a Blood. Damn, that's messed up.
saying? Because it's some mafia shit, man. Family still out there. Yeah. Yeah. Some shit. Okay. No, I'll be right there. Yeah, she ain't got the same once. You know, I was just a street man, and he was just a studio man, business one. The FBI thing we did, then because he stopped paying the boss. That's why they jumped on it so fast. They, you know, I can't really put him out there like that because he's still out there. You know what I'm saying? They, like, our families go back since the 30s. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it ain't no Harry O.
Yeah, no. But I mean, yeah, Suge might
We had the same boss.
Suge might be in jail for the rest of his life.
Yeah, you right. No, I think the police are gonna start coming.
Good.
All of them gonna go around. All the fucking cops and shit, we was really up against it, homie. One of the city council, they got Reggie, right? Reggie Jr., Sergeant Reynolds, the mayor, all these dirty motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? So we was gonna eventually have to have some shootouts with them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? They just got busted too,
Right.
though. I loved it. I like, damn! They didn't get the main one though. They didn't get the main fucking dude. He just running around. He's still a cop too.
They got Reggie and his dad.
Huh?
They got Reggie and his dad.
I said they didn't get the main one. His name Reynolds.
Oh, really?
Sergeant Reynolds. Pulled over my 60 keys. He was making my life miserable. Honest and broad. Yeah, jealous and broad. Dirty. They didn't get his ass.
That precinct was dirty as fuck.
Yes, it was. And we was lived out there with him. Even the mayor, his councilman. We up there eating at IHOP Mill Lane. Here come the mayor. Man, you better sit your ass down, fool, and kill your ass. You know what I'm saying? Stupid bitch. You know? That dude was stupid. Wasn't that Bradley? Omar Bradley? Yeah. That dude was stupid on him.
Yeah, we looked up Omar Bradley. So he said he was dealing with him, but also we know Omar Bradley ended up getting arrested for misappropriated funds in a campaign while he was the mayor.
Let's eat some food, man. All right, thank you guys. We're back in 45. Are you leaving?
No, my pimp by name.
You're just there looking dapper?
Wait till you see muscles, homie. Yeah.
Woo. Thanks.
All right, sure.
You got a big word around? Yeah. Can I see it? Yeah.
Who are you eating? Just bring it to who eating.
Oh, yeah, okay. Where are we eating? Oh, it's in there, okay.
You talking about Craig Caden book? Okay. Yeah. Don't say nothing about no people. That's mine. To the liquor game. Brought us a game, Chris Styles and
Once again, Mr. Dorsey, and that's around 52 minutes. There's a break where you missed some of the transcript. What the transcript shows.
Yes.
I'm very honest. To go back and drink and shit. To go back and party. Because of the fight and shit.
And then what happened?
What's that?
Then what happened?
Then I I'll tell you that when I get on my suit.
Oh, come on. You can tell me a little bit. Just,
What's that?
Tell me a little bit of, I mean, this is why we're here. We want to hear the true story of what happened that night. Wayne, we need your permission. Yeah.
What? Yeah, I want to talk about that one later. You want to go to the aftermath?
Yeah, can you talk about, before the aftermath, can you talk about that, like, generally, just to give me something to work with? And then we can do it again in more detail. Yeah, like a summary.
Well, let me consult with him.
Yeah, go.
Okay.
That's okay.
So he be wanting to talk though, and that's one thing about Keith.
Bank, the guy over there.
I thought we weren't going to say that, dude.
Okay.
What?
I'll turn it on here.
No.
That's okay.
You need to tell him that. So we got to, that's some shit we got to discuss. Hello. Hello? What are you about to do? What? All right, I'll be through that.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Is that in my pocket?
Just tell him come here for a minute.
You don't have to go.
Listen. We got to consult with the U.S. Attorney. You don't want to get me locked up. You don't want me to get locked up. Do you? No. Okay. All right. We got to consult with him. So by the next time, I didn't. He asked me to come down here last week, but I never did get a chance to talk to him. That's why I wasn't ready for what y'all forced me to. I want to know what I can say and what I can't say. So I got to discuss that because that dude can come in.
So this is what they were talking about, the attorney-client privilege, but you were having this conversation in front of other people, a third party, so it couldn't be attorney-client privilege.
It just wasn't him. He was just he was just like a fucking. He was like my dessert. You hear me?
Yeah.
It's way more than him.
I think this is an area where he may wants to have his words straight.
So let's do this on the next one.
Okay.
Once I get told with him, and he tell me yeah.
Okay.
You don't want to get me locked up.
You're still gonna address it. It's just that
yeah, I just got to go to something with him. I didn't want to tell y'all that just more and stuff like that. The dude said, come talk to him before I do this.
If he didn't do it, why is he afraid of getting the death?
Because I make him look like an asshole, they're going to lock me up.
But he's gonna address it. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to consult with him first.
Yeah.
Y'all pushed me to do this.
So where you want to pick it up?
Where do you want to go right now?
Because you said
you want to do the aftermath?
Yeah.
Okay.
You might as well
Look.
He's got the man's got to eat.
Real.
Did you? We got food, right?
Yeah.
He just said that.
All right, so we're gonna take this. After the fact, after the murder, yeah.
The aftermath. We go. We get home. So we on my street. It's about 4:15. Reggie Wright Sr. You know, he was the captain of the Compton Police back then. I guess he must have did his boardroom with the oncoming shift. As soon as he did that shit, that motherfucker jumped in that police car, came on my motherfucking street, from a random stop sign and everything, doing about 70. Pulled up on the wrong side of the street, jumped out of his car, said, "Listen here, you motherfucking Keffe D. You motherfuckers killed my motherfucking son, the belts is coming off." I'm like, "Man, what the fuck is you talking about?" Like, "You heard me, motherfucker." I'm like, "Damn." So, with my immediate crew, I said, "Look like they trying to get into it. Trying to get in. So we got to watch these motherfuckers." So we stopped hanging around there right then. We seen they had the back of the police.
What does he mean by like my son?
His son is fucking Suge, man. He's Suge's man. You know what I'm saying? All them, they from the same neighborhood and everything. David, Mac, all them dudes, man. So we really had it rough. So we might have to go to war with the police. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just gang members. They had the police shit.
Right.
Feel me?
Who else? Was there anybody else after you?
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They got a lot of deranged fans and everything. You know what I'm saying? Shit, some girl might. You know what I'm saying?
When did the cops find?
No. Day one. You know what I'm saying? So like that motherfucker told from day one, Keffe D nephew. Why the fuck do you use my fucking name? You know what I'm saying? I just didn't understand that, you know? Keffe D nephew, Moon Man coming on every hour. You know the little Moon Man? Like, damn, you know? Kind of. Nation called me. Said, come meet me. Goes to Gondo and that's a public. And we met him at the Chevron right there. He's like, "Dog, I'm going to jail." I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, I'm going to jail." I'm like, "No, homie." Like, "Man, I'm out of here." I ain't seen that motherfucker since that day. So, you know, I kind of hate I met Puff.
The dude recording this, he texting his ass off, ain't he?
Now these super rich motherfucker ain't even sent me a pair of Sean John drawers or nothing. You know what I'm saying? God damn. Or noodle it while I was in jail. You know what I'm saying? Just left me for dead out here. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't the way fucking, you know what I'm saying? That ain't the way the game go. You know? Shit. Had your back, you ain't out my back, though. You know? Yeah.
When did you talk to police?
What's that?
You gave them a statement at some point, right?
I gave them a statement?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No.
Well, I mean, the proffer deal is a statement, no?
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. What's up, man? You just ain't gonna say nothing back there?
I don't have to. You already yeah, this is the part of the same thing. It's like
You think you just said you
you're saying at some point you did talk to police. Is that not true?
I think that's what he said.
Remember what I told you outside? That's why I didn't want to do this today.
Right. Well, I mean,
you know, some shit to give me motherfucking, you know. Right. Yeah.
All right, I hear you.
Yeah. Dude asked me to meet him last week, but I wasn't able, man. My wife was sick, homie. I could have had all your answers, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I didn't want to tell you all that, all my business like that, you know, but force my hand.
I'd name Tara.
All right.
Yeah. Let me just see what I can talk to you about that. Because a lot of the stuff I have here is about that night. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have all the answers, though. I swear.
So you're not talking about it? Is that what we're saying?
I think.
Can you talk about Zip and talking
Oh, not with Zip.
Afterwards?
Zip and Pump?
Yeah, I mean, at some point you needed to talk to them about that shit. Is that the same shit?
Yeah.
Was it? Well, did you, so after that happened, did you get in contact with Zip?
Me and Zip was together. He was with us at the point.
No, and afterwards you didn't see him. Like, he didn't come back to LA with you, did he? Did he?
Yeah.
Oh,
We went up to Wingstop, Wings, LA Wings right there on the 3rd and the bread. Right there on
This
the
dude
side with
remember
pizza,
everything. It went to Wingstop.
They got the LA Wingstop right there on the
It was
street.
Zip. It was Beverly though, or
what
Melody.
did you talk about?
All kind of shit.
Yeah, so that we don't waste our time, can we do something where you can talk to me and then you get approval? You get approval whether you use it or not? Because otherwise,
We only can answer 3 questions on it. I'm gonna go into full detail with you and everything on it.
no, you don't have to do.
Once I get the green light where I'm covered, you know what I'm saying? Because I can't make them look like a goddamn asshole downtown.
So how did you guys lay low afterwards? What you guys do?
You want to know the truth? We didn't lay low. We was after they asked. Mr. Man laid low. He didn't want to flew out to the Caribbean and shit. But we it's mafia shit, man. Yeah, don't we didn't lay low. We had to stay sharp, man, because we had to watch out for the police. Had to watch out for them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we lay low.
You're talking about the
So
mafia.
I think this you can answer. Why didn't they bring up any charges against Orlando?
They can't prove it.
Give it to me in a complete sentence.
Why they didn't bring up the charges? Because I know they can't prove it.
They don't.
Yeah, they rented everybody out. I think it was October the 7th or something like that. They did everybody else. Just so happened, one of my homies, he's a grease trap guy. To pick up the old cooking grease. He came, knocked on my door about 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock. Said, Keffe D, the FBI, and about 100 police is at the donut shop. I told him, wait 1 minute. I grabbed my shoes. I put on my pants, grabbed my shoes and shirt and stuff. Left my car and everything. I jumped in the truck with him. Told him to drop me off at the Metro Red. I missed the raid by 5 minutes.
Huh.
Otherwise, they would have got me.
Did you say somebody tipped him off?
Mm-hmm.
So
Who
let's
was
go back
it?
to Orlando because he passed away, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
maybe you can talk about what he did that day without mentioning you. Is that something you feel comfortable doing?
Oh.
Because you can't implicate him. He's dead. There's nothing that can happen.
Was that?
Can you talk about what Orlando did that night?
I just
The
texted
night
In Vegas, yeah. Without mentioning you at all, just talk
He
about
went to the
him.
hospital. He went to the hospital to get his shoulder fixed and stuff like that.
No, but I'm talking about before that.
We got to consult. There's 3 questions that stuck on. I got to go consult with this man.
I'm just saying he's not. There's nothing. I mean, Wayne's a lawyer. Wayne, can you confirm that? Can he talk about
Can't confirm
Orlando
that.
without mentioning his name? Without mentioning Keffe's name?
That's what I asked Mario. I said, see if he'll talk. What does he know about what Orlando did that night without including himself in that? Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because Orlando's
So,
dead. Been dead almost 20 years.
Mm-hmm. Did Orlando go after Tupac that night after the fight?
Here we go.
Huh?
I gotta do my job.
No, he didn't go after Tupac.
He did not.
Mm-mm. Man, wait till I get on the suit, man. Keep on. Let's go somewhere else. You want to talk about Paul? Something like that?
What's that?
Look, he want to tell on everybody. Now you talking about let's talk about
I'll
Puff.
ask you.
Tell my nephew.
Okay. Did you try to get money from Puffy after the fact for the deal that you had arranged with him?
No, because it was hot. You know what I'm saying? You just can't jump out there like that. You have to be smart in this game. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, they'd take your ass down. They would have been to our ass down. You know what I'm saying? And
so what was your plan?
I seen him, well, maybe like 6 months later at the House of Blues right there. And he invited us to the Pretty Pictures Museum the night before. And we went up there. He was up there partying. I seen him at the Pretty Pictures Museum. He like Keffe D. The FBI is all over us. You know what I'm saying, if you want to catch our heat, you know what I'm saying? Shit, they up in this party right now. I'm like, really? Like, yeah. So that's why I didn't understand how the fuck Biggie can get killed. You know what I'm saying? If the FBI out around here, you know what I'm saying? So they up in the party and everything. Ever since we got off the plane. Fuck.
God, I just thought of something I never thought of.
So we'll talk about Biggie in a second, but did you ask him for?
That's why there's
the
no
money
way
that
Keffe and the Southside Crips kill Biggie.
Was that?
Did you ask him for the money that he
Puff
owed
the
you?
FBI are all over.
No,
him.
I
So Keffe
shit,
would have
we
been
got
like,
the
fuck,
FBI
the
around,
FBI are
fuck
outside right now. Murder's off. We can't kill him right now.
That's
Yeah,
not good.
God, I never put that together before.
And is it true that?
I mean, but no one ever thought that Keffe D and them killed Biggie though. So these two dudes, they just back there just talking while the interview is going on. They have no idea. No one ever thought that they had something to do with that.
There's a rumor going around that Zip got half the money.
Zip got the million
the
for
FBI said.
pot.
Say it again, because I don't.
That's what the FBI said. That Zip got the money.
Do you believe it?
They's a motherfucker. See Donald Trump. Trump Jr. right now in trouble. About fucking emails and shit. He a motherfucker. You know he a motherfucker.
Did you talk to Zip about the money?
No, yeah, man. As soon as I left, I told you that, man, Ted Holiday had his head up my ass on me. I still got invoice from him. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that dude's a motherfucker. He head of the major crime unit. Shit, that dude's a motherfucker, dude. You know?
But here's the thing. You're not upset about not getting paid? Were you not upset?
Yeah, you're upset about not getting paid.
It's the time to get paid. I was trying to pick the perfect spot, dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to just pick the perfect spot.
All right, let me just backtrack here for a second.
What does he mean by that?
Yeah, you can switch over. Yeah,
He's going to talk in this office building.
Yeah.
He wants like a.
He wants to be in like a warehouse
He
or
wants to
something.
be like He wants to say like his. I don't know if they come up with the spot or what, but yeah, he doesn't want to be here.
Right? What you gonna do with some money in here?
Right. No, I mean, because you were saying like, yeah, I didn't do it then, I didn't do it. I just want to make sure that, I want to know where your head's at. You had a plan.
I am a kingpin that was making more money than Paul than going in.
You're picking your spots. Too.
Yeah.
Right. I hear you.
Playing my cards right. Yeah. Not at all. Hey, but we was up under a microscope. You know what I'm saying? They got crooked ass Compton police feeding these dudes downtown all the information. You don't understand, homie. Y'all need to be on our fucking side, homie. You know what I'm saying? Everybody on Tupac's side and all these other dudes' side, they should be on our fucking side. We the one who was catching it. Had crooked Compton police, crooked Rampart. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They telling them people downtown the LPI shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, we was up against it, homie. It's the shit that's coming out right now.
Maybe we can talk about that sensitive stuff, like, on the street somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, bring a camera. So, Yeah.
Go over everything.
That's all. Okay.
He gonna give me the green light.
Right.
Yes or no?
Did you went to the Hollywood Walk of Fame ceremony for Puffy?
Huh? Where you heard that from?
Him. He said it.
All right, what we're going to do, because this is going to be like another 15, 20 minutes, plus we got the defense. What we're going to do is the Dirk trial is over on a little 25-minute break. So I'm going to read the opening statements that the defense put together, and then we'll come back to the Tupac trial.
When?
All right, so real quick, we'll do the opening statements from the little Dirk trial, day 3. All right, this is Taylor Press. She's at LA Mag. Lil Durk trial update day 3. Court is currently on a 25-minute recess. During opening statements, the defense laid out its case against prosecutors' allegations in the killing of Quando Rondo. Well, they're talking about Little Pab, not actual Quando Rondo. Kevon Grant, who pled guilty and is testifying for the prosecution, was described as Durk's personal assistant, arranging guns, cars on Banks' behalf. The defense said Banks was consumed with getting revenge against Quando Rondo for the murder of King Von. Those involved, including Keith Jones, who is testifying for the defense, and David Lindsay, were flown into San Diego August 18, 2022, allegedly on the promise they would be paid for killing Quando Rondo. The defense called it a case of both revenge and a reward. Describing the morning of August 18th, frantic in nature, the group traveled with only the shirts on their back. So these dudes got on the plane, flew out there, was about to commit a crime, and then they were going to fly right back. No change of drawers, no change of socks, no toothbrush, no nothing. Just on the flight, ready to go, go, go. On August 18th and 19th, 2 white sedans with tinted windows, one rented and one stolen, allegedly stalked Quando Rondo before he was targeted at a gas station. August 19th, 18 bullets were fired. 3 shooters were dressed in black wearing ski masks purchased by Grant on a company card. Now, that company card is OTF, Only the Family, which is Little Durk's music company. Now, of course, You can say, hey man, I don't know what they bought with that, but there's more to this. Um, the defense alleges Dirk was at a rental house waiting for updates by his phone. GPS data from the rental car showed it was traveling to Lil Durk's rental property multiple times over 2 days. So they're saying that Lil Durk was at a Airbnb, whatever he was renting out. He was sitting there waiting for updates. His GPS is there. Then they said the GPS from the cars showed them going to where Little Dirk was at. So that's where you're kind of getting the conspiracy from. Like, hey, he's waiting for updates. He kind of knew what was going on. They were going back and forth. There's no way they were at the house not talking about it. But this is just opening statements. They got to prove this. The defense argued. Yeah, the defense also said that Little Dirk later tried to flee the country and ran from the FBI. The defense argued that Little Dirk was not the leader and said the evidence would show he wanted to uplift others and provide opportunities. Instead, the defense painted Grant as the mastermind. Grant was cousins with King Von and was extremely close to him. The defense said they shared a bank account and lived together, and alleged Grant was there when his cousin was shot in 2020. The defense said one of King Von's final words to Grant was, "Why did you let me get shot?" The defense said it in confidence it will prove to the jury that Grant was the mind behind the operation. They say prosecution evidence is taken out of context. I'll report back with more updates. So this was the defense, and she was going back and forth on both sides. I did not know that they actually got the GPS from Lil Durk's phone, showing that he was at the Airbnb. Now he did fly on the plane. Allegedly, that's what they're alleging, that he did fly on one of the planes with one of the shooters, or it was with Vonnie, whoever purchased the mask. But they also say there's a text message from Little Dirk saying, "Don't book nobody's name that's close to me." So that's what we have as of right now for the opening statements. They're on a 25-minute recess. We'll keep jumping back and forth in between the two because obviously this isn't televised. So we just have to wait for people to come outside and give us the full updates. And I commend these people because they're in there. They're keeping all of these notes. You can't record anything in there. So you got to write this down. And, they're doing a pretty good job of journalism. Let me see if there's any other updates, see if there's any other perspectives. Uh, What's up, Tamika? Um, Real quick, I'm just going to see if you got mail. I want to see if you got anything. Nah, she ain't updated nothing. So, the lady that we were just reading, she and another woman that works together at the magazine are both going in there. So I guess they're taking tag teams going in. You go in, I go in. You go in, I go in. All right, so that's well, let me see. I'm gonna see if Trap Lord Ross and Cousin Tino have anything because they're both going in and out, and they've been making videos, so we can just listen to what they got to say. 1 hour. Oh, opening statements immediately. All right, imminently. Nah, they ain't got nothing. All right, so that's all we got at the moment. That's all we got at the moment. I don't know. It seems like it's gonna be a good trial here. I'm definitely eager to hear everything that they have, all of the evidence.
And he like, I lost my plug. You know what I'm saying? Colombian boy left. Went back to Bogota. Shit, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I hate it happened.
Can you say what? So you wish what hadn't happened?
I wish I never happened to Tupac because shit, it changed my whole fucking life. You know what I'm saying? My plug that I was making all them hundreds of millions with, fucking went to Bogota left. You know what I'm saying? He didn't want to get caught up in our bullshit. You know, I wish I would have listened to him. I should have jumped on the plane with his ass to Bogota. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. All right, that's yeah. That's my son and my wife. They on my ass.
We're almost out.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry, you have to repeat it because the phone was me.
Okay, about the Bogota?
No. About Tupac. Like, did you ever feel bad? I mean, this is a kid on, the prime of his life.
I was like,
an artist that everyone loves.
To me, it was an ignorant kid in the prime of his life doing stupid shit out here.
How so?
Also, he shot the police in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Jumped on my nephew, him and his little gang. You know, you're a rapper. Stay in your lane. You know what I'm saying? Stay in your fucking lane. You're not a gangster. You're a fucking rapper. I told you earlier. Stay in your fucking lane, dude. You know what I'm saying? You're not doing what we doing. You know what I'm saying? So he should have just stayed in his lane. I hate it happened to him. Stuff like that. And, it really changed my fucking life. You know what I'm saying? My plug left. Shit, that motherfucker, I met him. I'm out of here. Y'all going to jail. Wish I would have been on the plane with his motherfucking ass. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I hate it happened, bro.
If Tupac had not gotten involved with your nephew in the lobby of the MGM, would he still be alive?
I don't know. He ignorant. Some motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Dude, you know what I'm saying? I guess he went with that mob and that shit went through his head on me. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I feel about it. Shit went through his head. And shit, he's ignorant, so you run into a lot of problems out here trying to be a gang member. You know what I'm saying? But see, in our community, we try to get up out the game, like try to play sports, rap, stuff like that. Try to get up out the game. Like our motive is to get up out the game. Like get us a home, get us a family. These motherfuckers nowadays is got millions of dollars and join their fucking game. That shit is backwards. You know what I'm saying? Shit is backwards. Chris Brown, Soulja Boy, Justin Bieber, better listen. You know what I'm saying? You got all that money, get away from this bullshit. Because all it leads to is death, penitentiary, and heartaches for your family. You know what I'm saying? People out here, we grew up in this shit.
Meanwhile, he telling on everybody. He snitching on everybody. Talk about, yeah, man, we grew up in this, man. We just different. Yeah, okay.
Guys from another town, dude, you need to leave that shit alone. Take it from Keffe D. Leave that shit alone.
So let me ask that question again. I really like that answer, by the way. I think it's true. It's like everyone's coming,
Yeah, these kids from Virginia, they coming being gamers. That's stupid. That's backwards.
So is
the real game members is trying to get up out this shit.
If that shit hadn't happened with Orlando, would you have left it alone that day?
Yes. Me and Suge is friends. We were friends. We grew up together. Shit went in the shit that never happened. You know what I'm saying?
What?
That shit shouldn't have never happened. Because me and this guy grew up together. We was friends since we was kids. You know what I'm saying? I want to tell you the whole truth about this shit, about the boss.
That's okay, but this brings up a good question. Did Suge know that who he was dealing with Orlando? Did he know that he was your nephew?
I told you, Moon Man came and said, Keffe D nephew. LA Times, Keffe D nephew.
I don't mean then. I mean before.
What?
Before he kicked him in the head.
I don't know. I think that was a stupid choice. But he did say that night, he told them police that night that Keffe D nephew, Keffe D nephew. You know what I'm saying? He did say that. You know what I'm saying? You said something. And why you use my name? But I don't do it. Right. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to get me arrested too. Yeah.
Didn't Orlando had a deal, right? To testify for Suge. Can you talk about that?
What's that?
You heard me. Orlando had a deal to testify for Suge. So at one point.
You taking all the stories out of my book. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You make my book no good no more.
Hey, this is good promotion for your book.
What's that?
This is good promotion for your book.
Oh, you know about that too?
You just told me.
No, I'm talking about the meeting.
Oh. I don't know. Is there any truth to that? That Orlando agreed to a deal to testify for Suge?
Okay, all right. What's that? We not gonna go to that one. Okay. I'm gonna save me something for my motherfucking book. God damn, no surprises. Hey, homie, yeah. You did your work though. I'm not even right? I see.
Well, next time we talk, I'm gonna drill you on those. There's no.
All right.
There's no escaping it. Nora, are we good? Do you have anything?
Should be about it, man.
Yeah, you feel comfortable talking about that? She said, can you talk about the hierarchy of like being a kingpin? Yeah, like how, how's the structure? Like how's yeah. Look at me, don't look at her.
Okay. Like the codes of the street. Our game is built through respect and the work you put in. And as far as power, you know what I'm saying? That's the way our game is. You got the double OGs, OGs, OBGs, BGs, and the TGs.
Tell him where he was.
And the OTSs and that's where our game is structured. So I could fall in the double OG, but I was there when the game was. So this way it goes. People will. You either become a game banger as you get older, or a gangster. Or go to school, or get a job. You know what I'm saying? About 25, that's when you determine whether you're going to be.
Hey, Tamika, this dude, and it's not like he just talking and talking. He's like legit telling on all the crimes that he hasn't even been prosecuted for. He hasn't ever been brought in for. Outside of the Tupac shooting, that's the only thing he had immunity for that day in his proffer agreement. But this dude is telling everything, all the crimes that everybody was committing, crimes that he was committing. Now, I know most of them got statute of limitations, but still, he's talking about other shootings that had happened. This dude is an idiot. And now he's sitting here thinking, man, what did I do wrong? You did everything wrong. Everything. You can't get on here and talk about you a gangster and this is how you grew up. But when people start breaking into your house and threatening your wife and you talking about they just broke into the car and then you're crying for help. If you a gangster, you can't call the police. If you a gangster, you can't go to the hospital. You can't take an ambulance. You can't do none of that. You a gangster. Go figure that shit out in the streets. That's how I look at it. If someone breaks in your house, you can't call the police. You can't file insurance claims. You a gangster. You can't do none of that.
You know what I'm saying? Drinking. And she on me.
Just 5 more minutes, I promise.
Okay.
Where were you and how did you hear that Biggie had died?
I was in the parking garage, and everybody ran back up in the parking garage and said, "They just killed Biggie. They just killed Biggie." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, damn, that was fucked up. By then, all the LAPDs was there, and I was waiting on my car to get validated up out of there and shit. Validated up out of there. Then 3 days later, Cass Compton police and crooked motherfuckers pulled nephew over and said, "This is bullshit." You know what I'm saying? Some bullshit. They run down there. They just played dirty pool with us, dog. You know what I'm saying? I was really like the fall guy. To me, fucked over me, man. It fucked over my life.
But they cleared you, right? I mean, you're not.
My life been fucked over ever since, homie. Just don't understand, dude. And I still gotta watch people. You know what I'm saying? To me, they violated my civil rights, my everything, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Did you suspect that somebody was casing the party, Bad Boy?
Casing the party?
Yeah.
You heard about that? Well, you're a motherfucker. Yeah, you did your little work. Yeah, they was up there. The Bloods was there. They came up there. I told Puff now. You know what I'm saying? I said, y'all be careful. The niggas is up here. He's like, all right. And sure enough, it went down. Yeah. Sad. You know, they come up here and get ate up out of it's a zoo out here, a jungle. Y'all coming from that little punk ass town with all the shit, eat your ass up out here, boy. It's gorilla. I mean, this shit is lions, tigers, and bears.
Well, did you?
They will eat up the weak out here.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Did you? How'd you feel about Biggie dying since you knew him personally?
Oh, they kind of fucked me up. You know what I'm saying?
What did?
When Biggie got killed, kind of fucked me up. I'm sad behind it, everything, man. It was fucked up behind it. And these bullshit ass cops gonna put that out in the media like we did that bullshit just to get the heat up off their ass. You know what I'm saying? But it's all gonna come out. It's coming out every day, homeboy. Believe me.
Nah, you can't go to the hospital.
All right, but you.
Let my wife get me. All right.
If you go to the hospital as a gangster from being shot, that means a police report is going to be taken. And if you're a gangster, you can't be in police reports. Your name, you can't do none of that speaking. Yeah. If you a gangster, the only way you can get in the ambulance is if you dial 911. And if you a gangster, you can't dial 911. There's a lot of things you can't do as a gangster. Well, you ain't supposed to. I hold gangsters to a higher standard than everyone else. It's a code to live by.
Wait.
In room time.
Okay, thanks, man. Oh, yeah, that's a good start.
Because our street.
Wait, stay there. Yeah, sit back. Just this question real quick. Sorry, I thought you were done. That was your only question before. Okay. So why Baby Lane?
Why did it be called Baby Lane?
Why was Orlando? Yeah, tell me that.
Because he was born on Burrs Lane.
Sorry. Tell me the whole stuff, like the sentence. Orlando was called Baby Lane because
Orlando was called Baby Lane because he was born on Burrs Lane, the street Burrs. And they just called him Lane, short for Orlando. So he took our street name. And his pops was real high in the echelons of our gang. The founder fathers. So,
and the baby isn't because he had a baby face or anything like that.
Baby Lane. Short for our street.
Right. And Keffe?
Keffe? We had like 3 Keffes in our hood. So they just broke them down and they just put Keffe D on it.
So they give you the initials so that
Yeah.
they separate you from the others.
Others, yeah. And that shit just went like a wildflower. Blew up, got rich, had all the money, all the women. Don't put that on there. My wife's gonna kill me. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gonna have my wife deposit for that car too.
This has got to be the last one.
Okay. Original gangster, yeah. A double OG is a dude that's like been around a while. You know, the founding fathers and stuff. You know, founding fathers of the game. That's where our game stopped at the double OG. And our youngest gang members is called TSs, Tiny Soldiers. Yeah. We got like about 6 different generations.
Okay. Thank you.
My wife wants that deposit for that car too. Yeah, because she is on my, she's crazy.
So why don't you talk to, well, we gotta talk to you.
He told where everybody was born, mom's first, last, maiden name.
Talk on the phone. And then if you know if things get heavy for you, maybe we can just talk about Orlando and then leave it at that.
All right.
But these guys are expecting details from that night.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
I don't want to put you in the
Even the Justice Department is decent.
Yeah.
I swear to God on me.
I hear you.
They had some major players on me, dog. The dude named Michael Terrell. Oh man. He's a beast. He's head U.S. attorney of this area. We call his Bluebeard. That dude hate me on me, I swear to God.
No, like I said, I mean,
come in the room like, y'all fucking to deal with the fucking devil now.
They're wrapping up.
Somebody's gonna wind up dead behind this. Like, sir, I swear to God, I swear to God, everybody gonna be, I'll be nice. I'll be good. I'm not the devil.
No, I mean, do what you got to do, and then can we set up a date? No, like an actual day where like there's no misunderstanding. You're here for this. Or we can go out to Vegas and what I wanted to do is for you to take us on the street. Why is that funny? Why is that funny? Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's funny.
Hey, you know, they never, you know.
Like the dude, I seen Rick Ross at the airport. He just couldn't put my face on it. You know what I'm saying? He was like, "No," he said, "Bro, I know you from nowhere." I said, "You don't want to know who I am, motherfucker." He's like, "I know you." I'm like, yeah. You really want to know? Yeah.
We'll figure it out. But
that 20th, like my sister giving her, we giving her a 70 birthday party, the milestone 70. My sister, that's on the 29th, so I'm gonna be there at about 4 days before then, for a whole week.
Okay, here you mean?
In California.
Yeah. California.
The 29th of July.
But if we just wanted to come out to Vegas, can we do that too? I mean, I'm not joking about the street stuff. Yeah. Then you can just tell me on the street. It'll be different than this. Yeah. It'll be less formal.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Jeez Louise, bro. That went on for.
Let's see. We've been going for about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you guys have to take a restroom break? Anyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your hand. Okay. If you want to just do maybe another half hour and then we'll take our lunch break. Okay, perfect.
They going straight through to lunch. Ain't no breaks. They going straight through. This judge said, hell no, we're going to sit here. We're going to go for 2 hours straight. Yeah, because this started at 57-minute mark? Well, we picked back up. So from the 44-minute, sheesh. Man, put your hand down.
Do you need to use the restroom? Okay. All right. We will have to take our break now. So we will take a recess. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with the trial. or read, watch, or listen to any report of the commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. Please rise for the jury. We'll see you guys back here at, let's say, 11:40.
11:40. We got 15 minutes. All right, we'll go back to seeing what's going on in the Little Dirk case. Obviously,
We're just gonna take a short.
this here is the same. It's the same thing we've been looking, but just different people's perspective of recording the same thing. This gentleman was Michael Dorsey, so he had some recordings of his own behind the scenes that were going to go into the documentary, which of course Keffe D just ran his mouth the whole time about a whole bunch of other stuff, and they had to tell him, no, we want you to say Baby Lane is named this because of this. This guy just, yeah, I had more money than Puff at that time, $100 million. He ain't have $100 million. He had a couple M's though. But all right, let's go see what the hell they got. The prosecution revealed today that Casey Hester, OTF Jam, which they say he is a legit shooter, he didn't call multiple bodies, and then OTF Vonnie, who is supposed to be the money man, and Keith Jones Flocka, who is allegedly one of the other shooters, are all expected to testify for the prosecution against Little Dirk. So if you got two shooters testifying against him and the guy that bought all this with the money, with the credit cards, it's going to be an uphill battle from there. Michael Blackshear, I've been following him since today, but I've seen him pop up multiple times. So we'll go back probably about 15, 20 minutes and see what he had to say. All right, there's one black juror on the jury box, and it's a black woman. Again, I know a lot of people say this isn't fair, but the demographic, we've already brought it up. The population of black people in Los Angeles County is 8%. 1 out of 12 is 8%. So if you're going off of your peers within that community, they're about right. One black person is really a representation of the community in California. I know a lot of people get it misconstrued when they say a jury of your peers. They're thinking race and the same age. No, 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 no. Your peers are people that live in that community from 18 on up. So yeah, they might be older, but they live in that community. They may be your age, but they live in that community. So that's what people is. I won't say people. It's usually like the younger people. Unless you get when you can start seeing that they are having some discrimination is when you start seeing them move the trials to different counties so it can be favorable for the prosecution or for the defense. But you see a lot in the southern states. They'll try to move it to different counties where it's more white people, and they can have a little more wiggle room. Say out of 80 people, they could bring in 75 white people, and then the other be like a Mexican, Hispanic, and Native. You know what I mean? But this is the way it is, man. So let's see. What else do they got? So this is the defense. He has a successful label. This is what he is the leader of. He wasn't a leader of a criminal group. Marissa Goldberg said during the opening statements. The prosecution mentioned during their opening statements that Casey Jam is a killer. He's also desperate. She said that in respects to OTF Jam, gonna say whatever he can. OTF Jam was interviewed by law enforcement 30 times, Goldberg said during the defense's opening statements. This is a story of revenge. The prosecution, I'm not going to keep saying that. This is a story of revenge, the prosecution said. They discussed this was revenge for King Von's death. The prosecution said today that OTF Jam, OTF Vonnie, and Flocka will testify for the prosecution. We agree that it was a tragedy that Little Pop was killed that day. Mr. Banks was not there. He was not connected to it, they said from the defense. Soraya Robinson, Little Pop's family, is there in the courtroom today, including his mother. It's absolutely clear he was not there. He was living in Encino with his wife. He was living in LA because he's a performer, Goldberg said during the defense's statements. Of course, he's Dirk. We'll be fair about it. He's Dirk. He got money. So he probably got places in Chicago. We know in Atlanta he got one where he was talking to the police about the people that robbed him. and he gave information to the police about the robbers. He told on himself about shooting in the air, but that doesn't have anything to do with this. I'm sure that'll get brought into it later because of his cell phone that was confiscated that day because he's a convicted felon and his dumb ass admitted to the police that he shot a weapon when he can't be around weapons. You will hear from OTF Vonnie. He will testify. He was Mr. Banks' personal assistant. He was the guy who did everything. He booked the rental car. He booked the fake license plates. Well, he put the fake license plates on the car. He bought the ski mask, Goldberg said during the opening statements. That's who we're going to have to watch. Vonnie, they're trying to say, is the mastermind. There are allegations of murder for hire. There is no money to follow, no payment, no bounty. There is no murder for hire when nobody got paid. You got a point there. Mr. Hester is eager to delete Quando Rondo. Mr. Hester is angry that Mr. Wilson, OTF Didi, is not participating. Mr. Wilson did not admit to a crime, Craig Harbaugh said. He's the lawyer for OTF Didi. Now, OTF Didi is an alleged killer too. OTF Didi has a little brother by the name of, I think it's Baby Threat. Baby Threat has an arrest body cam footage where as soon as they pull him out of the police car, he starts crying and tells them, I swear to God, I can give you a body. I can tell you about a murder. Before they took him in, he was still crying, sobbing and stuff. So there's a lot of snitches because none of these, when you take the gun away from these guys, 11 out of 10 times, they soft. They ain't on nothing. They ain't on nothing. RIP to King Von, but we even seen King Von in jail when they was about to put him in the op cell. He started pretending to be he talking about I want to be removed because of my sexual orientation. And then we hear him on and we see him and he's talking about bye little Josh. He's trying to pretend to be gay because he was scared to go in there because they was gonna whoop his ass. So I don't give any of these guys credit for being these tough guys. You remove guns from them in a huge entourage, they just regular ass niggas, man. But we're gonna see how this plays out here. Um, that's the updates that we do have. Let me go to Dirk's docket. It's opening statements, nothing there. And again, don't come on here and be like, hey, I'm not bringing nobody. This is what they saying. This is in the paperwork. All I'm doing is reading you guys what they said and giving my opinion to it. But hey, if you have a different opinion to it, hit the subscribe button, hit that like button, and drop a super chat if you want me to read it. Or you can make a YouTube and then I come over there and you can say what you want to say. But while we over here, we going off of what I say. Oh boy, let me see. Videos. So here's the video of the dude Baby Threat that his brother is the OTF Didi. So he's supposed to be a shooter, but let me see if I can find it. Oh man. Baby Threat. Of course, ain't nothing popping up. Oh, I think all right, here we go. So these are the guys that are potentially going to be snitching against Little Dirk. Now, they said Little Dirk wasn't paying these dudes. So let me see, is this it? Nah, this ain't even playing it all the way. Little Ted A. here we go. Now saying this jam, they saying Little Dirk paid him $50,000, which they actually have footage of Dirk giving him $50,000. But hun, check this out. This is the dude, Little Ted. This is one of the guys. Him and OTF Jam were together. The gun he gets caught with is the gun that OTF Jam told him to get rid of. So it's a lot of nonsense going on behind the scenes, but just listen to this fool.
6421 King. 421 South King Drive. Really? 6421 King in your custody time, the weapon recovery time, 1540 on the clock. You working? I need a copy of the business license. Copy of the business license, yeah. So I think it is for playing yesterday. All right. Excuse me, bro. All right. Just give me a bag.
Illinois exposed cams.
Here we go.
I'm watching you. You talking all that because you ain't got nothing, bro. I got it. I'll stay right here.
Illinois exposed cams. Exposed cams.
We're gonna be visiting this.
Right there in the corner.
I get what you're saying, officer. I'm saying, did you guys chase him from outside in?
Huh?
Did you guys chase him from outside in?
No, he was already.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Cams.
Look at this nigga crying.
Come on.
Illinois exposed cams.
Hey, stop it. Stop it.
Illinois exposed cams.
That nigga said, "I'll tell you."
Illinois exposed
I
cams.
swear to God.
I swear to God, I tell you, I will tell you, please.
Oh, so you get to send it to.
Dog, look at this, man. It ain't no reason to even be crying. They pulled nigga pants down. Oh, you could tell he crying for real, for real. He want to tell anything he can. Audio back in. This is and I think he left his son at home with the door.
Door unlocked, or you got keys, so we going out? The door unlocked? All right, I'm gonna send a unit over there, all right? Okay? All right, sit tight, man. Sit tight. All right, give me her number. I'm gonna call. What's her number?
And this is why when we watch these trials, I don't give a damn what happens to these fools, man. These dudes is gonna kill somebody and then gonna
I can't understand. Relax. What's the number? 7.
You know what I mean? This is what they do, but we'll see if there's any more updates. We got 5 minutes before the Tupac trial.
Let's see what we can do for you. You gotta relax, man.
Relax, man. I'm gonna get a bus to prison. Relax.
Give me No, I'm saying, what you talking about? I'm trying to get that.
Yeah, man. So that's one of the guys that him and the gentleman OTF Jam. They said that Jim told him that, which I'll never understand that. Why would you keep after you shoot somebody with a gun? That gun's supposed to be gone. That gun's supposed to be disassembled, tossed in the lake. One here, drive further down, part here, throw all of that away. You ain't supposed to keep that. But these dudes, real life, be bums. They hang around like Lil Durk. He got the money. Everybody else around them, they just regular people. Just regular people with no jobs, doing whatever for 10,000, 20,000. Now, don't get me wrong, $10,000 is a lot of money, not for nobody. A body, I'm gonna have to get at least a half a ticket. And I'm talking about 500 up front and then 500 on the back end. But yeah, like 10,000 is a lot of money if you're making money. Well, even if you don't have money, 10,000 is a lot. But you'll go through it, especially when you're trying to live and keep up with everybody else. Nah, man, you give me 10,000 right now. Oh, I'll appreciate that 10,000. Let me tell y'all what I do with that 10,000 right now. You wouldn't even know what I'm gonna do with that 10,000 because I wouldn't tell you what I'm gonna do with that 10,000. But that 10,000, I put it in one of them ETFs and just let that thing sit real quick, see how it's gonna do on the other end. But yeah, man, these dudes, a lot of people always blame it on the schools, and school didn't teach me anything about financial literacy. I figured that shit out when I had that overdraft. When I was down like 200 something dollars, I was like, well, this will never happen again. But that's what we have right now. Let me see what this guy, I'm in this do not, I guess it's do not POV. I'm in his Discord. Let me hear what he got to say.
What's up? It's your boy Denot here on day 3 of the Lil Durk trial. The defensive strategy is to say that Vonnie, who happens to be King Von's cousin, set up Lil Durk by using his credit card and making it look like there was an unalignment for hire. They also are pointing that Vonnie might have been, jealous or felt some type of way by the OTF family and Lil Durk using King Von's death to sell music and so forth. And also explosive. According to the defense, Jim actually met with the feds over 30 times, and only 3 of those times are recorded. He's expected to testify. Now, Brown Eyes has already pled guilty to the unalivement. He has not been sentenced, and I feel like Brown Eyes might actually be the defense's rebuttal witness to discredit Jam and others that are pointing fingers at Lil Durk. What's up? It's your boy Denot.
Yeah, so he's in there. He's going in back and forth. And we're going to see, man. He's a little biased towards Durk. He's like everybody else. Me personally, I mean, I don't care. I'll debate anybody. I'll go back and forth with him. But yeah, he's a little biased. He, in his thing, man, we got to get him out, man. Y'all pray for him. Nigga, I'm not wasting my prayer on these fools. But yeah, the way I look at it is, this is what Nino Brown did. Nino Brown was guilty, but what did he do? He blamed it on what was his name? Raheem, the light-skinned brother from the bank. So in this is like how, it's not Durk saying it, but if we're being real, your lawyers are only gonna do what you approve of. So for them to be putting this on Vonnie, Durk agreed with that. Nah, put it all on Vonnie. Put it all on Vonnie. So do with that information and figure it out. But we're gonna go back to Tupac's trial, and then we'll see what they got when we take a lunch break. Because I think she said 30 more minutes, and then we'll have a lunch break. So we'll see how that goes. But hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. This is the opening for Lil Durk. Now I'm gonna piece all of this together. I got 1, 2, 3 clips right now. I'm gonna piece all of those together.
Outside the presence.
Other than that, yeah. Actually, I see a white man's torso in the background.
I'm gonna go back real quick and see if they give us did they say how much time this is gonna be?
About 45 minutes.
Okay. 45 minutes. All right. You gonna leave?
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't seen her today. You said she called me and told. me that you called her this morning, but I don't think she's in the office actually.
Look at Mario for 1 second. I just want to make sure your background looks good. We'll be in business.
You're gonna be looking at me the whole time, so.
So, Dave, I think it's hitting the whole thing. We want to raise it up and down. Slay the shoulders, right?
Hey, Eric. Yeah. Oh, well, do this first. What the hell's happening over there? Did you get in touch with him? No, he's not picking up for Nora either. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's all right, right, Keith? You know what you're going to talk about, right? Do you need him here? He's not picking up.
What? When that light come, yeah, I need him. You know, we already discussed that. I don't know when the fuck he picked up.
Me neither. Yeah.
So I'm talking about we gonna. Man.
Where'd he go? I need wing. I mean, I'm ready to start.
How are you doing? Yeah. Yeah, I just didn't see you in here, dude. He's like, yeah, I do.
That's all we got.
So
We're talking a little bit about the fight.
I told I'm not. I wasn't talking to her that little black stuff.
You know what?
Told her that we was in the office that day when we was arguing. I said, give me 2 weeks. She said, I said, I gave you 6 months. And she said, Keith, I got the people here, just shoot this, woo. So, like, shit, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Oh, you want to go through the whole thing again?
Yeah.
Okay, we can do a little bit of that. Yeah, sure. I mean, but you look great. I have it already. We don't have to go through the entire story.
I look great.
You look fine. Yeah.
To you.
To me. To everyone. To everyone who's seen it.
Hey, don't release that shit on the internet like you did last time.
No, of course not.
Who released that shit?
I wasn't even working here when I have no idea.
Did you hear about that? Yeah.
You weren't even working here?
I'm here for 5 weeks.
So he shot like a promo. He came in, before Mario got hired, and shot a promo, and then somebody like BET or somebody leaked it.
Somebody I know. I actually was here, but I was here with her.
So can we let's talk about the other stuff then. We'll get to that. I'm just going to go back to the stuff that we talked about in the other.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we get to that. Yeah. Everybody ready to start?
Yeah, that's bad.
Can you give me a...
All right, here we go.
Oh, for this one. Yeah. So you're very close. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Where do you think we'll start?
No, I see it. You want to tell thank you. Okay, that's ours. Okay, that.
See, I know they couldn't alter this because it's court, but they should have brought this to the defense and were like, "Hey, man, we're gonna try to turn this up a little bit because this shit's low as hell." You know, I'm over here trying to read the stuff, but then you hear chatter in the background. It's like, man, what the hell? We can't hear any of this, and you know, Keffe D already don't. He already don't open his mouth to talk. He I thought I was gonna go do it. Like, man, this is the worst. And it's the same shit we didn't heard the last week. The same thing. The feds is after him.
I'm not seeing it. I just told them I thought it was fine. A little bit about that just to get us warmed up. Okay. Let me just move my chair up. So remember, you're going to be looking at me. And remember to try to speak in full sentences, right? I'm going to always stop you if you don't do
Speaking
it.
full sentences.
So I grew up in blah, blah, blah. It was, my neighborhood was this.
Okay. I grew up in Compton. I moved here in 1965. And it was all white back then. We was the first black family on the street. It was pretty cool. Then blacks started moving in like 69, 70, 71. Then you know, most hold on.
Sorry.
No,
I think it's a computer, yeah. Sorry. I did. Hold on, now you turn it on. It's off. Go ahead.
Okay, I grew up in Compton, 1965. Moved out there. It was the first black family on the street, literally in the neighborhood. So blacks started moving in about 69, 70, 71. Most families would go for their parents, pops and moms and pops. The neighborhood was pretty nice, pretty green grass, all that. And the gangs came in about 70, 71. And our neighborhood started gang banging in 1972.
And what affiliation was the gangs?
It was Crips and Bloods. And our neighborhood was U.S. at first. Then they turned to Crips in 1972.
You were a good kid, you were telling me, right?
Yes.
Like you were a good student.
Yeah, 65 to 72.
Tell me that, and then tell me how you felt in
7 years old, 7, 8.
the gang activity.
I fell in the gangs.
Yeah.
Really, fell in the gangs. You know, it was a fad around our neighborhood. You know, I was a good student, but I still was a gang member back then. I used to be like the ball boy from Compton College, so I knew older dudes and stuff like that. That gave me more wisdom, whereas you
played ball with Suge back, right?
Yeah, played Pop Warner football at Greater Compton with Suge Knight. His dad was a coach and stuff like that.
So you cool dude?
Yeah, he was cool with it back then. He was like a year younger than us. Him and his cousins played on our team. He was twin, Ronald Dynamite, and Suge. And all three of them played on the team. His dad was our coach.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So at some point, you guys were tight, right?
We were just football teammates. Yeah, we used to go to his house. We win the games. Go to his house, go swimming. We used to go to his other uncle house, Donald house too. We go swimming. We were at we win and stuff.
Yeah, swimming pools back then. They was living the life, wasn't they?
So, let me check my notes here. When did you first hear about Death Row?
Death Row?
Yeah, about the label and all that stuff.
1990.
Tell me the full sentence.
I heard about Death Row in 1990. Before Suge was even involved.
What was your impression like? You know, what were you? Is it true that you were somewhat involved at the beginning with them?
Yes.
Can you explain what that was?
I did the footwork for the project. I really didn't think it was going to work. 2 years later, it came up.
So what was that for?
It was the footwork? Yeah. You know, just the footwork, basic footwork.
Yeah. We have it on camera. You told me about delivering the money and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So can you expand on that?
What's that?
Can you tell me about it?
I just did the footwork with the money part. That's all. Yeah. But I can't tell you what I did for it. You know what I'm saying? But did the footwork for the project.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I think maybe Wayne's calling. Hey, Randy. Can you check to see somebody from the reception is calling me? Oh, he is. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you need to be in here. Yeah.
So he's not gonna come for him?
He's not gonna come for me? I'll go get him.
No, I'll do it. Let me just finish this thought before we forget it. Like, he can wait for a second. So without naming names, what kind of people did you do the footwork for? Without naming names, what kind of people did you do the footwork for?
The bosses.
Yeah, but just, tell me in a full sentence. I did the footwork for...
I did the footwork for bosses. You know, me and Suge had the same boss, really. Yeah.
And was it drug money?
Yes, that's what it was.
In a full sentence.
Yes, it was drug money.
Yeah, so let me get Wayne. We can stop now. Yeah, I mean, well, how much time do we have in that? Okay, yeah, let's just keep rolling.
I'm talking about me. Okay, hey. Oh, damn. Yeah, I'm good. Good job.
I feel everything jiggling.
So he is there talking to the door.
He's not gonna talk if you're not there.
Why he do that every time I'm in there?
What?
He's supposed to be in there with me, dog.
Just come in.
What are you talking? What's getting more headaches? I made that happen. And he told my sister that. I swear to God, man. And she stressed me every motherfucking month with rent money. Because he told her that.
Just please come in. Yeah.
Yeah, I looked through over the door. I said, Shawty, I've been there this man.
It makes my life more difficult. Yeah, we're good.
He really crossed me. Nigga, no way in hell he let that book come out. They would have been said something about my brother. I don't know. They just surely a I ain't wrong, man. He hooked this up. Yeah, I called y'all on it. In fact, I didn't even talk to him. I talked to him first about it. So no, listen, I know we was already doing this house and all that, spending the night and all that.
Oh, you get out? He's still gonna Terry has to leave, so he's gonna be here in 10 minutes.
Terry got to leave. Okay.
We got to get into some action, man. All of this, they could have just played the documentary for us. I mean, I get it. They doing the setup and all. We getting like a little bit of tidbits from behind the scenes, but it's nothing significant that because it's already hard enough for us to hear. So trying to read the transcript and listen to it, it's like, man, they doing too much. Prosecution, defense, y'all get up here and sum this up for us. Cause we ain't hearing nothing. All we know is Keffe D can say 3 words, but they keep trying to tell him to put everything in a full sentence, and he can't he can't compute. Shawty gotta leave, okay? I gotta talk to her, okay?
I need to talk to her too. You know what she is? What's up, man?
I'll fill you in. I'll translate.
What's all right?
Yeah. Right. Basically, yeah. But that's a huge admission from an OG from Compton with verifiable connections to say on camera, yes. Straight from the horse. He's the go-between.
It doesn't have to be so complicated. It's like a fucking thing.
Nobody's fucking sure right now because he's cut off, but no, they fell out. But certainly not after Tupac Shakur.
I'll get pushing to get everything going, and then we can kind of figure out.
So I'll give it to you after. Yeah. I mean, I have to get it from them, but I can give it to you. Well, I wanted to go to Vegas. And, yeah. I only have authorization for 5. We can talk. I'll just take you on. But I need no property.
But if you then when we go meet in Vegas for your shop, we'll just bring the other. Don't want to get some good girl shots.
It's all good. Hi, Ashley. This is Mario Diaz calling you back. Hi. Good. Okay.
I don't know why they're taking a break. I didn't hear somebody couldn't get in or something. I don't know. I have not heard his voice, but he didn't say much last time.
Didn't make a left. It was the wrong path. Okay, take the wrong path. Hey there, how are you? I'm good. I'm actually, just wanted to tell you back real quick, but I'm doing interviews today, so I don't have a lot of time. Tell me.
This one is doing a lunch.
How did that get started? Oh, we had a place called Compton Hydraulics. My brother did, and they used to call up there and ask for lowriders. Who did? All kind of entertainers, movie people, and everything. So that's all. Batman from what's his name? Marcus Houston. Yeah, he used a few of them called. Yeah. And how did you end up in the video? I went up. Well, our crew. Like I never was in no video. I would never put myself out there like that. Was it in Orlando in some of the videos too? I feel like I've seen his face in some of the videos. Not that I knew of. But you guys started, you started hanging out with Puffy and going to concerts. And how did that relationship start? He called one night. Puff called one night and asked us was it cool to come out on the West Coast for those concerts. Yeah. we went to was in Irvine at the summer gym. And then Suge was there. When I got off the stage, when Biggie did perform, Suge asked me, how did I know them guys? I seen he was kind of getting jealous then because Biggie had a hot record back then. Got it one of them chance. That was the hottest thing going on right there.
So how did you get on stage with those guys?
Oh, I knew some New York people that knew them. New York guys. Yeah.
So you were on stage doing the performance?
Yes, I was on stage with them, yeah.
I wanted to ask you how that works, because they call you guys up to see if it's okay to come to LA. What does that mean? You know, for some of us who don't understand, like.
No, you hold on.
Yeah.
No, he would call see if it was cool to come out to LA because he was scared of Suge. And you know, they had a beef, some shit started in Atlanta or something. Yeah.
So did you guys offer him security? Is that how it went down, or?
No, we ain't no security guards. You know what I'm saying? No, we just went to the concerts with him. I guess he was trying to be slick because we're Crips and his enemies are Bloods. You know what I'm saying? I guess he was being smart. But me and Suge were friends, so I used to go to parties. Everything was Suge. Me and Suge get parties and all the clubs, all that.
So at that point, it was still cool.
Yeah,
you still talk to Suge, no problem. You still talk to, you hung out with Puffy's people, no problem.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
When did it become a problem?
I guess when that guy, Big J, got killed in Atlanta.
Tell me about that.
The word on the street was his Puffy bodyguard killed him. Yeah, out there in Atlanta at a party or something.
And then I want to understand how, Puffy is afraid that Suge's going to do something, so he calls you guys up, right?
No, he was having a tour that year, that BET tour, and he was just shit. I guess he was paranoid, scared. He's like, I guess he used the Crips. You know what I'm saying? That's it. So he just called and asked, can we come to the concert?
Did you guys have a good time with him?
Oh yeah, it was cool. Had a nice time.
All right, so let's go through all the stuff we talked about last time. How many times did you meet Puffy?
How many times have I met Puffy?
Yeah.
Shit, I can't remember so many times. I can't remember.
Was there a specific time and place where you guys talked about him being scared?
Shit, Greenbacks on Sunset.
What happened then?
Shit, you eat upstairs at the deli and you order your food downstairs. So me and him went downstairs and ordered a couple of champagne bottles. And we talked about it then.
What did he say?
What did he say? Shit, he was just scared of the guy. Shit. That's all.
Did he ask you to do something for him?
Shit. Not really. Yeah.
He's nodding. He's saying yes.
Okay. Yes, he asked us to do something.
Can you tell me what that is?
I guess he wanted the big guy taken care of. Shit. That's all in shit. I'm not no killer, so I don't know why he was asking me. You know?
Right.
Yeah. Shit. That ain't my line of work. Yeah.
So, how did you meet Puffy initially? Was it through Zip? We talked about who Zip was. Let's dig in a little bit. Who's Zip and how did you meet him?
Zip? We played a baseball game at our park. It was a different neighborhood, and he happened to be their pitcher. Yeah. Happened to be their pitcher, yeah.
And what was his line of work?
There's a lot of work. Well, he's a pimp, you know, and he get money in the streets. Yeah.
So what? Were you guys in business together?
No, not really.
He just tell me what he did for you in terms of the Puffy relationship. Did he connect you to him? Is that who introduced you?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
So, please say that on the computer.
Oh. Yeah, Final Zip introduced me to Puff. So I met Puff, yeah.
Like, let me just keep checking my notes here. So once you knew what Puff wanted, did you look for an opportunity to, you know, help him out with his problem?
Oh no, sir. I didn't need the money. I was well off my damn self. Matter of fact, he was just starting out, so my pockets was fatter than his. Okay.
Your life during that time, like what were you're putting in a lot of money, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Paint a picture of what that looks like. Like what was it? How much money were you bringing in? You know, how large were you living?
Do I got to say that?
You give an idea. You know, you don't have to be like super specific to the dollar amount. You know, just give me a sense of it.
About 4.2, 4 million, 31, 20 million, yeah. Wasn't mine, so. Yeah.
How much did you keep?
About 20%.
20%, 4.2 million.
So to you, the money that
is what 1.1.
When things got hot,
He's getting about like 1.80.
And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But when things got hot in Vegas, was it about the money? You know, when you guys went after Suge and Tupac?
Really, it seemed like they came after us.
No, that's cool.
Okay.
So let's go back. I'm jumping around a lot. So let's go back to the Puffy thing. After you met with him at Greenblatt's, when did you see him again?
So he was bringing in 4.2 million a month allegedly. He was getting 20%, so he was taking home about $840,000 a month, which is still good as hell, especially thinking in the early 90s. Hell, $840,000 a month now is good, but $840,000 back then now is probably about probably like 1.5, 2 million almost. Let me see.
The candy? Yeah. That's all right. He can hear the candy going.
Okay. All right.
Either swallow it or spit it out.
Hey, yo.
Okay.
You met him at Greenblatt's. Did you see him again?
After that? Yeah.
And was he still concerned about the beef with Suge?
No, not really. Shit, he had about 50 clips with him. Shit. And he hired some Navy SEALs too. So damn, I was like, damn. Yeah.
So just tell me the beginning of that. So Puffy wasn't afraid because?
Oh, Puffy wasn't afraid because he had 50 clips with him. And plus he had about 10 Navy SEALs in the room. Shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So, let's talk about Orlando. Who's Orlando Anderson?
Orlando Anderson is my nephew. My nephew, my best friend, my son, everything. He's everything.
You guys did a lot of stuff together? Hung out? Chilled out?
He He was a youngster, just just graduated from high school. And, they jumped on him, 20-year-old kid, some grown men jumped on the kid. That's my nephew. You know what I'm saying? Seemed like he always picking on some kids. Yeah.
Did he become part of your crew?
No, not really. I would never put my nephew in a position like that to be part of no crew like that.
But he's affiliated with gangs, right? He's affiliated with the Crips. He's not. I've seen pictures of him flashing gang signs.
Well, shit, he grew up over there. That's a culture, Yeah, it's culture over there. Yeah, he went to school. That's our neighborhood. Period.
So what happened? I want to set the stage for what happened at the lobby of the MGM, right? Somebody saw him and said, "That's the guy who stole my chain," right?
Yeah.
There had been a previous incident at the Lakewood Mall.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what you know about that stuff?
Well, it was a football player. It was a guy, one of my little homeboys named Marcus. He was playing football he was going to play football for Arizona State. We was up there to buy him some.
You were there?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay.
But they was there to send him off right, to give him support so he could be all right when he go to college. It just so happened he ran into 3 of the death row guys, and he was there by himself. And they was bird dogging him, talking shit to him. Death row, mob, pyro, and all that. So shit, he jumped off. Marcus, he wasn't no punk. He could fight good, and he was a football player, so he athletic. So he grabbed, he knocked the guy out, grabbed his chains. That's all. We ain't got no bounty on no chain.
What up, Ray?
We don't want that little punk ass chain. You know what I'm saying? The little chain, more worth shit.
So so they started it.
They started it, yeah.
And who's Marcus?
Marcus, he was a football player he was from our neighborhood. He was just graduated from Dominguez High School. So he could play football.
And he was there that day with.
He was there at the mall by himself. Then it was 3 guys from Death Row there, from Mob Pyro. He was bird dogging, talking shit to him, woo, because he had on a little S hat that represented our neighborhood. So they was, bird dogging him, just so my nephew didn't happen to come up to the mall.
So he got involved because he saw what was happening, or how did he get there?
Or did my nephew get there? No, they was going to meet him up there so he can buy him some stuff. Send him off right to Arizona State.
Arizona State, ASU.
Good athlete, play strong safety.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get straight. Like, they were together when they encountered the guys from Death Row?
No, Marcus was by himself.
How did Orlando get involved there?
Orlando and his Marcus friend, they just graduated from high school. They all friends, played sports together. They came up to the mall to meet Marcus so they could help him send him off right to college.
No, I understand that, but when the shit started happening, where was Orlando?
He was walking into the mall, walking into the Foot Locker. And Marcus seen his homeboys. Like, we're even now, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Motherfucker.
Marcus just took off on him.
I understand.
Knocked the dude through the shoes. Took his little change.
Right.
Snatched his change. Orlando didn't have nothing to do with that fucking change. Period.
Because I understood that there was like a bounty for the chain.
That's bullshit. What? $200, $300 change? Bounty. We didn't need that fucking change.
But, all right, so that's Orlando. We go to Vegas now, right? In Vegas, you guys go to the fight. Tell me why you went to Vegas.
We was going to the fight, the Mike Tyson fight. We've been going to the fight since like 88, 89. Before rappers was even famous going to fucking. One fight I was at, sitting next door to Mike Douglas. The MC Hammer was outside the fucking gate. I mean, you know, trying to get into the motherfucking VIP section. So yeah, you know, shit. Yeah, I've been going to fights. Las Vegas, yeah.
And you knew that Suge was going to be there?
No, not really. I didn't know Suge was being. I seen Suge the day before the fight. Outside in the lobby, he was in the Rolls Royces. And then, shit. You know, I seen him there. He spoke to me and everything. Yeah, beef, he should have said something there.
So who were you with?
Who were I with?
Yeah.
Shit, few of my homeboys. Yeah, he seen me the day before the fight. I pulled up in this Rolls Royce. Yeah.
In Orlando, obviously.
Yeah, Orlando, I think Orlando was with us too. Yeah.
All right. So the next thing is you guys went to the fight.
Yes,
right?
we did
The fight ended quickly.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Is it Mike Tyson?
Mike Tyson, yeah. First rounder, yeah.
And you went to eat somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? Tell me what happened after the fight.
Thank you.
We all sit in different spots. And we
What's up in there?
I told everybody let's meet up at the cafe in the MGM. So shit, we all came from. I seen Tupac and Suge and Duane in the fight. They seen me too. Shit, I thought I went to the cafe. And then some guys, some of my homeboys from East Coast Crips came in there and said, "Hey, homie, the Death Row dude Suge just jumped on your nephew." Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what happened.
What'd you do then?
I went to look for my nephew, make sure he was all right.
And what happened? Did you find him?
I found him. He said he was cool and stuff. Shoulders kind of out of place.
Stop the hell out of him.
What did he tell you happened?
He said he was rusty. He said Suge and Buntry and them just rusty. Tupac.
Why did it happen?
We had no idea why it happened. I guess when we Lakewood Mall, I guess. But they seen us the day before. The fuck, you know?
Thank you, Neil.
So the day before you're saying that Tupac and Suge both saw you and Orlando.
I don't think Tupac is with him.
No,
but
there you go. Because what happened is, I mean, the way I understand this,
Tupac had a hot head and just, you know, trying to take off with somebody, trying to be a gangster. I don't know. I guess he got a hot head for a crazy dude.
Well, he claims that the stupid necklace, you know, that's the guy who grabbed the necklace off of his friend.
Yeah. That little $300 necklace.
I know, it's funny, right? Like this shit is all over about a stupid necklace, you know.
Yes.
People die.
So,
what happened after that?
What happened after that?
Yeah.
Shit, went to the parking lot. Got on cars. And, had a little meeting. And our little homie said they're gonna have a concert at the 66 Stoop Club. So I was gonna just confront him and ask him why would he jump on my nephew. You know what I'm saying?
I understand. And then what was the just tell me what the little conference was about. You had a little meeting.
What's that?
You said you had a little meeting. What was that meeting about?
No, we were just going to the 66 Stoop Club to see to Pac want to get out. You know what I'm saying? Since we friends, man, Suge friends, I just want to see if Pac want to get out. Because I'm quite sure my nephew would knock his ass out. So my nephew athlete.
Okay. And then what happened? You guys went off. Tell me, with as much detail as you can remember, what happened after that?
Yeah, it was like it's been about 20 years ago almost. I'll tell you as much as I can. So we went to the store. We went to the 662 club. Waited there about an hour. They never show up. So we left. Started going to go party. So we brought some champagne, case of champagne.
Wait, let's take it step by step. So you went to 662 to look for them, but they never showed.
No, we went to see what it was about. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to talk to shit. Because, you know, I've been knowing him since I was 9 years old, shit. Plus, I helped him get his record business going, shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, bite the hand and feed you. You know, shit.
But so you went into the club and he wasn't there.
No, I never went into the club. I just went in the back where they was going to come in.
That it?
Okay.
I can go another 3 or 4 minutes.
Well, like JDA just said, there was a mix-up with the food, so we're looking at about 15 more minutes.
God.
But I can also give them their break and then bring it in 15 minutes. Get you just a natural stopping point and we'll break. So this is it?
This is it.
Okay. All right. We'll take our lunch break now. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. I'll have you guys back here at 1:30. Please rise for the jury.
All right, they'll be back at 1:30. Jeez Louise. Man, when I tell you we almost got over 10 hours just to this food talking about the same thing over and over, but to different people. We got recordings to the LAPD. We got recordings to the FBI. We got recordings to BET. We got recordings to the other documentary. This is another guy that recorded off of his personal phone for the BET. And it's just hours upon hours of this dude telling on multiple crimes and always leading back, we're going to Club 662. I was going to talk to Suge, but we ain't seen him, so we went to go get some liquor. Then we seen Pac, and they were saying, Tupac, Tupac. It's the same thing every goddamn day, bro. He said he was there. I know his defense attorney is looking at him like, bro, this is tough. I've been lying to people and saying that you wasn't there. I've been lying and saying that you was lying. You don't know what you were saying. But dog, they just keep playing this footage. So all the jurors know is that this dude has admitted that he was there for a murder. But hey, man, that's a break. We're going to go back over to the Lil Durk thing. They're on break also for lunch. But there are some updates that everyone's dropping prior to that. So we got about an hour to figure that out. And then I'm probably going to let this run. And I'll be back on probably later. It's 2:35, 3:18. All right. So we'll go over to Lil Durk's real quick. But he said he was making 4.2 million. He said he was doing 4.2 million a month. But mind you, that money isn't his. So when we, I always try to bring this into when we're watching TV shows. When they're saying they're making $80,000 a day, they're not making 80,000 profit. They're probably making 20,000 profit, and the 6 is what they got to re-up with. So the 4.2 million he said he was making, but they did say he was moving 200 to 300 bricks, so it's reasonable. Out of that 4.2, 20% was 840,000. So $840,000 in today's currency would be about $1.9 million. So almost $2 million a month is what he was making back. I put it in 93. So he was making almost $1 million a month. Now, this isn't too far-fetched because you got to remember, doing crime in the 90s was way easier than it is now. But so 840, that ain't bad. I could use 840 a month right now if you're asking me. All right, so we got the Lil Durk. Let me go over to his channel real quick. You got mail. All right, so for the Lil Durk trial, since they're on lunch also, we'll read some of the updates. I mean, again, we're piecing this together from multiple people's Twitters that are going on the inside. So some stuff is probably duplicates. So don't get mad at me. It's just I'm not filtering through it. We're just unorthodox with it. The courthouse process is completely unorganized. People got here at 5:30, 6 a.m. were denied entry, while people who came much later, not referring to family, were allowed in. The overflow room was not set up at first. So many people missed the government's opening statements. It's all very frustrating to navigate. They didn't expect this. At the end of the day, this is a courthouse. This isn't a basketball arena. This isn't a football field. They didn't expect for all these bloggers and internet people to be there. It's different times. When these courthouses were built, they weren't built for social media. So yeah, it's going to be like that until they can actually figure out how they're going to do it. I mean, I know people are just, they're giving their experience. So I'm not saying anything to them, but I'm just giving the logical explanation. Like, hey, there's still capacity. There's still, you know what I mean? There's still, we can only have 200 people in here. We can only have 50 people before the fire marshal come and shut it down. But all right, we're on lunch break from Dirk trial day one. Confirmed cooperating witnesses: OTF Jam, Kavon Grant, who is OTF Vonnie, who's supposed to be the one that Dirk is putting all the blame on. Keith Jones is Flocka. He's supposed to be one of the shooters. All three have pled guilty and will testify. Government's opening statements. This is a story of revenge. This isn't about music. It's about murder. They detailed King Von's death and Dirk's alleged determination for revenge. They had a presentation that included pictures, text messages, etc. At the courthouse earlier. Okay, we went over that. So we got that. Then we'll go back over to Blackshire. He has footage of Little Pop. This is who the murder for hire was. Little Pop was the one that got killed. They were supposed to try to get Quando Rondo. This guy didn't deserve anything. He wasn't in none of the beef or anything, but you know how it is. Guilty by association. The prosecutor alleged that Lil Durk was attempting to flee the country in Miami when they arrested him. The defense said he was in Miami working on a song with DJ Khaled. Yeah, but the plane was going to Switzerland or Italy or something like that, Dubai. An autopsy photo was shown in court today. A Savai Robinson, Lil Pab, showing 3 of his 4 gunshot wounds. Entry 4 was the back of the left forearm, the deputy medical examiner, Dr. Richard O.U. said. Officer Luis Carvalho spoke on performing CPR on Lil Pab. His body cam footage was shown of him removing Robinson's body from the vehicle. He's breathing, Cavallo said. He is heard saying as he carries Robinson out of the vehicle. This is where we got Quando Rondo screaming no when they see his cousin out on the pavement because the bullets were for him and he knew the bullets were for him. They said Machine Gun Kelly has arrived in court in the overflow room listening to Lil Durk trial. He don't really give a damn. That's that. I think there's people reporting that Lil Durk's. Yeah, here we go. Lil Durk, you know all the realness that they be talking about. Everybody's snitching. Well, they're saying the defense, Brian Steele, Drew Finland, you know the $1 billion lawyers. They're saying that the defense that Lil Durk is having is blaming everything on Bonnie. Now, lawyers can only do what you tell them to do. So this is Durk telling his lawyers to snitch on Vonnie. Blame everything on Vonnie. Interesting, ain't it? You see how you can be the same rules don't apply for everybody else. Now they're going to say he's not taking the stand or anything, but the lawyers that you're paying, they have to do what you say because they represent you. You're telling them to blame Vonnie for all of this. Interesting. Very, very interesting to see how this plays out. But you know me, I ain't gonna bite my tongue. I'm gonna tell it like it is. If you supposed to be sticking to the G code, because we call Nino Brown a snitch for blaming everything on old boy. This is no different. This is no different if you ask me. Let's see. Does he have any follow-ups on that? He said Lil Durk heard about them football numbers and he said to hell with everything in them interviews. Let's see what he's saying.
What's up? It's your boy Denot, day 3 at the Lil Durk trial. There was a very heavy moment just happened. We saw the officer's body camera footage of Lou Pop taking his last breath in Quando Rondo, screaming and yelling no. Then a doctor came to testify and showed images of Lou Pop's injuries. 3 gunshot wounds to his left arm and a gunshot wound where the bullet entered and lodged into his heart. Gun violence is not the answer, y'all. Be safe out there. What's up? It's your boy Denot.
Damn. Hit 4 times. 3 of them you could have survived from, and then the 4th one gets lodged into your heart. Medical examiner who conducted Little Pop's autopsy showed photos and testified he had a bullet lodged in his heart and bicep. We already went over this. You'll hear from Kevon Grant, OTF Vonnie. He will testify he was Mr. Banks' personal assistant. He was the guy who did everything. He booked the rental car, the fake license plate, bought the ski mask. So right now, it's going to be a huge back and forth on Vonnie testifying, the prosecutors trying to align this to make it seem like, hey, man, he was doing this on behalf of Little Durk. Now, of course, when you do this and you're cooperating witness, this is the Fed, so you have to tell them everything. And if they find out you're lying about anything, you go to jail. So that's the difference between the Feds and the state. They're going to have to get up there. OTF Jam, who they're saying is a shooter, they're saying he's willing to testify about other murders that were committed also. So they're using him to like, hey, you probably ain't gonna get no jail time. You got to tell us every single body. Because there is a moment where they said Lil Durk pulled this OTF Jam gentleman off to the side into the bathroom and told him that he needed to chill out on killing people. But there's also a voice recording of Lil Durk on the phone saying that he didn't pay OTF Jams for one of the murders and is going to piss him off. So it's all kinds of wild stuff that's going on in this trial. A lot of talking on the phone. So here's a lot. Let me see something.
The real reason why OTF Jam, when you look at all the evidence, might be tonight on this, you know, say, but
Yeah, I talked to Jam. Like, yeah, I say, wow. He said, man, bitch, that nigga.
Is up in.
So if you listen to this, this is I think this is Dee Dee, the one whose brother was crying that we seen the body cam footage. I think this is Dee Dee. Don't give me don't hold me to that. But if you listen, they're going to be talking about the dude OTF Jam who is testifying. and you hear Little Dirk on the audio saying, "I pissed him off because he called a body and I didn't pay him." Well, he doesn't say he called a body, but he's saying he didn't pay him for it.
That blick, blah, 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 doing what he.
Yeah, I say, well, he said, man, that nigga, they was scared anyway. I said, they ain't getting nothing. He said, hell, he's looking at me like I ain't fair right anyway. I said, yeah, he's like, nah, I ain't fuck with nothing, but,
I just did something that's gonna piss him off. Yeah. You know, kind of seemed like he was upset that he didn't get paid for some of the work he was people and kind of.
but,
And this is Little Dirk right here, the stuttering motherfucker, talking about I just did something that pissed him off. He didn't pay. And a lot of people are saying that's why this OTF Jam gentleman is telling.
I just did something that's gonna piss him off. Yeah. You know, kind of seemed like he was upset that he didn't get paid for some of the work he was putting in. You know, you can clearly hear him speaking.
Now, for me,
and talking,
if he's catching bodies and you're supposed to pay him and you didn't pay him, oh yeah, go ahead, you can snitch. I don't see any problem with you telling him if somebody is supposed to pay you for a crime and they don't, man, the hell with it. The hell with it. The racial makeup of the jury in the Lil Durk trial: 5 white, 5 Latino, 1 Asian, 1 black. That sounds about right. Let me see. Yeah, so this is really all the updates we're getting. Again, the people, they don't understand. They try to say the system is broke, but no, I mean, it's just going off the population. All right. Well, this is what we got so far. Duty low. No. I'm gonna check one more website. Let me see. Let's see what Taylor says. She gave us a. All right, here we go. Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm. What? In Los Angeles County, the Black or African American population is approximately 7.6%. One juror out of 12 people was 8%. So if you're just going off of the people in that community, your peers isn't your race. Your peers are everyone that lives in that community. It's just the way the numbers are going to be. When you bring 80 people in there, when it's random, you're pretty much just going off the population. 8% of them are going to be black. And then when you break it down, so if there was no black on there, then you could be like, yeah, this is ridiculous. But it's not that many, believe it or not, it's not that many black people in Los Angeles County. There may be people in the suburbs that come into LA County, but it's not that many black there. And this is just the way it is. So the system isn't broke. It just goes off the demographics. It is what it is. It's no different than you voting, other than when they gerrymander it. Where you live at, 9 times out of 10, major cities are going to be blue cities. And then the rest are in the rural areas are going to be white people in red. You know what I mean? So it's unfortunate, but that's just how it is. You know how you can bypass all this? Don't do no silly shit. If you got 3 people that you were close with and you know they're committing crimes, tell them they gotta chill, man. Don't be doing none of that shit. If you know these dudes are committing crimes, you with them, and you're telling us that you giving them $50,000 when they get out of prison, you're encouraging them to do more nigga shit. You not like, hey, let's do this, let's get a business, let's get away from it. So we can't feel. I don't understand why people feel bad for this dude just because he's a rapper and you like him. There's a lot of rappers that I like, but if they get locked up, it's like, well, shit, they shouldn't have been fucking around. You know what I mean? Like I listen to Tory Lanez music, but when the whole Meg Thee Stallion thing happened, man, that's on that nigga. That ain't got nothing to do. My rent is due next week on the 1st. Lil Durk ain't paying his rent. Lil Durk told me I was a goofy because I was broke. I ain't touched a million. So you think I care what happens to this Negro? I don't. But anyway, let's get back into it. This is Taylor Praise. Again, she works with the Los Angeles Magazine. Reposting opening statements from prosecution day 3. During opening statements, the prosecution laid out its case against Lil Durk and his alleged orchestration in killing Quando Rondo. Kevon Grant pled guilty and is testifying. The prosecution was described as Banks' personal assistant, arguing guns and cars. Arranging guns and cars on Banks' behalf. The defense said Banks was consumed with getting revenge. So again, all of this is pretty much everything that we got from multiple sources put into one. Those involved, including Keith Jones, who is testifying for the defense, and David Lindsay, were flown into San Diego on August 18, 2022, allegedly on the promise they would be paid for killing Rondo. Now, Keith Jones is testifying for the defense and David Lindsay. I don't know if they're saying he's testifying for the defense also, but they're saying that they were flown in August 18, 2022, allegedly on the promise they would be paid for killing Quando. The prosecution called this case both revenge and reward, describing the morning of August 18th, frantic in nature. The group traveled with only shirts on their backs. August 18th and 19th, the 2 sedans, tinted windows, rented and stolen, stalked Quando Rondo before he was targeted at a gas station on August 19th. 18 bullets were fired, 3 shooters dressed in black, ski masks. The prosecution alleged Bank was a rental home waiting for updates by his phone. GPS data from the rental car allegedly showed it traveling to Banks' rental home multiple times over 2 days. The prosecution also alleged Banks later tried to flee the country and ran from the FBI. Now, what is interesting is saying the prosecution alleged Banks was at the rental home. So all they got to do is pinpoint the GPS of the phone, which I'm pretty sure they have that kind of information if they're alleging this, that they'll probably present. So we'll see how that plays out. I do want to read it from the defense's standpoint as far as them trying to blame everything on Vonnie. That's going to be interesting to see where do they go from there. Um, Prosecution revealed that, okay, yeah, these are all the same people. Again, it's only day one. The defense, remember, it's on the prosecution to prove it. That's all it is. All they need to do is raise doubt with one juror, and they're good. We'll go to Dirk's docket and imaginary manager. Man, I thought I was following it. Man, where's it at? The Diddy docket. No, we got Dirk docket. We'll go to cousin Tino and Dirk. There. Actually, he hasn't gave us any updates. Yeah, they haven't gave us anything either. So we're all just sitting around waiting. I mean, they are on lunch. 4 witnesses testified for the prosecution before lunch. Damn, they already got 4 witnesses? 4 witnesses testified for the prosecution before lunch in day 3 of Lil Durk's murder for hire. Yeah, so 4 witnesses testified for the prosecution before lunch on day 3. The first to testify was a woman, archives records of 911 calls. A 911 call was played where a frantic woman could be heard reporting the shooting of Lil Pop. The woman is heard saying, "Oh my God," multiple times. She reported the shooting, saying semi-automatic weapons were used. She noted a group of people were the shooters. She stated she did not want to be a part of this when asked for her information, saying she just wanted to let someone know. The defense did not cross-examine. I wonder why. I mean, I guess she didn't give up any information, and she didn't say, "Oh, this person looked like this." I see why it's like there ain't no point of, because you ask her a question, then she might end up giving up more information. Oh, well, one was more heavier set, even though the shooters have already said that they did this. And let's be real, they ain't got no money to be flying themselves out. Detective Samuel Merlo testified next. He testified that the crime happened approximately 5:30 p.m. on August 19th. He said 16 10mm shell casings, 2 9mm shell casings, and 1 bullet jacket was recovered at the scene. The 2018 black Escalade driven by Rondo was parked at a pump 8. After the shooting, the black Escalade drove away and came to rest at St. Vincent and St. Monica. This was noted as a second crime scene. Defense David Lindsay in cross, he confirmed with the officer that none of David Lindsay's fingerprints or DNA were uncovered on the gun or at the scene. The cop agreed. All right. So there was no fingerprints or DNA on the gun. So they left a gun at the scene? These are the sloppiest people ever. How you leave a gun at the scene? David Lindsay's fingerprints or DNA were uncovered at the scene. Where none of them were. Nah. How you leave a gun? All right, then the former LA Sheriff's Department, Luis, responded to the scene when flagged down by a pedestrian. He approached the escalator and discovered a victim in the back seat bleeding. He pulled the victim from the SUV, special victims unit, the SUV, and attempted CPR on the ground next to the Escalade. A body cam video from Luis's POV was shown to the jury. Robinson is seen in the Escalade moaning before being pulled from the car and placed on the ground, passenger side. From the vehicle, Rondo was heard, as confirmed by Luis, screaming no. Luis said he was unable to resuscitate Robinson. There was no cross-examination. All right, well, we're getting a little bit of information, piece by piece. So shout out to Taylor. She's giving us in-depth. New observer at the courthouse, Machine Gun Kelly, is currently at the downtown Los Angeles courthouse to observe the trial of Lil Durk. Okay. Now we get the defense's turn for their opening. So the defense is opening. In their opening statements, they painted the following picture. The defense opening statements, the defense argued Lil Durk was not the leader and said the evidence will show he wanted to uplift others and provide opportunities. They told the jury that his history leading up to the murder goes long before the prosecution wants the jury to know, highlighting that Kevon Grant and Davon Bennett, nicknamed Kevon, were cousins. So for everyone saying that Kevon Grant isn't King Von's cousin, the defense is saying this. So for everyone that's out there, that ain't his cousin. Well, you need to talk to the defense about this. Brian Steele and Drew Finland. They say Kevon Grant and Davon Bennett, nicknamed King Von, were cousins and extremely close. They detailed that Grant managed King Von's finances, lived with him, and the two shared a bank account. Never share a bank account with another grown-ass man unless it's a business account. And you can't put the money out without two people confirming. Defense reiterated multiple times that the two were close as could be and said Grant was there when his cousin was shot in 2020. The defense said one of King Von's final words was, "Why did you let me get shot?" They agreed with the prosecution that the murder was driven by a need for revenge, but said Grant enacted the revenge, not Banks. They stated the texts and messages the prosecution would show as evidence was taken out of context. They highlighted that Banks was not a leader. They further said people did not even listen to him. Yeah, he was paying everybody. They were listening to him when he was paying. After he stopped paying, niggas started snitching. But this is the defense. Again, they're pointing all the fingers at Vonnie, which, remember, when you have lawyers representing you, they have to come to you with everything that they're going to present. So Lil Durk signed off on this, pointing the finger at Little Vonnie, or Vonnie, whatever the hell you want to call the dude. They highlighted that Banks was not a leader. They further said people did not even listen to him. The defense stated that Lil Durk was a successful, well-known face, which is why the prosecution was looking to blame him. When Grant was approached as a search warrant was being executed at his home, the defense stated a light bulb came on. They said Grant told officials whose credit card was used, alleging Grant knowingly used the company card and turned it into turned it on Banks when he was pressed. The defense said it was confident and will prove to the jury that Grant was the mind behind the operation. So as soon as they came, he said, whose credit card was used? Shit. I mean, that ain't. Look, all these dudes is going to be snitching. We got to quit acting like these dudes are really tough. These dudes are really living that life. It's just ignorance with money, man. And this crazy thing is, I used to live like these dudes. Now, I wasn't catching no bodies or nothing. But, like, all of this, I just don't get it, man. I don't get it. I mean, I do get it, but see what Traveler got. Ain't nothing there. Fees. This is a mistrial. Dr. Kirk. That's a whole different trial. Nah, none of these dudes want to be in jail, man. They all just talk. All right. Well, I think that's pretty much it from now. They are on lunch. So they have 4 witnesses today. They had the opening statements. So the trial is going to begin. We'll probably be switching back and forth. If the Tupac's trial gets long-winded, then obviously we'll just come over here until they return back. But I think they'll actually have more witnesses up there testifying. But I don't see how that trial is going to be 3 weeks long. Like, it's the same thing over and over. We're going to get more people testifying about a different angle, unless we can get someone that said, yeah, Keffe D and them drove back. But that's the update that we have for the Lil Durk trial right now. We probably got about 40 minutes of stuff. I'll cut all that up and just put together a day one video for that. Lil Durk's defense is pointing the finger at OTF Vonnie during an opening statement. They claim Vonnie was King Von's cousin, shared a bank account. Yeah, so I'll show y'all who Vonnie is.
Plaque on there? Yeah, we'll put big ass. Boss, whatever you want to engrave on it, let us know. We'll engrave it on it. Yeah. Okay, but.
So this is the crew right here. We got Lil Durk, who's on trial, Mr. Banks.
Yeah, Durk, yo, crazy.
This is the dude Vonnie right here that used the credit card that the defense is saying he was the mastermind behind.
You want Durk, yo, crazy on it? Or just Durk? All right, Durk. It's a monumental moment. Okay. What do you want? Put it in India. Yeah, that's a monumental moment. You guys have been in my VIP finds, for the last, I would say 2-3.
Now, mind you, this dude, this light skin one standing up, he's the one that had a joint bank account with King Von. So he was probably stealing money from him. But yeah, so he was handling all the money for Lil Durk. He's Lil Durk's assistant once King Von passed. He was King Von's manager while he was alive. But Lil Durk is blaming him, and he's saying that they used the OTF credit card, which stands for only the family. And we're gonna see where it goes, you know. We definitely gonna see where this goes between them. We'll be jumping back and forth. They got a lot of footage, they got a lot of audio, they got snitches out the yin yang. And mind you, this is just one murder for hire. Even if he beats this case, he still has another murder charge that he has to go up against after this, which is gonna be a whole nother case. So he's gonna have to go 2 for 2. Because either way, one of them is gonna give him life if he don't beat it. Murder for hire, the stalking, leading to a death, both of those carry life. And if he gets that murder case, then that's going to carry life too. So we'll see. Again, we'll wait for the evidence, but don't come over here telling me this and that because hey, I ain't got nothing to do with this. Yeah, so that's all we got right now. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else. All right, there we go, man. Back to pot. So we have 4 hours already. Sheesh. Yeah. All right. Hey, I'll be back. I'm gonna let this run. Well, shit. I'll wait till they come back because it's just gonna be silence. Yeah, once they get back from lunch, then I'm gonna let it run though because it'll be 10:30 my time. And what y'all got, man? We got some free time. We got like shit. We got damn near 20 minutes. Let me see if there's any. Matter of fact, let me see if AB to the 7th is on. And we'll see what she got to say. Maybe her and the lead attorney are on talking about it. AV. AV's at 7. Yeah, everybody's got the pretty much the same stance on this. I'm bringing up AV to the 7th. You know, the only way I found out about her was from the lead attorney. She do a good job.
Give a fuck if Suge. No, I don't give a fuck if Pac gotta die. I don't give a big gotta die. Suge can go. That came out of his mouth. That's the only time I ever heard him wish death on Big. That's the only time I heard him wish death on Pac. Now, it was certain individuals around him, the night the Big got hit, he said, yo, Big G, we lock and load together. And I said, I don't see nobody locking, I don't see nobody load nothing. So he's the only one I ever heard him talk about doing something. And to Tupac. You know, see, a lot of people got that whole statement about Eric Von Zip having that $1 million check wrong. You understand? And because I made a Floridian slip and probably said some shit like when I was on and the check for Tupac, but it wasn't the check for Tupac right then and there. But you got these internet guys that want to go and run with it, and I'm going to straighten it out right here on the Art of Dialogue. Zip had, or could, I don't know if it was the Continental. I know they're two separate cars, you should be able to tell, but I can't recall which one he was driving that he was coming to show us and show off because he said he was going to do something to him. We was on 112th Street again, me and my god brother. Boom dang. So now we sitting there and Zip come out and he talking the stuff he talked, showing the car off and the whole 9 yards. He pulls out this check out of his back right pocket and showed us the numbers, and it was for $1 million. He said he got it from Barry Hankerson and, come on, Barry Hankerson and Jimmy Henchman for Black Ground Records. That's what he told us he got the check for Black Ground Records. He sold his record company. So I was like, Zip had walked out. I looked at my god brother and I said, I ain't know Zip had a record company. He said, you know, Zip be in all kinds of shit, bro. I said, damn. So now years went by and the whole 9 yards. And I remember Keffe D coming to Harlem. But Zip already knew what he was coming to Harlem for. It wasn't that Zip didn't know that Keffe wasn't trying to line him up. He had already knew that. So it's easy to do a trace on $1 million check, even if he took that shit to the check cashing place. What did he get it for? Why he got it? And if he sold Black Ground Records to them, and that's what happened, then that's what he did. I think it becomes a whole lot of bullshit when you got Puff on a mixtape done by DJ S&S talking about, I put $1 million on your head. And then Tupac come up dead.
How long was that after Tupac was killed?
The Zip had the check?
Yeah.
It was in the summertime. Okay, so September.
Tupac died in September.
I know he died. I know when Tupac died. September the 7th, he got shot up. He died. They put out from there. September the 13th, 96. So this was like, this is during the summer months time, bro.
Oh my word. Okay. Coming back to the courtroom. Oh, I need a minute after that. I do. I need a minute. They are due back in 14 minutes, chat. Let us come to some super chats and take a break.
See, I told you, everybody, we all on the same thing. Everybody, what up, Young Dreads? Everybody on the same thing. We just waiting. You know, they got 2 trials going on at the same time, but they both had lunch at the same time. We can only visually see one, so we got to wait for updates. But yeah, man, y'all, man, Lil Durk, he's snitching through his lawyers, man. I don't want to hear none of that. Oh, you know, I'm always the lawyers. Nah. If I tell my lawyers about somebody else doing a crime and my lawyers get up there and they start talking about that crime, I done told on those people. That's what we call relay snitching. If I tell you to call the police on someone else committing a crime, I told you that's relay snitching. Nah. Him, Young Thug, this is ridiculous. All these so-called real niggas, when they get in front of a real judge, they turn into real hoes. They turn into real hoes. Damn. I wish we could see that, though. That's what I want to see. Let me see something. We got something. Will it be on? I wonder did he update it? Yeah, upload on here. Let's hear what he got to say. Instagram. All right, here we go.
Lil Durk's defense is, we have just heard his defense make their opening statements, and I'm not going to lie, I'm absolutely floored. You know what they're trying to do? They're blaming it all on Vonnie. Now, I don't know if people are going to go as far as to say that he telling on Vonnie, but he basically is blaming everything on Vonnie. They're basically making this whole case. They showed the entire opening statement, right? Bear in mind that the prosecution, they showed various pictures, videos, still images of multiple attempts on Quando's life, the actual murder of Lil Pab, the footage of that, footage from Durk's music videos, footage from apparently still images of them when they tried to kill Quando and Waycross, Georgia. It was a whole presentation. When the defense were up there, they basically showed only a couple pictures, and the one picture they showed the whole time was just a picture of Vonnie with King Von. They said it's all Vonnie. Vonnie was King Von's cousin. They said his nickname was Cuz because he was King Von's cousin. His whole identity was based around the fact that he was King Von's cousin, and he was the only one pushing the slide for Von. They're all literally directly pointing the finger at Vonnie, saying Vonnie did it. Vonnie's admitting to the government that he did it. He's turned snitch to try and save himself. Dirk had nothing to do with it. They're saying that Vonnie had the most to gain by sliding for Von. They're saying that Vonnie was the guy that was driving the Hellcat away from the scene when King Von got shot. They're saying Vonnie tried to speed King Von to the hospital the day that he died. They down there said Vonnie was holding King Von in his arms, telling him he loved him before he took him to the hospital the last time they ever spoke. They basically said that it was Vonnie that has the motivation to slide. It was all Vonnie's idea. Vonnie was organizing everything. Vonnie got the guns. Vonnie got the cars. Vonnie got the sliders. Vonnie got the killers. He did everything. And Dirk did nothing. They're blaming it all on Vonnie. I couldn't believe it. Now, look, I'm not sure what people are going to categorize this as. I mean, is it telling if somebody is already cooperating with the state against you? Is there such thing as reverse telling? Can you tell back? If somebody works with the state and tells on you, can you tell back? But basically, Dirk and his team are making it very clear it was all Vonnie. He's saying it's all Vonnie. Apparently, when they arrested Vonnie, he was staying in a suite at a hotel in Chicago with his girlfriend. He said the cops busted into the suite and arrested him. And the defense is saying, oh, when the cops interviewed him, they basically said, you're the leader until you put someone else in charge. You're the one that was in charge of all of this. They were saying Vonnie and King Von go back decades. Their fathers were friends. Their dads just went back years. Vonnie was, doing personal shopping for King Von. They even said, yeah, Vonnie was so locked in with King Von, they had a shared bank account. He was managing all of his money. That was his closest guy. Bro, they even said, I don't know how true this is, but they said that when King Von died and he was in the car on the way to the hospital, he said to Vonnie, why did you let me get shot? Why didn't you do something? And they're saying that devastated Vonnie. He couldn't save King Von, and basically he planned to slide for Von that night. Nothing. They saying Dirk didn't do nothing. It was all Vonnie. I don't know if that's going to be believed, but that's the defense. It's insane. I cannot believe what Lil Durk's defense.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you pay your lawyers. Your lawyers can't do anything you don't want them to do. So the only way your lawyers are going to blame somebody else for crimes is if you tell them, blame that nigga for crimes. There's other ways that they could just say you weren't involved in it. You don't hear Keffe D's lawyer blaming anybody else. His lawyer is saying Keffe D ain't have nothing to do with it. Keffe D's trying to say, well, Keffe D didn't already snitched though, niggas. But as far as your lawyer goes, you have to talk to your lawyer. They got to present the case to you. That's how you get legal representation. If your lawyers, they're doing shit without your permission, that's how you can get this. I need a retrial. These lawyers weren't representing me correctly. Everything your lawyers go up there and do, they got to run it past you. They are representing you. So I don't give a fuck what nobody talking about. They in here blaming somebody else. That means Dirk snitching. It's just as simple as that. Now, to us, civilians, we don't care who's snitching. To us, this is TV. You know what I mean? This is just like us watching the OJ trial. You know what I mean? When they put this out on Netflix, I'll be reviewing it just like we did the OJ. You know what I mean? 6-part series because I don't care. But this is interesting. We call this relay snitching on my channel. If I tell you to tell the police something, I didn't snitch. You the one that did, but I'm the one that, I initiated and told you to do it. So he's tapping the lawyer like, say Vonnie did this shit. Damn, man. These dudes. Yeah, that's what we watching. The TV shows we watch, and we say, oh, this is when we watch TV shows and we say this is terrible writing. This is, oh man, this is trash writing. This is what we watching right now. These crimes that they said somebody left a gun at the scene. There was no DNA on the gun. How you leave a gun at the scene? You were that scared that you was shooting and you dropped your gun? Or you was shooting and you tried to put the gun in your pants and you dropped the gun, but there was no DNA on the gun? How do you leave a gun at the crime scene? Why do you try to shoot somebody at one of the busiest gas stations in LA across from the mall? You know what I mean? A busy ass mall. These kids are stupid. Well, no, these are not kids. These are grown men. And people say, oh man, they were young when they did that most 4 years ago. I mean, them niggas are still like 26, 27 years old. So we'll see where it goes. But again, this is all entertainment to us. Hey, what up, Trill? Hey, Trill, listen to this real quick and tell me, is this snitching or is this just, going to court and being a good person?
Offenses. We have just heard his defense make their opening statements, and I'm not going to lie, I'm absolutely floored. You know what they're trying to do? They're blaming it all on Vonnie. Now, I don't know if people are going to go as far as to say that he telling on Vonnie, but he basically is blaming everything on Vonnie. They're basically making this whole case. They showed the entire opening statement, right? Bear in mind that the prosecution, they showed various pictures, videos, still images of multiple attempts on Quando's life, the actual murder of Lil Pab, the footage of that, footage from Dirk's music videos, footage from apparently still images of them when they tried to kill Quando in Waycross, Georgia. It was a whole presentation. When the defense were up there, they basically showed only a couple pictures, and the one picture they showed the whole time was just a picture of Vonnie with King Von. They said it's all Vonnie. Vonnie was King Von's cousin. They said his nickname was Cuz because he was King Von's cousin. His whole identity was based around the fact that he was King Von's cousin, and he was the only one pushing slide for Von. They're all literally directly pointing the finger at Vonnie, saying Vonnie did it. Vonnie's admitting to the government that he did it. He's turned snitch to try and save himself. Dirk had nothing to do with it. They're saying that Vonnie had the most to gain by sliding for Von. They're saying that Vonnie was the guy that was driving the Hellcat away from the scene when King Von got shot. They're saying Vonnie tried to speed King Von to the hospital the day that he died. They down near said Vonnie was holding King Von in his arms, telling him he loved him before he took him to the hospital the last time they ever spoke. They basically said that it was Vonnie that has the motivation to slide. It was all Vonnie's idea. Vonnie was organizing everything. Vonnie got the guns. Vonnie got the cars. Vonnie got the sliders. Vonnie got the killers. He did everything. And Dirk did nothing. They're blaming it all on Vonnie.
Come on, man. That's some wild shit. That's Pooh Shiesty said, told you these rappers lame. Pooh Shiesty the only real one.
Couldn't believe it. Now, look, I'm not sure what people are going to categorize this as. I mean, is it telling if somebody is already cooperating with the state against you? Is there such thing as reverse telling? Can you tell back? If somebody works with the state and tells on you, can you tell back? But basically, Dirk and his team are making it very clear it was all Vonnie.
Yeah, and that's the thing. What up, Johnny? That's the thing, though. As far as the life that these guys live, their whole thing is you don't talk to the police. You don't you lie under oath. You do all this stuff. Regardless to what crime someone else committed, you can't point your finger at them. You just got to say you didn't have nothing to do with it. You know what I mean? You just got to say you had nothing to do with it. They got on Gunna for saying the gun wasn't his. Gunna didn't say Young Thug did it. Gunna just said, I know about crimes, never mentioned any crimes. And he said the gun wasn't mine, but we call Gunna a rat, which he is because he did say he knew about crimes. But, like, this shit's ridiculous. I love it, though. Because we about to make content out of this. I'm about to chop this up into like 8 different videos to be playing all day today and tomorrow. And yeah, the hell with it. We about to get back into the courtroom. He did it. Damn. What you mean he did it? Yeah, I mean I don't know, man. Shit. Damn. And everybody was saying if he beat this case, if he beat the case now, he had a snitch to beat the case. I love this, man. It's just gonna be a lot of contradiction. And this is only day one. So they're saying right now to get into the courthouse, hold on. To get into the courthouse, it's going to be a little delayed because now that they got all these witnesses' names out and everybody's on social media calling people out, they slowed it down and they said everybody's getting scanned coming through the courthouse now. You got to lock your phones up. If you unlock your phone, you'll be escorted out the building. So yeah, it's It's getting good. Let's put it like that. This is what needs to be televised. The hell with this Keffe D. Keffe D guilty. We can end that trial right now, y'all. Keffe D guilty. Lil Durk snitching. And I'll read this last part before we go back to Keffe D's trial. They be on my page, Slot for Vaughn. I know they trolling me. They be on your page like call the police. We know you doing it, nigga. Cause you called the police on yourself. Oh my goodness. This is what we've been waiting on. See, when you get inside that federal courtroom and it's you and you looking at those football numbers, 45, 47, 55, incomplete pass, interception. When you looking at them numbers, you start shaking a little bit. You know what I mean? When you've been in there, your goddamn ribs are starting to show because all you eating is them hot Cheetos out the commissary. Yeah, you start looking at things a little bit different. You know what I mean? I ain't never fought no big case. The most I was facing was 4 years federal, but I beat mine. You ain't see me going in there telling nobody. I went in there, my co-defendants, I told him not even to come back to trial. They tried to get him to go from Georgia back to Ohio. I said, man, you out the military now, man. Don't even go back to that shit. So I was the last nigga standing. And when they took me in there, I went off base, scraped me up a little bit of money and got a lawyer. 3 weeks later, I got that message from the Area Defense Council. They dropped the case on me. Yeah, dismissed that motherfucker. I beat that bitch. These niggas in here crying, blaming other people for crimes that they did. All right, so here it is. The courthouse is completely unorganized. People got here early. We went over that part, but she did update it. They also lock your phones away. If you unlock it, you may not be able to get back in. So you got to put your phones up in order to go in there. To get in the courthouse, you have to go through metal detectors. They are also scanning you again before you go inside the courtroom. It has delayed the process immensely. Court was supposed to resume at 1 p.m. It's 1:15, and public and media are still being scanned. So I mean, this is just standard protocol. I mean, it is a federal building at the same time, and this is a murder for hire. But I guess once they realize that everybody is snitching, it's just a snitch fest. The main nigga is trying to snitch down, but remember, when you snitch, it's who snitches first. And you can't snitch down. You can only snitch up. Don't nobody want the bottom working nigga. We want the nigga at the top of the ladder. See, Dirk should have went in here snitching. Dirk should have, when they first arrested him, he should have said they did that shit and just blamed them. And we would have been like, okay, Mo thinks it's snitching, but who cares what Mo thinks? But now you ain't here. You waiting until court to then try to do the snitching when you already heard they snitching on you. Now it's 3v1. It's 3v1. Now you got 3 niggas snitching on you. You snitching on one. These 3 are saying you paid us. You told us to do this. You saying, nah, he did that on his own. Nigga, they about to believe these 3 niggas over here that are snitching. Plus, you got the money. You got the money. How did they get flown out there and they ain't got no money? You got the M. How'd you fly out there with one of them, get the house, and then they drive into your rental property? GPS said they went to your rental property several times throughout 2 days. Now, again, this is all speculation. We'll wait till the facts of the trial drop. Now, I've been hearing stuff and I've been reading a little bit of the dockets that have been going out, the superseding indictments. So, I can kind of piece some of the stuff together, but of course we'll wait till we get further into the trial. But as of right now, man, this is shit. Lil Durk, you're done. As far as, your clout and everything you got. When I was telling people I consider you calling the police on niggas breaking into your house, you were snitching. When you were in the back of the truck telling the police that the robbers came in and you shot at them and they ran out the house and you told them that they ran that way, you were helping the investigation. That's snitching. You a gangster. Now, your girl could have called the police and did all the talking. You could have left the house. But no, what you do? You were so damn scared. You told the police your convicted felon ass was shooting a gun. And then, not only that, we find out you didn't even shoot at them. The police report says you shot in the air. Your scary ass wouldn't even shoot at him. You said you laid down on the porch and shot in the air a couple times. That sounds scary as hell to me. And then you had the nerve to tell us on songs that you rather give India a gun. Nigga, we rather give India a gun. We know you ain't gonna shoot shit. So now here we are, you in court day one talking about that nigga did it. Man, if you don't get your goofy ass on, he doing the interview, he thinking he cool as hell talking to academics. Oh no, some reason I don't see that no more. You see it? Must be something in the water. Yeah, that snitch water, nigga. That snitch seltzer. Yeah, that's what you got. You got that snitch seltzer. That's what it is. Coming up in here telling your lawyers to tell on them. Boy, what did he say? What did he say? Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're gonna get back to the Tupac trial. I'm gonna get off of here. See, here we go, man. They back to doing this damn all the audio. But yeah, I'll be back in what is it, 10:30? Yeah, probably like I'll be in between the chat, but I got something to do real quick. Oh, Thursday we won't have a live. Well, I might try to do a live. But Thursday we won't have a live. Wednesday will probably be the last one that we have, depending on what all I got to get done.
Including me, and my nephew, and my boy Bubble Up, and Big Drake. So we going up Lingo. Got the Las Vegas Boulevard. Shit. We waiting there, put a bus out. Happened to see my friends. Sure. Tupac was hanging out the window. There they go, right there. So my partner busted you. Went by there. Got up there by there where he was. Shit. Blocked me like he got a gun. Got the busting. Shit. I got the duck. Shit. Got the busting back. Duck. Hit the corner. Made it right. So a white car got the chasing us. Still busting. We dished them out. Went in the back of the carriage house. It's a hotel called a carriage house. Got up out of the car.
Okay, so let's again take it step by step. What car were you driving?
I wasn't driving no car.
Oh, what car were you in?
A white Cadillac. A rented white car Cadillac.
Okay, and then when you saw them, how did you recognize them? When you were driving on the street, how did you know it was them?
He was hanging out. Tupac was hanging out the window, passenger side window. Talking about this Tupac. I mean, all the chicks was like, Tupac. He was like a celebrity, like he was in a parade. Yeah.
And so after that, you knew that they were. What were they driving?
They was driving a BMW. Yeah. But shit. Once we got back to Compton, they were saying like little Reggie and all of them was shooting at the car. So we got the car painted. We took it to the paint shop. You know what I'm saying? So we turned the car in so there wouldn't be no evidence.
Okay, but let's go back to the moment that it happened, right? So you're driving, you see Suge and Tupac in the BMW. You turn around, right? You described it as a U-turn,
yeah.
So that you're facing, so that you're coming in the from the opposite direction, right? Tell me what happened in that moment.
Say one more time.
Tell me what happened in that moment when you finally come close to their car.
No, we came from the gutter, man. Shit. Pop reached down and got his little shit. Got the busting. Shit. We got the busting back. Shit. I never bust. I was on the ducking shit. Didn't want to get hit. A couple of people had some little fragments, glasses in the air and shit. Shit. Once we hit that light on Cobalt, the white of the sea breeze was chasing us. Shit, a lot of shots. Got the fuck on, we made a right there on that's another little street right there where the carriage house was.
So who pulled the trigger?
Who pulled the what?
Who pulled the trigger?
I don't know, to tell you the truth. I didn't see
it. Did Orlando pull the trigger? Who's closest to the other car?
Big Dre was the closest. Big Dre was the closest to the other car. And I was ducking, shit. The dude was crazy. I said, this dude really trying to get a reputation. He was jumping around, like, damn.
So you I want to make this really clear. You mean to tell me that even though you were in the car with those three guys, and you talked to them a bunch afterwards, you don't know who shot the shots?
That would be including myself.
Okay. Are we cool with that? Yeah, okay. Let's stop there. Yeah. Come back. Just give me 1 quick second. All right, so let's go back to that. Describe Tupac. What did he look like? Did he look like he was going to pull something? Just tell me everything you remember.
Okay, when we pulled up, I was in the front seat, passenger side. He went down, got his shit, and got the bussing. So shit, I ducked. All I know is shit came from the back seat and they got the bussing back. Shit, we hit the corner after the shooting. Another white car got the chasing us. They got the shooting too. Shit.
Yeah, but you told me that already. So I just want to get it straight in my mind. Who's sitting in the back?
My nephew and my partner Big Dre.
And who's driving?
My partner Bolo.
So who? Behind the driver is Orlando, right?
No, Big Dre.
Big Dre. And Orlando's on the other side behind you.
Yes.
When the shots started ringing out, who's closer to the window?
Oh, Big Dre was. He was the same path. He was behind the driver. Big Dre was behind the driver.
Where'd the shots come from?
In the back seat.
Yeah, but who's closest? Who had the gun?
I don't know, sir. Tell you the truth. I was ducking.
And the fact that there was a gun there, does that mean that you guys were ready for something? Or you just...
No, we gangsters. We're around with guns. Yeah, better be caught with it than without it.
Do you remember anything else about that moment where the two cars met? Oh, I'm so sorry, man. Do you remember anything else about that moment?
No, not really. It was like 20 years ago. The best recollection I can remember.
So let's talk about what we sort of started talking about outside. Like there's allegations by certain police detectives that you had made a statement about who shot Tupac.
Not to my recollection. I'm telling you the truth. You know what I'm saying? You asked me for the truth. I'm here to tell you. 20 years here to tell you. Get it from the horse's mouth. Right here.
Was there ever any discussion about who actually did the shooting?
Was it ever discussion with who?
Yeah, you guys.
No. That's the code of the streets. You know what I'm saying? Shit. So if somebody can get out a free jail card when you tell people.
What are your thoughts about Greg Kading and his investigation and all the stuff that's been out there?
How I feel about it?
Yeah.
Well, I felt I was railroad. Crossed. Endangered my life. Put me in a bad fucking situation, bad spot. Life been fucked up ever since. Don't nobody trust me. You know what I'm saying? It's fucked up.
Why don't they trust you? Because they think you snitched?
Yeah. Yeah.
So can you tell me now whether what he published is true or false? Is there some truth to it? Not some of it is true, some of it is false?
Shit, I think he's just trying to make $1. You know what I'm saying? He got fired. Trying to make $1 off a motherfucker. Yeah, that's what I figured. He's just trying to use me so he can't use me no more. Shit, I'm fucking used up, man. Shit, he fucked over me. That's what I feel. Yeah.
And do you feel like the information that he has is completely false? Like, oh, sorry. The information that you have is that he has is completely false. I mean, it's known that they had a case on you, so you talked to them.
Is what you say?
I said it's known that they had a case on you.
It's known.
I mean,
shit. I can't. Not that I can remember. Shit.
I'm trying to ask him to talk about what is known out there. The fact that he pointed at Orlando as being the shooter, and that's that's been published, and that's what there are legal there are documents that have been published.
The question is.
My question was, how do you feel about that? Is there any truth to that? What is true? What is false?
Right, what I'm saying is you didn't ask him that question.
I did. You weren't here.
No? Oh, really? Okay. So just ask him about, was it an investigation and there were statements made, and what is his opinion of the statements that were made?
Pardon me? Can you repeat that again?
There was an investigation, there were statements made, and you made certain, allegations, and, what is your opinion on those statements that this statement was made?
Right.
And what should I say, brother?
Well, you're going to comment about what the real truth is compared to what people are saying. So this is what's true, and this is what people, that's not true what people say.
Okay. All right. Come on.
So what of that stuff that's been made public, what is true and what is false?
I'm giving you the truth right here, sir. Getting it from the horse's mouth. So, shit, can't get it no truer.
Right. So what I want to know is if you were in the car and you were there with your nephew, it's pretty close to what Greg Kading is saying, right?
Shit. Is it pretty close? What'd you think?
I think he's going to understand what he's asking.
In your own words, in those tapes that were made public, in this book Murder Rap, there's a film called Murder Rap. You, in your own words, we heard you say Orlando was the shooter.
You heard me say it?
Yes.
Shit, I never had been. Nobody ever had no tape recorder with me, not to my knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where the fuck he gets some tape recorder. Shit maybe was made up or something.
So you're denying that you ever said that Orlando was the shooter?
Yes, I'm denying it.
And your statement now is that you were in the car, shots rang out from your car, but you don't know who did it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Came from the back seat.
Okay. Is there any reason why you wouldn't be forthcoming about this information? In other words, is there a deal that you have in place that would not allow you to say with any detail about that?
I'll ask you.
You want me to jump in? I mean,
yeah.
The way he's asking the question, the way that you want to answer the question is you want to explain to him that one, you don't have a recollection of that you reported, which is what you said, and secondly, if the circumstances which police officers try to investigate is not consistent with what the truth is. So you have no reason, what they're saying is different than what you're saying right now, which is you're really telling the truth, because the police don't have any motive for you to tell the whole story except the feds and what really happened. They just want to get what they need to get to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you can explain, you can be more detailed like that, like that's how you're going to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, and you might want to mention, that you really don't recall how dealing with Katie that way, you did deal with Dupree, remember you dealt with Dupree? So you might want to, the only person that you remember.
Well, let's start there. Because it just feels like a big. It's getting confusing. Let's start there. You met with police. Who did you talk to? And what was your? What did they want from you? What did you tell them, etc.?
Well, what did I tell them?
Yeah, let's start from the beginning. You met. When did you meet with police? Who did you meet with, and what did you tell them?
Why?
I think he's asking in general, not that situation. Like, did anybody ever show up or ask you questions?
Correct.
Oh shit! They been smoking me for the last 20-something years. Shit. I did. Okay, you ready?
I am.
Okay. Well, they've been smoking me for the last 20-something years, ever since that day that shit happened. Because the first news reporter came out said Keffe D nephew. So ever since then, I've been sweated by everybody: Compton police, FBI, fucking everybody, U.S. attorneys, fucking on my ass, man. I did 5.5 years in the feds. Every other month, they was up there saying, this is a rapper killer. You know what I'm saying? I just been targeted. Just been on my ass ever since.
And there's some truth to that, right? I mean, you were in the car.
Yes. Some truth. Yes. I was in the car.
And then what statements did you give police?
The statement I gave police? Shit.
In general.
I didn't give no statements. You know what I'm saying? Not that, I ain't ever been tape recorded or nothing.
But when it first happened, did they come and interview you?
Did they come and interview me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the FBI. Oh, shit.
What did you tell them? I guess what I'm asking is, like, what
did I tell them?
Did you tell them what you're telling me today?
No.
Why not?
Why not? Shit. Probably go to fucking jail.
So help me understand, why are you now telling me what you're telling me?
Because I wanted to get the truth out. You get it from the horse's mouth. One more time? Why?
Is that okay?
What?
Well, I think it's one statement he made is correct. He said because you go to jail, but
no.
You want to explain because you were innocent. You had to do. I think you explained that.
Oh, okay. Because I'm innocent, I didn't have nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? I was putting myself in I was in a fucked up situation. I'm innocent. I didn't do a motherfucking thing. I want to jeopardize my freedom, and I got like good things going on. I was living good,
That's right. So you tell me that you're telling me now because you wanted the truth to come out. Why is that important to you?
Because there's been several reports, and everybody just trying to make money off this shit. You know what I'm saying? everybody, soliciting me, hanging me out to dry, making me feel like a piece of shit, you know? Yeah.
Okay, so now let's just leave that, put that on the side for a while,
Okay.
and go back to what happened after the shooting. What did you guys do? How did you cover your tracks?
Well, I got away, and I went to the hotel room. Then the next morning, woke up and took off in the rent car that I had. Me and my nephew drove home. So once we got home, the guys were like, "Man, we need to get this car fixed." I said, "Man, I don't want nothing to do with that. Y'all go get that shit fixed." You know what I'm saying? So,
what was the matter with the car? Do you remember?
It had bullet holes in it. Yeah. One of the little homies took the car to the shop, had the car painted.
And then Orlando, I remember I read something about him giving some statements and stuff like that. You know, did you guys talk about what happened afterwards? Did you talk to your nephew about not saying anything?
That's just the code of the streets. They know not to say nothing. Everybody, you know, it's the code of the streets not to say nothing.
When Suge had his parole hearing, Orlando testified on his behalf. Why did he do that?
Damn. He paid his. Well, he paid it off. Paid his off. He the night before you want me to tell the whole truth? Well, the night before his hearing for his court date, my nephew called me saying meet him up at the lawyer's office. So I get to the lawyer's office. It's Reggie Senior, Sergeant Reynolds, and Suge Knight up to the lawyer's office. And there's two Compton police. One of them was captain and sergeant. I was like, what the fuck? You know? So I knew some fishy shit was going on there. Yeah.
And he offered you how much?
He gave him $60,000
in exchange for?
To say that he didn't do anything.
For Orlando to say that?
Yes.
Just give me that in the full sentence. You're not gonna hear my voice.
Okay. Well, my nephew asked me to come up to the lawyer's office, and I get there. Suge Knight, Reggie Wright Senior, and Sergeant Reynolds from the Compton PD was there, the lawyer's office. And he was like trying to work out a deal where nephew wouldn't say that the guy kicked him. But it didn't work because the next day the judge said, I can see him kicking you in the head right fucking now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Did Orlando regret that?
What's that?
Did he regret it?
Did he regret what?
Like going to court and saying this stuff that wasn't true.
It's the code of the streets, man. Shit.
What's interesting about this is that does Suge know that you guys, at this point, does Suge know that you guys were in that car?
Not that I know of.
Just give me a.
Not that I know.
You understand where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah, because the newspaper article came out and said, Keffe D nephew. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to know why the fuck you say my fucking name. You know what I'm saying? When I figured his strategy was to kill the head of the snake. You know what I'm saying? Chop off the head of the snake, the rest of the body will fall.
Right, but I'm talking about paying you off to go to court and say that Suge had nothing to do with the, he's the victim, right? You're paying him off.
We're the victim.
No. What I'm saying is Orlando's the victim.
Yes.
Yeah, he was the one who got beaten up.
Beat the fuck up.
He goes and says that Suge didn't beat him up, which is clearly not true.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But on top of it, you guys had shot at him. Does he? And he doesn't know that.
I couldn't tell you because he's the only one from his crew really that know me. And the newspaper article came out saying Keffe D nephew. So I figured he said it from day one, you know. Get rid of Keffe D. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
So he had it out for you.
I thought we was fucking friends. I really did thought we was friends, man. You know? He really was biting off the hand that fed him, you know what I'm saying? He didn't know that we did the groundwork, that I did the groundwork for his record company. Like, this mother was gonna beat him a nephew, a kid. You know what I'm saying?
Something I wanted to ask you before, and I forgot to ask you, was the day before the fight, when you saw him.
Yes.
What did you guys talk about?
You just said, what's up? What's up, big dog? I said, what's up? Yeah. We two major players in the game, but we got the same boss. You know what I'm saying? Shit. He just had the music industry and I had the streets. That's all.
But you guys were cool.
Yeah, we was cool. Yeah, we was played football since we was little kids.
No, but I mean in that moment, like when you saw him the day before the fight.
Yeah, yeah, the crew. Shit.
Yeah. The other another question that I remember that I wanted to ask you is who shot the Cadillac? Because you had to get.
It was Pop. I don't know why they didn't even test me for powder burns. I don't know why.
So I talked in the middle of it. Tell me again, please.
I don't know why the police didn't check him for powder burns because he got the shooting and everything. I just ducked. Car was all shot the fuck up. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, just moving on. We got like 15 more minutes. How much time do we have on those cards? Are we good? 11. Okay, cool. Just give me a second. Just pull this up.
You know what you said about Reggie threatening me the next day?
I thought that was for you. You said
you
wanted to keep that to you? Yeah, of course.
Okay, all right. We're rolling.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, well, the next day I got home. I was in my front yard. About 4:15. Here come Reggie Sr. Flying up, coming up from Greenleaf or Burris. Ran the stop sign and everything, parked on the wrong side of the street. Jumped out the car and talking about, hey, Keffe D, let me tell you something, motherfucker. I said, what's up? He's like, if you kill my motherfucking son, bail's coming off. You get your motherfucking ass. I said, what the fuck is you talking about? Said, I'm just letting your ass know, motherfucker. Like, oh. I just looked at him crazy. What the fuck is you talking about? Reggie Sr., so it was bad. They was the mayor, and everybody was against us, man. Yeah, everybody, the whole town.
And can you explain who, because I don't know that a lot of people know who Reggie
Sr. is a Compton police. He's a captain. They had another guy, Reynolds. They was all under the Death Row banner. Even the mayor, Omar Bradley, was all up under that shit.
Can you tell me what, because I think we touched on that before, but I didn't really get a good picture. It's like, how affiliated was Suge with LAPD?
LAPD and Compton Police.
And Compton Police, yeah.
Yeah, he was shit. Most of the guys is from his neighborhood. A lot of the guys from like David Mack, Reggie Sr., Reggie Jr., Patterson, Reynolds, all of them is from his neighborhood. So that's how you got that plug with them. You know, shit. It was really, really dangerous for us. You know what I'm saying? So we really try to stay out of the city of Compton.
Because when you go against Suge, you're going against...
Yes.
Can you tell me that in a sentence?
Oh, when you're going against Suge, you're really going up against the police, Compton police, Rampart, all his neighborhood friends. So yeah, he kind of had a winning bout. You know, who else better to have on your team is the police. So we was kind of fighting a losing battle with them guys. Raid our little spots, take all our guns. Yes.
So that's cool because I wanted to establish that connection because a lot of people don't know that he was protected.
Yeah, he's protected by the mayor, city councilmen, the Compton PD, big ranking files.
Who he was paying off?
Shit, he was buying police cars and stuff like that, and you know, giving out turkey drives for the city, all that shit. So he was really protected. He was in there. You know what I'm saying?
So when he was he was giving out turkeys to people or like having you know shit like in the park, whatever, free food for people. That's to pay off cops.
And no, they had very nice cars that they shouldn't have on no police salaries. Very nice cars.
It's crazy that the record business paid for that.
Yeah, I paid for that. Yeah, I started them off.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So I wanted to establish that connection. I also want to ask you, what's the connection between Puffy and Zip? Because you never told me that. You told me that he introduced you to Puffy, but I don't know what their relationship is.
I don't really, I didn't really know that. I didn't get deep into that. It was just shit. I was a major player. I had the bread.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's just that Zip came to you, and then that's how you ended up meeting Puffy.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I think
3 minutes.
9 more minutes.
Okay.
Now I think we went over a bunch of shit. So.
Let's go back to Chris. I want to take Chris Brown out of there though. You know what I said about the dudes being blood?
Oh yeah.
Take Chris Brown out of there because my niece.
You have to tell me the whole thing again then, so I can use it.
Okay, my niece.
Sit back.
Okay, sit back.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead.
About the Chris Brown?
Yeah.
Okay, well, these guys running around here claiming blood. These little entertainers like Justin Bieber, Bow Wow, and what's the guy's name? On Love and Hip Hop.
We had the same question last time. Somebody came up with it.
What's the guy's name?
What's it? Soldier Boy.
Okay. Let me start over again. All right. Well, as far as the guys claiming blood, this Justin Bieber, Bow Wow, and Soldier Boy. Well, it's just a fab. Y'all need to stop that stuff out. You know what I'm saying? People from our background is trying to get up out of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? You guys waiting to get $1 million and want to be a blood. That's wrong. Y'all doing it backwards. You know what I'm saying? You guys not from here. You get caught up in that bullshit. But you guys doing it backwards. You guys should be trying to lead for examples. Set example for kids. Don't try to game bang.
You told me that last time. You gave me a really good quote. You were like, you're doing it the other way around, right? You're doing it backwards. It's not that you don't want to. You're supposed to be getting out of the hood.
Okay. You're supposed to be getting out of the hood, not coming back $1 million going into the hood. Our object is to get out the hood. You know what I'm saying? Get out of gangs. You guys doing it backwards. You guys need to cut that bullshit out.
So is that because we talked about Tupac? Is that how you felt about Tupac?
Yeah. I feel all these guys, entertainers, you guys faking.
Tupac specifically, what was it about him?
What was it about Tupac?
That you didn't like? Because you told me you didn't like him last time.
I didn't ever say I didn't like him.
Yes, you did. You thought he was a punk-ass gangster wannabe or something, you said.
Oh, yeah, he going around jumping sets. First, he was with the Outlaws. He's from New York, Baltimore, Oakland. God damn. You know, that's against the code, man. You can't be jumping sets on me. Stick to one set on me. So you tripping. Yeah, and that ain't the way to go. You don't supposed to join the gang. Supposed to be getting out of the gang. 25, become a grown man and get up out that shit. Shit ain't about nothing. It's either the prison or the fucking graveyard. So, you know, best thing to do, Justin Bieber and them, stay the fuck up away from that bullshit. So they ain't right. Yeah, I'm telling you from an OG.
Right. Yeah. Did you how okay, how
the threats? Mike Tyson, you like that too?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I got threat. A few people threatened me on the internet. Mike Tyson, Tretch, Spice One. Stick to rapping and boxing. You guys ain't about that life, man. You don't want to do life in prison. You know what I'm saying? You need to cut that bullshit out, man.
Well, so you're telling all these people not to do this? Oh, go for it. I'll just give you the question while he changes that.
Okay. I'm telling all these people not to do this, and I'm the fucking leader.
Well, but
I quit though.
Yeah, oh, good. So you say that, because that's part of like why you're talking to me now. Because you're out of the game.
Yeah, I'm 50-some years old. Grandkids.
Right. I have to say, I think the tie and the suit is better than the penguin shirt.
My daughter and them said I look like a swap meet bomb. So, Daddy, if you let them put, I swear to God, that's that shit from the swap. They know. Tell the truth, homie. That's just what. Yeah.
It's like a bear.
Told me the
bird on your chest is what
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but I know it's like swap meet on here.
Yeah. So this Versace, homie. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Gave the belt 1,400, shoes 2,200. Just balling, man.
That's right.
Yeah, if it wasn't for me, shoes would never had a record company, homeboy.
All right, well, we're gonna do 4 or 5 more, and then we're done. Yeah, you're seeing it completely on A. Yeah, you're good. So I just want to pick that up. So you were telling all these people not to go back, right?
Yes.
But that was your life.
Yes. I'm trying to tell them not to make the same mistake I made. You know what I'm saying? Get up out that shit, man. It ain't worth it. I'm 54 years old. Got 7 grandkids. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about that, man.
What did you learn that you want to make sure these guys don't? What mistakes did you make that you don't want people to make?
The mistakes I made? Well, as far as the drug game?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
That was a mistake. Well, yeah. Mistakes I made with trusting people. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't your homeboys. You know what I'm saying? It just ain't right, man. A lot of people folded chairs on me.
Well, you didn't. I mean, were you ever afraid? Like, I'm sure getting out of the game makes it better to live with some peace of mind. Like nobody's going to jump you all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I'm a kid. I was just messing with you. Hey, we're going to go over this stuff before you put it on the air, ain't you?
Yeah.
She said we're going to chop it up.
Yeah, of course. We're going to make it look good.
Okay.
All right. So, a couple of serious questions. Tupac dies. How do you feel about it? I mean, this is a guy who was a major rap star, movie star. You're telling
how
me
I feel about it.
You're telling me now that people shouldn't act like gangsters. You feel sad about it at all?
How do I feel about it? Well, I hate the brother. We got himself in that. Put himself in a predicament, stuff like that. just taking off. That ain't the way you go. Life don't go like that, just taking off on innocent people. My nephew was young, 20 years old, just take off on him. He didn't do nothing to you, you know. He didn't do nothing to you.
So you think it was deserved?
No, I don't think it was deserved. Brother should have kept his hands to himself, and I hated that to go that way because it really fucked up my life. Period.
Yeah. Do you think about his family?
Yes.
What do you think about?
I hated that to be it. I hated that to go that way. You know what I'm saying? And you know, Lord be with you guys. You know, that's what I feel.
Do you, since you said it ruined your life, do you have concerns about revealing all this stuff to me now?
Oh shit! The Lord got me. I'm protected by the Lord. The hand of the Lord got a shield over me. He helped me through cancer and everything. You know, kept a shield on me from being killed by the Compton police, just Rampart, all that. Because when I was in, shit.
Yeah. Since you told us about what happened that night in Vegas, do you feel bad? Do you feel like you want to apologize to Tupac's family?
Yes, I hated that to happen, bro. You know what I'm saying? He was a good guy. I mean, I hated that to happen. He was a good rapper and stuff. He was a good role model for the people. I just hate he had that bad side in him. You know what I'm saying? So I always want to take off.
Do you want to apologize to his family?
No, I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing to his family. Yeah.
Okay. One last time. You said the shots came from the back. Big Dre, Orlando. Who shot Tupac?
The keeper for the code of the streets. It just came from the back seat, bro.
So can you just tell me it was either one or the other?
Can't tell you that. It was in the back seat.
This is not. Wayne, this is not something that we don't know already. You told me who was seated in the back, and you're saying the shots came from the back. So I'm asking you to tell me, in your own words, it either was one or the other.
I don't know who it was. It just came from the back seat.
They're both dead.
Yeah.
What's your concern?
What's my concern?
Yeah. Honestly, just
right now, I just want the Lord is protecting me, so I really don't have no concern. I'm in the hands of the Lord. Yeah. All my people is religious.
No, you're concerned in revealing who shot Tupac.
What's my concern?
Yeah.
I don't have no concern. I just want to be saying I'm a fucking rat and running around like that, dude.
So this is about your code, right? This is about.
Yes.
Can you tell me that?
Yeah. Oh, this is about the code. I'm saying it came from the backseat on, you know. I'm tired of everybody trying to extort money. You know what I'm saying? Everybody just out for the money, being greedy. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of bullshit. You know? Soliciting us. They've been soliciting us for years, man. Yeah.
All right, I've done all I can. One more question. You know how I do my little research? I read that a Glock 40 was found in Corey's yard. Is that true, Corey Edwards?
Well, they said Corey was the first one who made statements about the situation. And I never gave Corey no gun. And nobody from that car never gave Corey no gun.
Can you tell me how the gun ended up in the car?
I didn't have no gun. I don't know who had a gun.
Okay. What happened to the gun after the murder? What'd you do with it?
I have no recollection of what happened to that gun. So.
Okay.
So you know about Corey snitching me out like that?
No, I mean, I just read that I didn't know about the snitching. I knew that the gun was found in his backyard.
Yeah, his neighbor got killed. This shit ain't going on the thing. It is?
No.
His neighbor got killed. He got scared.
Right.
Called Suge. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Yeah. So,
all right, man. Well, do you think somebody tossed the gun to frame him? The one that was found in the backyard?
That was bullshit. Yeah. Corey was just trying to get out of trouble.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll pick it up in Vegas then. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what he said.
Told you. I mean, that's what Tara wants too. It's not just me. Thanks, man.
But I would think, maybe you might want to ask some steady questions now. Like, was it sunny? Was it clear? Were windows up and down? You might now.
Oh yeah, let's get that real quick. Yeah.
Just
I mean, it's actually it's nighttime, so.
Yeah, but you might want to mention it. They say it happened at night.
Right. Yeah. Let's just do it real quick. Just sit down. Just a setting. 3 minutes.
My sister gonna kill me, man, if I don't go cook that food.
It's your lawyer who's asking.
Just setting.
This will be super quick.
Why I'm saying it when we leave.
Because it helps. It helps the description. Yeah, let's keep rolling. Sorry, guys. Randy, do you have anything?
I have one thing. I'll tell you. You can tell me.
Okay. I'm just gonna stand right here.
Okay.
Just so that we can sort of paint a picture about that night. Just tell me, like, was it cold? Was it warm? It happened in.
It was warm. It was kind of warm. September 7th. It was warm. It was warm and shit. It wasn't. What else?
Was it? Were you guys drunk? Because you.
No, we weren't drunk or nothing. You knew up our eye. For the fuck up our eye. We finna go get high. Drink bottles and smoke some weed and stuff.
You knew what you were doing.
Okay.
You weren't under the influence. Never mind. Were you driving fast? How fast were you driving? How slow were you driving?
I was never driving. I was in the passenger.
You were in the car, so.
We took it. We know not to burn rubber. That put us on. From being in Compton, not to burn rubber and stuff like that. Shit.
How long were you driving around till you saw them? How long did you drive around until you saw them?
Oh, well, no. We just left the liquor store and took about 5-10 minutes. Just seen them.
And what were you doing before that? You're just driving around? Just tell me that.
No, we was going back to we was leaving the liquor store, going to the hotel, to our hotel room.
So you were not out there looking for them specifically?
No.
You just happened to see them?
Just happened to see them.
So it was a bad luck?
Yeah, it was bad luck. If he wouldn't even been out the window, we would have never seen him. He was hanging out the window like he was in the parade. Tupac, the ladies was out of Tupac, something like this, hanging out the window.
Okay. Any other details that are important? Oh, yeah. Did you see? Well, you just told me.
It was dark. Nighttime. What time was it? About 9 o'clock? At nighttime, yeah. Dang, Corey, where you, man?
Did you guys have the windows down? Was the radio playing?
Yeah, the radio playing. We should go get out and have some fun. So.
Okay, Randy, what you got? You can ask him.
Well, I just think there was.
Yeah.
I got you. There was word on the street that Orlando, after the shooting, was taking credit for it.
No.
Can you speak to that, react to those sentiments?
Orlando would never go around bragging about no stuff like that. Why would he incriminate himself? You know what I'm saying? If he did some stuff like that. Orlando would never do no stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Never in his life.
So to the best of your knowledge, there was no chatter in the streets between the two gangs about that?
No, not to my knowledge. I heard that he had a hit out on me for $100,000. So I'm worried about that. You know.
Describe that. What did you hear about this hit?
What's that?
What did you hear about this hit?
That was they had a meeting at Lucas Park and they said he had a hit out on me. I just started laughing.
Who had a hit out on you?
The fucking Death Row, Pyros. Maybe the police. That's the only person I was worried about was the police. Because they can handcuff you and pull you over and kill your ass. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Yeah. You good?
Yeah.
Can everyone sit still for 15 seconds while we got a room call?
Mr. Dorsey, those were the two conversations we listened to in 2017, correct?
Yes.
And then in 2018, the finished product the jury saw yesterday, that was Mario Diaz's finished product.
Yes, February of 2018 is when the show premiered.
At some point, did you become aware of a book written by Mr. Davis and a Joseph Yao?
Yes, I was maybe late 2018 when I think a Twitter account popped up under Keffe's name, and they were starting to promote it and put excerpts from the book up. That's when I knew for sure the book that he had mentioned during his interview with Death Row Chronicles that was actually happening.
And then in 2019, did you actually get a copy of the book?
Yes, as soon as the book was published, like the first day, I got a copy and read it.
Did you read it?
I did. I read it immediately in one sitting.
Subsequent to that, have you seen Mr. Davis hold the book up and claim ownership of this book?
Yes, when he did his first Vlad TV interview, Vlad TV is a channel on YouTube that's a really popular interview channel. That was in, I think, the summer of 2019. He, at one point, held up a copy of his book and told people that they should read it and that it was the real truth.
First, I'm going to show you State's Proposed Exhibit 67 and 68. I should take a look at those.
Yep.
Do those appear to be the front and back cover of that book that Mr. Davis was displaying and taking ownership of?
Yes, they do.
Move to admit.
Any objection?
Objection.
So admitted.
Showing you what's been marked as 127. Just briefly flip through that. That's the Kindle version because there is a redaction in there. While he's doing that, I'm going to put 167 in. Or 67. Yes, appears to be the Kindle version of that particular book.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to go through the entire book with you, but I do have some questions. Does Mr. Davis in the first chapter describe his purpose in writing this book?
I don't recall exactly what he says at the beginning of the book.
Okay, the jury will have it back.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess, Judge, I'll move to admit, what is that, 127?
Is that the book? So Kindle excerpts of the book.
It's the Kindle book with the court's redaction.
Okay. Any objection that hasn't previously been litigated? You may. That will be admitted.
Within this book, does the defendant, well, let me ask you this. Do you know who Michael Giroux is?
Yes, Michael DeRoe Jr., street name was Little Al. He was Orlando Anderson's best friend. I understand going back to when they were toddlers.
And in the book, does Mr. Davis claim that he had some little homies in Las Vegas, and that's how he learned about the 662?
Yes, he said that there were people that were locals there that had heard the advertisements that the concert was happening that night with Tupac.
Judge, I'm going to ask you to take judicial notice of State of Nevada versus Michael DeRoe, 96C 13644 in the 8th Judicial District Court of Nevada, that Michael DeRoe was bound over to district court on June 13th of 1996 for trafficking in a controlled substance and transporting a controlled substance, pled guilty, and on August 20th of 1996 was remanded to boot camp and was in boot camp at the time of the homicide.
Give me the case number again.
96C 136488.
13649.
96C 136488.
488. Okay, perfect. Give me 1 second. Durrogh, Durrogh.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me check judgment of conviction. There is a judgment of conviction from a plea on 2397 showing that. Judicial notice is taken.
Thank you. And specifically that he was remanded to the custody of NDOC on August 20th, 1996 and remained there through the time of the homicide.
August 20th, there was a hearing, status check on 120-day evaluation. And then he was ordered committed. The order of commitment was 8/22/96. Okay, I'll take that judicial notice then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you give Michael Durrow's moniker?
Yeah, it was called Little Al. Little Owl on the street. Owl like the bird.
Within the book, does Mr. Davis use a different moniker for Little Owl?
Yes, he calls him the Reaper.
We just heard Mr. Davis talk about Corey Edwards in that second interview.
Right.
Do you know who Corey Edwards is?
Yes, he was at the time a close associate of Keffe D's. I think he referred to him as a lieutenant in his organization.
And the moniker, he uses the real moniker in his book, correct?
His name was C-Ray.
At the end of, well, before I get to the end of this book, early on, does the defendant describe his early criminal career that ultimately resulted in some convictions that sent him to prison?
Yes.
And Judge, I have marked as State Proposed Exhibit number 73 and 74, a felony conviction for possession of a controlled substance in Municipal Court of Compton, Judicial Court, County of Los Angeles, State of California, in case number A636901, as well as same charge, case A637226.
Any objection? Or you're asking to admit this?
Yes.
Any objection, Mr. Sam?
No objection.
So admitted?
Mr. Davis also describes going to prison for 3 or 4 years in the late 80s.
Yes, he refers to it as Gladiator School.
Now, at the back of the book, he calls out some people that he's upset with.
Yes.
One of those people is...
Objection, Your Honor, is the lead.
Okay, will you rephrase?
Do you know, well, who's Uchi's?
Uchi?
Yeah.
Uchi, I think we believe, is Win Prince, who was a very good friend of his that he believed had snitched on him at some point.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as speculation.
What's your response, State?
Well, I'll lay a little more foundation.
Okay, so it's sustained at this time. You may attempt to lay more foundation.
What does Mr. Davis say about Uchi's in the book?
He says that Uchi has been a good friend of his since they were
Before he
children.
answers the question, you hear, Coach?
Yes. All right, you're to disregard the last answer to the incomplete question. And state you may proceed.
Thank you. Can you describe to me what the defendant describes about Uchi's in the book?
Sure, he says he's one of his oldest friends, describes him as his right-hand man, and says that he is dead, that he's been killed. All three of those things line up with wind prints.
I'm going to ask you the next question, which is, what do you know about Wendell Prince?
Not a whole lot other than just he was really tight with Keffe. There's a great photo of them together. There's actually several photos of them together over the years. And I know, I think Wendell Prince was ultimately killed, I think in like a backyard over a drug deal or something like that. And I believe Keffe was listed as a pallbearer at his funeral.
What does he say about Tucker in the book?
He says that he is the brother of NBA player Tayshaun Prince. And there's only two brothers of Tayshaun Prince, and only one of them is involved in any of the street business, which would be Thomas Lamar Prince. And I'm not sure what else he says about Prince as far as, but I think he's listing people he has grievances with.
And finally, you don't know, there's a person named Menace.
Right.
You're unable to identify.
We've never been able to figure out who Menace is. There was a Southside Crip with that street name, but we don't think that that's who it is.
Now, you've been involved in this project, well, I guess it's 2012.
Correct.
In 2012, did you go and look at all the publicly available information there was that you could find?
Yes.
Did you, I'll start with Defense Exhibit A. Can you put it on me? I would do this actually like this, but Mr. Davis in 2008 said that the girls.
Objection, Your Honor, it's a leading.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
What did Mr. Davis say in 2008 about girls on the corner?
He said that after the shooting happened, that they drove forward and hit the right turn on the Cobalt, just like he was in the white Cadillac, and that they almost collided with each other. He referred to them as stupid bitches and said that they shot back at them and the girls stopped.
As of 2008, when that statement was made, was there any public information of a car chasing the Cadillac?
There was not no public information about the girls in a Sebring chasing the Cadillac, no. Nor about them almost colliding with each other.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, as the foundation. How does he know about public knowledge?
Sustained.
In the public information you were able to find, were you able to find any information?
That's right. I've never seen that before 2008 printed anywhere, that there was a near collision between the girls in the Sebring and the white Cadillac as they were fleeing.
Once again, I'm going to object as to foundation. Public knowledge as to how exactly is he talking about?
If you could lay more foundation about what he's reviewed to ultimately state this.
Sure.
What did you review?
The definitive book for a long time on this case was Kathy Scott's book, The Killing of Tupac Shakur. Probably dozens of news articles from back then that I went back through. I went to UCLA's archives and went through their newspaper archives looking for articles about this. I read the Labyrinth book by Randall Sullivan, which was primarily about Biggie's murder, but also covered Tupac's murder to some extent. It just isn't anywhere that I could find.
Now, Kathy Scott does say girls in a Chrysler sedan, correct?
Correct. She does not say Sebring. She just says a Chrysler. And she doesn't say anything about them going around the corner.
And once again, I'm going to object to that in terms of hearsay. How we're now getting into other people's work, and he's quoting that verbatim. I'm not quite clear how that's not hearsay.
Is it offered for its truth, Mr. DiGiacomo, or is it?
It's offered for the fact that it wasn't said, not that anything that was said.
Okay, so I'm going to overrule the objection. The jury's not to consider what Ms. Scott wrote in her book for truth in any way. It's only to be considered to show that that wasn't included. This specific detail was not included in her book. You may proceed.
And then finally, I'm going to put up for you Defendant's Exhibit B. And if I can figure out how to zoom, because I never use these. So here we go. want you to read that to yourself.
Got it.
Prior to, I can't remember what day, sometime last week, when this report became public, are you aware of any public information that Mr. Anderson was trying to get into the Coyote Cafe?
I've never heard of that.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Dorsey, are you a detective with Metropolitan Police Department?
Nope.
And your testimony here today is really based upon your work for this, let me make sure I got the right book here. Murder Rap?
No, I had nothing to do with the writing of that book.
I don't care about the writing of the book, but you're here because of the Chronicles, the Death Row Chronicles thing that you did, right?
Let's make sure we're talking about the correct things. I did not write that book. I had nothing to do with it. I made the Murder Rap documentary that came a few years later that was based on that book. And then I was a consultant on Death Row Chronicles series that we've been playing Andrew from here.
Do you recall when the state asked you that you were first involved with this in 2012?
Yes.
In what way were you involved in this in 2012?
Yes, in late 2012, I came across an article about Greg Kading's Murder Rap book, and that's what first alerted me to the book even existed. And I reached out to Greg, asked if he wanted to make a documentary. He sent me a copy of the book and said, read it, and if I'm still interested, he's interested.
Okay. And your job really was, for the next couple of years, was to, do your own independent research?
Combination of doing my own independent research and also having Greg explain to me, a 3-4 year long investigation that he had conducted.
Your testimony to the jury was that you spent a couple of years doing that.
Correct.
And in terms of the books that you had mentioned that you used was Murder Rap, which is this book right here, right?
Yes.
Written by Greg Kading.
Correct.
And then you also used Kathy Scott's book, right?
That's correct, yes.
This book right here?
Yes.
You know what version of her book that you used?
I'm not sure what version I used.
And then you used another book. And what was that final book?
There was one called Labyrinth by Randall Sullivan.
Did you say that before?
I said it just a minute ago, yes.
Okay. What other books besides that one?
I'm not sure.
Any other books?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, but there might have been some others.
How about Welcome to Death Row by Lee Savage?
No, I've seen the docuseries that he produced, though.
How about this book here by Frank Alexander, who was present on the night of the shooting?
I've read excerpts from that.
Excerpts?
Yes, sir.
Not the whole thing?
No.
Okay. How about this book here? I think you'd mentioned this before, Original Gangsters.
Yes, I've read that book.
That's the one you said before.
No, I don't think I've mentioned that one yet, but I have read that. I know the author.
And then how about this book here? Looks like it's an autobiography, Only God Can Judge Me by Jeff Crow.
Yes, I've read that.
All right. Now, fair to say that when your job here and what you've done is talk to us a little bit about you or your work in a documentary, right? That's what you're doing here today.
Sure, and what I learned in the process of making a documentary, yes.
Right, and what you learned in the process of making a documentary. And I just want to make sure we're clear for the jury. Documentaries really is a business, right?
Sure. It's not a very good business, but yeah.
Yeah. In fact, you could do a lot better than sitting up here today talking about or testifying about a murder that took place 30 years ago, right?
I could do better, what, business-wise?
Yeah.
Sure. If I was running a show for Discovery like I do in the past, yes, that pays very well.
Sure. And with regard to what you do with the business, and I want to make sure the jury understands, there is a project, there is a sort of an idea that's out there that's formulated, and then at some point there is a discussion as to whether or not it's marketable or not, right?
Correct.
and then maybe you go out and you farm it out for people to invest in the project and maybe provide money and funding for the project.
Sometimes you do, and sometimes you just do it yourself.
Right. And the idea behind it at some point is because you want to be able to sell your product to viewers, right?
That's part of the idea, but that's not the only reason I make it.
Sure. Now, in this case, though, when you are looking through your documentary, you're doing a documentary here on the Death Row Chronicles, right? Death Row Chronicles meaning death row, or what was it?
No, I'm focused mainly on the murders of both Tupac and Biggie.
All right. And you team up with Greg Kading.
I do.
And Greg Kading, I would imagine in your work over the 2 years that you did the research, you were looking through all the details of what you could find on the Tupac murder.
Yes, but he also turned over his case files from the LAPD to me. So
can you describe for us what those case files look like?
Absolutely. They were digitized case files. It was over 2,700 PDF reports going back to 97 or so. Probably over 100 hours of audio of interviews with witnesses and potential suspects, photos, crime scene photos, mainly of the Biggie case, that kind of thing.
Anything else?
Off the top of my head, that's mainly it. You got, there was some video of from the Biggie shooting. There was some home video that was entered into as evidence.
All right. And when you were doing your research, the 2 years of research you did on this particular project, you interviewed detectives?
I did. I interviewed Greg Kading. I interviewed Kelly Cooper, who was one of the original detectives out of Wilshire Homicide on the Biggie case. I interviewed, well, those are the two main detectives I interviewed for the case.
All right. I just want to hear something to do with Las Vegas Metro. Did you interview any detectives in Las Vegas Metro?
I did not.
You do understand that the homicide of Tupac Shakur was the responsibility of Las Vegas Metro?
100%.
And as of right now, you're telling us you interviewed a guy by the name of Greg Kading, who's from California, and some girl from California as well.
No, Kelly Cooper's a man, but yes.
Oh, fine. Kelly Cooper's a man.
Yes.
But both of those people are in California.
Yes.
All right. Now, in addition to that, can you tell us, for instance, who the detectives were that were the lead detectives from Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department that handled this investigation? Sure. Please don't interrupt.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You're done. Okay. Sergeant Manning. There was I believe, a Detective Becker, a Detective Long.
Anybody else?
That's all I'm aware of off the top of my head.
Okay. Are you aware of a Detective Mott?
Yes, the current or most recent detective, yes.
Now, when you finally put this project together, I'm assuming at some point you called Metro and said, hey, we got the guy who's confessed now to the crime, right?
I do once Death Row Chronicles airs.
I'm sorry, what?
After Death Row Chronicles airs, I reach out to Metro Police, yes.
Yes, you reach out to Metro Police. Who is it that you spoke to at Las Vegas Metro?
Well, first I got on their website and just emailed their general info@homicide email address. And a while later, Detective Mogg responded to me, and we started going from there.
So you know who Detective Mogg is?
I do, yes.
Now, in fact, you were given an interview at some point in the future by the Sun from England. You recall meeting with a reporter?
Yes.
James Desborough?
Desborough, yes.
Okay. And in that interview, you had told Mr. Desborough that you had to send out 100 emails to Metro.
Eventually, once we're going back and forth, yes.
Okay, and those emails were all concerning the Tupac case.
Yes, correct.
Now,
and that was over the course of several years.
Fine. Okay. But once again, you had said, "Hey, we have information. Please look at my documentary." Right? Something was.
No, that's not what I said. I said, "Watch Death Row Chronicles."
Oh, I apologize.
So, you keep conflating my documentary with the series Death Row Chronicles. I did not make Death Row Chronicles. I was just a consultant on it.
Okay.
But that's the one where Keffe first went public with his interview, which made it noteworthy enough for me to be like, you should look at this. This is new information for your case.
And when you sat down to actually start working on the project Death Row Chronicles,
yes,
we are listening to audio of those two interviews that happened, right?
Correct.
Now, up until that point, fair to say, Mr. Davis had never spoken about this publicly.
To my knowledge, he'd never spoken publicly about this case. No, that's what made it significant.
Right, and you had been aware, of course, that according to your understanding of the proffer of 2008, if he didn't say anything to, like, say, a media source, then the proffer would still be protecting it.
That's how I understood it, yes.
So in essence, when you were sitting down with Mr. Davis, you were pushing him to violate the proffer.
I'm not pushing him. I'm not even in the room with him.
I know. We're going to talk about that in a second.
Okay.
But in essence, you are on a little earbud or something along those lines in another room, and you're telling the interviewer to keep pressing on Mr. Davis.
I was not thinking at all about him violating his proffer. I honestly didn't think the proffer would ever be used. I didn't understand that's how that worked. I thought he's giving a public confession. That public confession can be used, absolutely.
Now, in addition to that, you are in another room, and you do not want to be seen by Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
In fact, Mr. Kading, Detective Kading, former Detective Kading, is also not present because he does not want to be seen by Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
And so in essence, as you're sitting there listening to the conversation, you're telling the person information that's specific to the 2008 recording.
Yes, I'm going. I know when he knows more to a question that he hasn't answered yet, or if there's another way to phrase a question that might help.
Now, in addition,
but I can tell you sorry to cut you off, but most of the questions were written in advance. I only offered up maybe a half dozen total across 2 interviews of additional questions.
Yeah, so let's make sure we understand, because we're not in the room and there's no cameras. As we're listening to the recording, there's another voice that's on the recording, sometimes talking about getting a Diet Coke or something to do like, oh, this is great. Is that you?
No, there were a couple other, it depended on when people came and went from that office, and there's different people in there on different days. It was just employees of the production company or other contractors that were on that show.
And in addition to that, while you're sitting there, you're having these conversations about Mr. Davis. And you are, is it typing? Because I'm hearing like little knocks on something. Is that you texting?
That's me texting, yes.
And so you're texting the individual that's listening?
I'm texting Maria Diaz, yes, sir.
Now, as you're doing that, of course, Mr. Davis does not know that you're doing that.
Correct.
And you are working at that particular point for which company?
I was a contractor for Entertainment One / Creature Films, the production company.
So you are not an employee, you're an independent contractor?
Correct.
All right. Technically working for yourself?
Sure.
All right. And the contract that was between Mr. Davis and whoever on the show would have been who? You?
No, it would have been with the production company.
All right. So the production company means who?
Again, Entertainment One or Creature Films. I'm not sure who he dealt with.
Okay. So Mr. Davis has a contract with regards to the production. And during the time period that we are listening to your recording, fair to say though that you have basically taken your phone and placed it by the speaker.
Yes, that's correct.
And you're basically recording the entire conversation.
That's right.
Including the parts that technically was never ever either produced in a BET production or anything like that.
There were some extra bits in there, sure.
Sure. And once again, you didn't have the permission of either BET to do that, right?
Again, I didn't have to seek their permission to do it.
You're an independent contractor. You don't have a contract with Mr. Davis. So tell me how you believe you could record that without Mr. Davis's permission.
Absolutely. I'm a technical.
I'm asking for his contract, Your Honor.
Overruled. I think he can answer the question as asked.
A couple of things. First of all, contract does not outline every single duty that a contract that a crew member is going to do on a shoot. It's not like you have to constantly keep getting permission to do stuff in order to do your job. My job there was primarily centered on his interview. So once I realized that when he showed up that first day and was kind of giving them the runaround, and he was dressed in shorts and a t-shirt and was acting like he didn't know why he was supposed to be there and that the interview wasn't supposed to be that day, I sat in that office for quite a while before they got started. And then when we've learned that basically, look, we're gonna have to interview this guy twice. We're gonna try to get him in now and get something, but he's gonna have to come back later. I thought, okay, well, then I'm gonna record it so that in between these interviews, I don't know how long it's gonna be before we get him back again, I have a record of what he said so that when we come back for round 2, I know proper questions that should be in there, what has already been answered thoroughly and what we need to ask him again. That is why I made that recording. Never in a million years did I think that that recording was going to be playing in court.
And of course, you turned over that recording to BET because once again, it's part of their work, right?
No, of course not.
You kept that recording.
Yes.
And you do understand, though, that in the state of California, if you are recording someone without their permission, that is a crime.
This calls for a legal conclusion again.
I'm asking for his understanding of the laws, Henry.
Calls for a legal
Sustained.
conclusion.
Sure, okay.
It's sustained. Hang on, you can, if you want to rephrase without asking him about a specific California law.
Ah, that's all right. He's ready to do it. Let me ask you this question, though, sir. When you are recording this conversation,
yes,
did you at that particular point turn it over to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
I did not.
You kept that recording,
yes,
and then you created your project with that, right?
No, I've never used that recording for anything. What project are you talking about?
Let me ask you this, though, sir. In terms of who's responsible here to solve the Tupac murder, that's not your responsibility, right?
It can be anybody's responsibility.
Okay. You're saying that it's not Metro's?
It could be theirs as well. Of course it is. Any citizen can investigate a crime if they want to.
Right. And we're going to get into that a little bit. But in terms of how you go about doing your job, fair to say that a detective would be the one that would handle that investigation.
Sure.
Right?
At some point, sure.
Right. And it's not like, say, the FBI. It's not LAPD, right? Compton PD. In this case, the Tupac murder was the responsibility of Metro.
To some extent, except that I know LAPD made the argument that if the crime was planned in the city of Los Angeles, that they could also take ownership of the case. And you can ask Greg Kading about that if he comes up here.
I don't even know what you just said. I'm just asking you this question. Let me just ask you this question, sir. So you send over notice to Metro and you say, hey, we solved this thing. You send over 100 emails to Metro and they didn't do anything about it, did they?
No, because they were.
No, that's a yes or no answer. They didn't do anything about it.
What didn't do anything about it, defined didn't do anything. They were working the case as far as I was concerned. They were responding to me. I was sending them because he kept talking. He started doing YouTube interviews. So every time he would do an interview, I'd like send it to him. Be like, hey, here's a new interview. Hey, this clip, he says this for the first time publicly. He says this. And there was back and forth going on with me and Detective Mogg. So I got the sense that he was absolutely working that case. And it's detective work 101. If your suspect is talking, you let him talk. And he was talking. So every interview he did was additional evidence to use against him.
Okay. So what was he talking in?
What was he talking in?
Sure. What was the information that he was talking in? Are you talking about your documentary at this particular point?
No. I'm talking about he's going on YouTube. He's going on Vlad TV. He went on, I think he ended up doing a total of 9 interviews on YouTube over a 4-year period.
Did you verify any of the information that he gave you?
What do you mean?
Well, the information that you learned in this case, right?
That who gave me?
Well, the information that you learned from either the listing of the 2008 proffer or in the interview with Mr. Davis. Did you go out and conduct your own investigation to verify the information?
Sure. I went through, well, again, I had unfettered access to the case files, and there's lots of corroborating evidence in those case files.
Now, when you say the case files, and I want to make sure I'm clear here.
Sure.
You're talking about Greg Kading.
Yes.
And you're talking about Greg Kading, who's former LAPD.
Well, I'm not just talking about Greg Kading. I'm talking about every detective that came before him.
Question,
I am. You're trying to phrase it in a certain way. Not just Greg Kading. It's not just his files. In fact, the majority of them are from detectives that came before him, including Las Vegas police files.
All right. What detectives are you talking about before Greg Kading?
Sure. A lot of the biggie detectives had gathered evidence. Don't shake your head. A lot of biggie detectives gathered evidence. Jeez, man. A lot of biggie detectives that gathered evidence that pertained to the Tupac case because the two cases it became known or believed were connected. So they had informants coming forward to them on the biggie case that were saying, hey, these two things are connected.
Okay. So once again, evidence or information that would have gone to the detective, right?
Eventually to Greg Kading and his team of detectives, yes.
Once again, you got to understand, Greg Kading was not responsible for the investigation of the Tupac murder.
Correct.
He was part of the task force specifically for the Biggie Smalls murder.
That's correct.
And you are aware at some point he's removed from that task force, right?
Yes.
And one of the things he does is he steals the Tupac file.
I object to the word steals.
I'm sorry, he borrowed.
I don't mean in like a legal sense I object to it. This is a person I object to. I'm not wagering an objection. I take issue with the word steal.
Okay.
Any detective can take case files with them when they leave the department. It happens all the time. It's extremely common. In fact, I just did a series on Ted Bundy last year based on the same exact thing. One of the lead detectives on the Bundy case in the 70s took a box of files with him, and we were able to obtain those files, and we made a show about Ted Bundy based on his files.
Are you a detective, sir?
No.
So you can't sit here and tell us what a detective can and cannot do. Fair? You're not a detective.
Like legally, I can't say that. I can say based on my experience as a true crime producer for the past 20 years, it's very common in my line of work to come across files that detectives have taken home with them.
That's fair.
So I want to make sure I'm clear. You're telling us that Detective Kading took a file that he wasn't even part of the investigation on? You're saying that that's what happened here?
Well, Judge, I assume with fact, not evidence.
No, I think he mentioned that, Judge.
What do you mean? He took a file that was not a case he didn't work?
Yes.
As soon as Keffe confessed to the Tupac's murder, they took ownership of that case. And again, you're going to have to ask him that question because I was not there for that.
So once again, that's something you're saying that Greg Kading should come here and testify to.
If he wants to, sure.
And once again, based upon your research of this file for the 2 years prior to the documentary or the project that you were working on.
Yes.
For that.
Murder rap, yes.
You learned, of course, that Greg Kading was basically had issues with credibility.
Objection, Judge. We approach.
Yep. All right, we're going to take a recess at this time. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 3:30. Please rise for the jury. All right, for the record, the jury has exited the room. So going back to our initial first issue regarding, can we actually have you step off the stand for a little bit, sir? Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Regarding what can be questioned regarding Greg Kading. That was the initial objection. So the initial objection had to do with Detective Kading. Your objection is that you can't impeach someone through the testimony of someone else. Your position is that the credibility of the report that they're relying on is important. I do think to some degree he can explore the credibility of the information that he is relying on as long as it's accurate. And so I think there is a concern regarding what the actual federal judge did find regarding Detective Kading being maybe elusive or however you want to phrase it.
Well, can I ask that question on direct? I asked no question as to his opinion of Greg Kading, either as to his credibility, as to his quality of his detective work, anything that would allow the defense to then go into specific acts and ask questions about someone's character. So what's the predicate foundation that has been laid that says I can now attack the character of somebody whose character is being somewhat assassinated here, right? He released a recording of the defendant. That is the only evidence as to what Greg Kading has done in this case. And it's a recording. So what are we worried about when it relates to whether or not his credibility as a witness? He hasn't testified. No other fact has come in from this case as it relates to Greg Kading other than he published a book and he made a documentary, and that's how the 2008 recording came out to the public after he was a private citizen. There has been zero testimony about any investigation done by him, any opinion testimony about his character, his quality as a detective. None of that information has come into the courtroom. So why is it that the defense gets to just ignore the rules of evidence and start asking about specific acts of misconduct for somebody whose character hasn't even been raised?
Mr. Sept?
I think the witness opened the door the moment the state asked him specifically about his research. And going into this idea that he did all this research, he's testified that Greg Kading was like his BFF. I mean, the guy is working together on a project with regards to his book. And during this time period, the state starts asking questions that I think traipsed right into the expert opinion area, to which they're saying, oh, it's not expert opinion, this is just lay witness opinion.
And I sustain that objection, saying he can't give opinions about ultimately that it's something that they can lay the foundation for, that this is included in the book and that this is his information about this person, and then they can ultimately argue that. That was my ruling.
Correct.
I don't know if that's how that went down, but
I think it was good. I'm just saying that what we're doing right now, though, is we're saying, okay, he's testifying as to that 2-year period, that time period, which he now gives opinions on his research. Well, one of the things that he researched, according to his testimony, that he had was the case file. I should be able to get into the veracity of that case file, where it came from, was it even complete, who gave it to him, because I think that's details that we would get out of a
Okay.
detective that Detective Mogg were testifying.
So you're asking for completeness of the file. I think that is something that would be appropriate. What else are you asking for?
I'm asking specifically for the veracity. Meaning, look, if a detective got up on the stand and said, "I received the file," right? What typically would happen is, if it's coming from another jurisdiction like LAPD, you get a COR that says, "Hey, this is the entire file." Or, like Mr. Giacomo said a few hearings ago, Detective Mogg went down and turned every page of his discovery to match the discovery that was in the file in LAPD. We don't have that here. But this individual is testifying and saying, part of my opinion or experience in this case is the research conducted with the file that Greg Kading gave me. And I want to get into that.
So the completeness of the file is ultimately relying on Detective Kading's representation that this is the full file. That's your concern.
Correct, and how the file was obtained. I think that's critical in this case, because if the file is obtained through the normal procedure, then we don't have a problem. It's a COR.
That goes back to completeness, though, Mr. Sept. I think you're somewhat circling the same issue, because you're saying if it's obtained through the normal course, you get, if we did it discovery-wise here, you'd get some sort of paperwork that this is the entire report, this is everything. And so at the same time, we're going back to your same issue of completeness. And I think completeness is appropriate to inquire into. How do you know this is the complete file? But would you agree with that?
I wouldn't have objected if he said, "How do you know it's the complete file?" And he can answer, "I don't know," or whatever, but that wasn't the question that was being asked of him. The question being asked of him was accusing a detective, a former detective, character, or impugning his character for someone who's not testifying.
Understood. So obviously we can't impeach him, but I think to get to the issue of completeness of the file, you can talk about how this wasn't through the regular channels. Through the regular channels, there may be some safeguards on the completeness of the file and making sure every document is turned over. You don't have those safeguards here because we're relying on what Detective Kading gave to you. Detective Kading's promoting a book. Your entire theory. You can get into that. So then moving on to the other issue that sort of came up while we were at the bench. I have reviewed these emails. They were largely about scheduling and if the things that Detective Mogg was aware of during certain interviews. I didn't in any way see them to be exculpatory because they were not mentioning anybody else potentially being involved. Additionally, they had nothing to do with the initial ask, which was emails between Kading and Mogg. However, I can get those to you if you think that they are relevant to your defense theory.
I think it does, because once again, it highlights the need for Detective Mogg to testify in this case.
Well, at the end of the day, whoever testifies, the need is on the state, right? They get to decide who they call in their case. They get to decide how they prove their case, because at the end of the day, the only question that matters is, can they prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt? If they don't think they can, that inures to your benefit because they can't prove their case, right? So at the end of the day, the way that they choose to prosecute this case may not be the way you choose to prosecute it, may not be, not that you're doing that, but, or the way that I would choose, or another prosecutor in the office would choose. But at the end of the day, that's what they're doing. It may not include Detective Mogg. It may not include Detective Kading. It may not include a lot of people.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I can get you those emails. State anything further.
Well, just that I'd like him to be ordered not to go into character evidence without a proper foundation. He can't open his own door with the witness by suggesting, hey, this is what his character is, and then let me tell you why I think that.
I agree with that.
I would have to open the door to Greg Kading's character in order for them to impeach it, and I haven't.
Okay, I agree with that. Ultimately, I think we've covered this specific issue because he's going to focus more so on the completeness of the file and the way that it was obtained. But if there's another contemporaneous objection regarding that, we'll address that. But I agree with that. Okay. Emails. How do you want me to get them to you? You don't really answer your email very well, so.
I don't read well, Your Honor. If I could just have maybe reprint it out.
No.
All right.
I can have a link sent from what we had sent to you to Mr. Singh.
Okay, sounds good.
Or to me, really.
Yeah.
So I've reviewed them. My initial in-camera review was that they weren't relevant, but at this time, because you're requesting, and have sort of opened another avenue into them that I didn't realize was necessarily relevant through my initial review of the case. We'll have them disclosed through that exact same link.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Use the restroom before we bring them back.
of course. I need to do the same. All right, we'll be in recess. Back on record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Mr. Sept has some more material for tomorrow, but may still go into his cross-examination in the morning. We've checked. This witness is available to come back tomorrow if necessary, so we'll just go from there. So anything else we need to address outside the presence before we bring the jury and Mr. Dorsey back in? Okay, let's bring him in. All right, welcome back, Mr. Dorsey. So the party stipulates to the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
You may all be seated. Mr. Dorsey, you're still under oath. Mr. Sept, you're still on cross-examination. You may proceed.
Referring you back to your previous testimony with regard to Keffe Scott, just for the jury's edification, Keffe Scott is not a detective.
Correct.
She is a reporter.
She's a journalist, yes.
She's a journalist, all right. And she wrote a book with regards to her information she had gathered as that journalist, right?
Correct.
Not her own investigation, but what she had heard on the street.
And from detectives that she talked to, yes.
Right. And so when she first published her book, fair to say what I'm holding up for you, and I want to make sure I'm accurate for the jury, this is the 3rd edition, right?
Okay.
Are you aware that Keffe Scott's first edition that was published was actually in 1997, a year after?
Something like that. It was very fast after the crime. I remember that.
And then there was an update and another update, and what I have right here is the 3rd edition.
Okay.
But with regard to that first edition, it came out a year after the shooting of Tupac.
Sounds about right.
All right. Now, your testimony has been around your research, and you had testified that you had listened to the recording of 2008.
Yes.
That recording was given to you by Greg Keffe.
Correct.
Did you ever compare the 2008 recording to the 2009 recording in this case?
I did not have the 2009 recording.
Right, because Mr. Kading did not give you a 2009 recording.
That's correct.
And that was not information that was public, right?
Correct.
Now, with regards to your 2008 recording, did you compare that against the 1998 recording in this case?
Was that like a federal no, I did not.
And once again, Greg Kading did not give that to you because
Correct.
He did not have that.
I don't know if he had it or not, but he didn't give it to me.
Okay. So the proffer that you have, or at least the 2008, is a interview in which Mr. Kading is in the room.
Correct.
Along with Mr. Dupree, or Detective Dupree from the LAPD.
Yes.
As well as an FBI agent.
I believe so, yes.
As well as a United States Attorney.
I believe so.
And as well as maybe somebody from the DEA.
I don't know.
Okay.
And his attorney.
And his attorney, yes. Fine. In terms of those other individuals there, do you have any reports that you can share with the jury about what any of those other agencies did after the 2008 profit?
Not that I can recall now.
All right. And once again, that wasn't in the information that Mr. Kading had given to you.
Again, it might have been, but I don't recall.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this next question. You had gone through and said that you had done some research on this case. Are you aware that there was a lawsuit by the Tupac estate against Death Row Records?
I'm not sure.
A civil lawsuit for breach of contract for royalties?
I mean, there's lots of lawsuits like that. I don't know. I can't recall.
All right. So you don't have that information for us?
Again, I don't know. I might.
That's fair. Are you aware of a lawsuit by Orlando Anderson against the Tupac estate for injuries caused in Las Vegas?
I am.
All right. Are you aware that there was a settlement in that case?
No. There was a counter lawsuit for wrongful death filed by the estate of Tupac against him, and I thought that all went away when he was killed.
No, well, and that's what you think, right? Did you?
That's what I believe, yeah.
But you don't have research for that.
I don't think so, no.
You didn't go to the courthouse in LA County and look up the case or do anything like that?
No.
Now, fair to say, though, of course, that with the civil lawsuit, there would have been what's called discovery propounded during the course of that case, right? Meaning information.
Again, I wouldn't know.
All right. You never looked into depositions taken of Mr. Orlando Anderson or anybody else for that matter. Now, in addition to that, were you aware, based upon your research, that Tupac was actually leaving death row prior to his death?
That is
assumes the fact, not evidence.
What's your response?
Based upon his research, Your Honor. He testified about his research for this case.
I think what Mr. DeJock was saying is that's not true.
No, I'm
You're assuming
saying
a
the
fact.
predicate of his question is assumes the fact that has yet to be established. He's asking the witness.
So in other words, it's not true, the thing he's asking.
I don't know if it's true or not, but he is assuming a fact, not evidence.
Can you lay more foundation?
Sure. In your research of your project in this case, did you ever look into the relationship between Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight?
Yes.
And during the time that you looked through that relationship, did you learn that Tupac was not happy with Suge Knight?
I did not. There's conflicting accounts about what was going on at that time, whether or not Tupac was going to leave death row because he was unhappy, or whether the idea was that he was going to set up his own label that would then be distributed through death row, and that is what Suge Knight wanted his big superstar artists to do, was to branch out, start their own companies, but with death row continuing to be the central company that it all flows through.
And that information you're providing to us, is that in some document somewhere?
I don't remember where I got that from.
And regarding Tupac's position here, he had finalized his 3 album in terms of his obligations to death row.
As I understand it, yes.
And he had also at some point started to create his own label, Machiavelli.
Correct, I just said that.
And thank you. And with regards to that label, he actually had a book of music that he was going to take with him into that label, right?
I'm not aware of that.
And with regards to the information here, it looks like not only did Tupac fire death row, but safe to say that he also
Objection
fired.
assumes a fact, not an evidence.
You guys approach. All right, Mr. Samp, you may proceed.
Okay. Last question I asked you was, are you aware that Tupac had fired David Kenner?
Objection against.
Are you aware if?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me back up here. Are you aware if Tupac had fired David Kenner?
I've heard that claimed. I don't know that for a fact.
And just for the jury's edification, David Kenner was death row's lawyer.
Correct.
Are you aware if Tupac had requested an audit of death row's books to see what money they may have taken from him?
Again, I've heard rumors of that. I've never seen any evidence of it. A lot of the questions you're asking me right now, I know are based off conspiracy theories out there about alternate theories of this. And I just would wonder if you have any evidence of that you would base your question on.
Mr.
Or if
Garcia,
you're just using a questioning
you
of
can't
me.
ask him questions. He asks you questions.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'm just wondering.
Let's just do it by the book.
Sure, understood.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson, ask a question. He's going to give an answer, I think.
Well, let me ask you this as well, sir. Are you aware if Reggie Wright was the security company or had a security company in charge of protecting Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur? Can I just finish my question, please, sir? I know you're getting a little eager here, but at the night of the fight at the MGM, that Reggie Wright Jr. had a company that was supposed to protect Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur.
Yes.
Are you aware if on that particular night, Reggie Wright had 20 to 25 either retired or off-duty police officers in a club called 666 on the night of the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
It's Club 662, and I'm not aware of the number.
You don't know?
No.
Are you aware if on the night of the shooting, there was only one individual that was with Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur by the name of Frank Alexander?
Well, one that was official security named Frank Alexander, yes.
Okay, one person.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, are you aware, sir, that in the time period in which
Frank understand, but I object.
Then I was not supposed to use it. Let me ask you this.
Rephrase, thank you.
Yes. Do you have any information at all as to whether or not Frank Alexander had a walkie-talkie or an XL radio?
I don't know.
In addition to that, let me just go through here. You had mentioned that you had read this book. I'm showing you again.
Yes.
This is my, kind of just, you're very eager. But this is my copy of the Compton Street Legend, okay? You read this book?
Yes.
All right. Let me just go through the book here real quick. Do you know who rapper Foxy Brown is?
Yes.
Foxy Brown is not dead.
No, she didn't.
And in the book, Mr. Davis refers to Foxy Brown in the book.
Yes.
In fact, he refers to her as somebody that was in the car with Zip before Zip had asked her to get out of the car so he could have a conversation with Mr. Davis.
Correct.
And that conversation took place in the valet area at the MGM.
So is it valet or the parking area?
Well, do you want to look at the book to make sure that we're clear?
Well, I'm not sure between the book or the 2008 proffer, but it was parking lot or the valet area. I don't remember specifically where he said it was. Just outside the MGM.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. Are you refreshing recollection? or
I
are
am
you
refreshing his
teaching?
recollection, Your Honor. I don't want him to read it, but just read
He
it. to
didn't
yourself.
say he didn't remember. Oh, he did say he didn't recall which of the two accounts. Okay.
Yeah, he says while we were waiting at the.
Hold on, no, there's no question pending yet, sir. You're so eager. You're so eager.
You can keep calling me that, but just trying to answer your questions.
So I'm going to keep your so with regards to the question is, this conversation or at least event occurred at the MGM at the valet area.
That actually is ambiguous in that book. It says while they were waiting for their cars at the valet, Zip called them over to his car. Does not state where his car is parked.
Right. So Zip could be anywhere on the property.
Correct.
Wait until I'm done with my question. Including it's a multi-level parking structure, right? You're saying that that's big.
Yeah, I don't know if it was in a parking structure. I'm just saying it could have been anywhere in the parking area of the MGM Grand.
Did you verify that Foxy Brown was actually in Las Vegas on the night of fight of September 7th, 1996?
I did not.
There's an account in here about Orlando Anderson. Do you recall reading in the book about Orlando Anderson and when he arrived in Las Vegas?
I don't recall what the book said specifically.
All right. So if you would turn with me, I think to that book right there, to page 96. We're looking at page 96 of the book that you read. Refresh your recollection.
The page numbers might be different here because this is the Kindle version, but let me see.
Can you just wait until I'm done with my question, sir?
Can you stop saying that to me, man? Jeez, dude. Just having a normal conversation with you. You don't have to keep cutting me off and make me sound like I'm eager.
the page numbers are going to be significantly different between the Kindle and the book, so he's going to have to just approach them with the book to show him it's fine, because the Kindle completely repeats.
Nobody else has a copy of this book. Keffe, you
there
didn't bring
is.
one? No, just kidding. Sorry. Sorry, I think we have another copy.
Mayor Butcher?
Yes. Who's phone?
Okay, page 96.
Yes. Are you aware, or to refresh recollection, are you aware that in the book, when Baby Lane, meaning Orlando Anderson, arrives in Las Vegas, he purchases a tuxedo?
Let me see. Hold on. Yes, I see that here.
And the reason why he purchased a tuxedo is because he said he saw former Major League Baseball player Barry Bonds with a badass brown Versace tuxedo. So Baby Lane decided he wanted to buy the same tuxedo, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of the whereabouts of Barry Bonds on the night of, or the day of, September 7th, 1996?
I'm not.
You didn't look into that?
No.
Now, in addition to that, on that same page, sir, are you aware that in the book, Mr. Davis says he rents 3 rooms on the same floor at the Caesar's Palace?
Yes.
Did you ever verify whether or not he had actually rented any rooms at all at the Caesar's Palace on September 7th, 1996?
There would be no way to verify that.
That's a yes or no answer.
No.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, he mentions his purchase. We'll keep it on the same page. You're fine.
I got it.
Page 96. Mr. Davis says that he goes to the Versace store, and while he's there, he purchases himself a $3,000 blue suit with white pinstripes and some additional Crocs, I guess, or shoes from the Gucci store and a white shirt. Call that?
Yes.
Did you at any point ever determine whether or not Mr. Davis actually owned a $3,000 blue suit with white pinstripes?
No.